hearts that we invite you to be part of this cosmic celebration with the SPH and Kailasa.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN Headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation.
100 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the Doctrine of Continuity. The international law, the Doctrine of Continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the Doctrine of Continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings.
தீர்ந்திடவும் பொய்யாமுடம்புலக மெய்யாமூலை தேழும் பொய் மையார் நினைவனுவும் உய்யா தொடுக்கிடவே மெய்யாரிதய வெளி வெய்யோன் சுயமான்மா விலங்குமே இருளடங்குமே இதரொடுங்குமே இன்பம் பொங்குமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம். இதுவே நானாமெனும் நினைவே நானா நினைவுகள் சேர் ஊனாரேனும் அதனால் நானாரிடமேதென்று போனால் நினைவுகள் போய் நானானெனக்குகையுள் தானாய் திகழும் ஆன்மன் ஞானமே இதுவே மோனமே ஏகவானமே இன்பத்தானமே ஐயே அதிசுலபம் ஆன்ம வித்தை ஐயே அதிசுலபம். அறிதலின்றி பின்னை எதறிகிலேன்ற
We request all the participants to kindly settle down on your mats. We will begin with the Sadguru Vandanam, with the ritual of Nithyananda Yoga. Please be seated in a cross-legged position with your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Remember Swamiji in your Ananda Gandha as we begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyādilakṣyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let us now perform the Shiva Moola Mantra Japa. The repetition of the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally. Please follow along. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः। 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 Let us now begin with the Tattvachamana. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna mudra as the Acharya is demonstrating. Take another knee of water into your right palm. Sip the water from the base of the right palm along with the mantra. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Please take another knee of water. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Please take another knee of water. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Please wash your hand. With the base of the right thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the tip of the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear and then the left ear. Again wash your hand. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder and then the heart center. Again wash your hand. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa. Please clasp your hands and place them onto the right thigh. Create a deep and a strong intention to manifest Paramadvaita, oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. With manifesting powerful body, with the intention of manifesting Paramashiva through the body, manifesting the state, space, powers, being and the very super consciousness of Paramashiva. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivaswatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nityayuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarše Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabdhe Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwavasunama Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwara Ritu Katakamase Krishna Pakshe Amavasyam Shubhatithau Guruvasarayuktaya Punarvasu Nakshatra Harshana Yoga Chatushpada Karana Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtaya Asyam Shubhatithau Shri Kailasa Dvadashanta Shyamala Pidharudha Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parashiva Putra Ratna Kumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sthanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruta Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktre Srimat Paramashiva Karuna Samadhikata Mukta Maya Chaturashrayana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinnhaka Haladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Sadhyo Nirvana Diksha Vyayapa Varga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramata Kalabha Kesari Shaiva Siddhanta Stapanacharya श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शपनशाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणबद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये। Please wash your hand with an udani of water. Om apa upasprishya
Let us now enter into the yoga. We're going to be beginning with the warm-up. I request all of you to please stand up. Please come to standing position. All of you please come to standing position. Now from here, let us begin by rotating our neck. Start rotating your necks. Rotate it in the clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Now interlock your hands behind your head and gently press them towards the ground. And then above. Gently up and down. Now, let's move forward with rotating our hands. Start rotating your hands. Rotate your hands in the clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Stretch your hands out as you're doing. Now, bend your elbows and start rotating your elbows. Stretch your elbows as you're doing it. Now, let us move to the next exercise. You're going to start twisting yourself from the left to right. Start twisting yourself from the left to right. Exhale as you twist. Exhale as you twist. Now, you're going to bend forward and down as you exhale. Bounce yourself up and down as you exhale, pushing your hand towards the ground and then in the gap between your feet. Come on, push yourself towards the ground and relax. Come back to a standing position, stretch your hands out in front of you. Let's begin by rotating our wrist. Start rotating your wrist in the clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Rotate in the opposite direction. Now, pull your hands towards you in either directions. Now, you're going to interlock your hands above your head and you're going to slowly stretch yourself. Stretch yourself. And slowly bend from the left to right. Stretch towards the left and then to the right. Exhale as you stretch. And now you're going to bend forward and down. Interlock your hands behind your back and try to push your hands all the way towards the ground as you bend forward and down. Try to bring your hands to the ground, head towards your feet. And relax. Now let's begin by rotating our hips. Start rotating your hips. Rotate it in the opposite direction. Now let us move forward to rotating our knees. And rotate it in the opposite direction. And relax. Let's move forward to rotating our feet one foot at a time. And the other foot. And relax. We are now going to begin jumping wherever we are. Just shake your hands out, shake your legs out. Let's get ready to jump. We're going to jump for a minute. As soon as you come down, you're going to push yourself and jump back into the sky. We're ready. 3, 2, 1, begin. Start jumping. Try to jump with both your feet off the ground. Jump, 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 jump. Keep jumping. Come on, we are 30 seconds in. We have another 30 seconds to go. Keep going. Last 20 seconds. Last 20 seconds. Keep going, keep going. And relax. Stop wherever you are. You're going to inhale and exhale as we get ready to enter into the skeleton dance. In the skeleton dance, you're going to visualize yourself as bare bones, and you're going to start shaking your entire body. You're going to start moving your entire body. Let us now enter into the skeleton dance. Please start. Keep shaking. Keep moving. Last few seconds. Come on, last few seconds. Last few seconds. Go faster. Go faster. And relax. Just stop wherever you are. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale deeply. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Feel the breath flowing through your lungs, in and out. Feel the blood coursing through your veins, your muscles. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. As you inhale and exhale, visualize the fire in your Jataragni being awakened. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, Have the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paryankam Tatsamakyatam Yatha Samstam Yatha Sthitihi. The next asana we are going to be entering is Samasana. Sit in a cross-legged position. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your index and thumb touching together. Place them on your knees. Sit straight. Take deep and long inhalations and exhalations as you perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka as you inhale and exhale deeply. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Paryankam Tatsamakyatam Yatha Samstam Yatha Sthitihi.
The next asana is Muktasana. Now, place your feet in Padmasana position. Bring your feet into the Padmasana position. Now, from here, place your palms on your knees, palms facing downwards, and bring your gaze towards the nose. Bring your gaze towards the nose. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling as you visualize the fire in your Jatara, in your navel center being awakened. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
निपीड्य सेविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः वामं व्याप्येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next asana we are performing is Siddhasana. Now remain in the same position and switch your gaze towards your third eye. Bring your gaze towards your third eye. Please bring your gaze towards your third eye. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
स्थानसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपाटभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते।
The next asana we are going to be performing is Siddhyasana. As you continue to be seated in the same position, bring your gaze towards the ground in front of you. We are now going to be performing the Samana Kumbhaka along with the Mahamudra Bandha. Inhale as deeply as possible. Bring your chin to the chest, locking the breath in the Jalandhara Bandha. Hold as long as you can. And release the bandha. Exhale forcefully through your nose and pull your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana bandha. And repeat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामपादके एडी जानो श्रीवनिमधितास कोठानो दक्षिपादिकी एडी जोजी मेढुमधि लगावे सोजी.
The next asana we are going to be performing is Rudrasana. Continue to be seated in the same position. Place your hands in the Bindu Mudra on top of your knees and bring your gaze towards your third eye. Gaze towards your third eye. Inhale and exhale, performing the Samana Kumbhaka. As the breath goes in and out, visualize the Jataragni being awakened in your navel center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि राखे वाम पग थली माहिली कोर दक्षिण के जुबाहर ले बोर.
The next asana we are going to be performing is Santadhunasana. Now bring your gaze towards your nose as you continue to be seated in the same position. Bring your gaze towards the nose. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling, visualizing the breath awakening the Jataragni. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
आसन की गुण मन की छन चलता मीट.
The next asana is Siddhasana 2. Now, maintain one heel on top of the other. Place one heel on top of the other at your groin center. Place your feet, one heel on top of the other at your perineum. Now from this position, bring your hands to your navel center, cupping your palms over the other, resembling a lotus. Resembling a lotus. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
The next asana we are going to perform is Bandha Yoni Asana. As your feet continue to remain in the same position, we are now going to place our hands in the Shamuki mudra. Now place your little fingers beneath your bottom lip, ring fingers above your upper lip, middle fingers on the nose, index on the eyes, and thumb on your ears. You're going to inhale through your nose and then lock all the five senses with your fingers and hold the breath as long as you can. When you are not able to hold anymore, release your index, the middle finger, exhale through your nose, and you're going to repeat. Continue to perform the breathing. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
The next asana is Virasana. Now place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. As you enter into the Ardha Padmasana position, place your hands in the Bindu Mudra and place them on top of your knees. Now sit straight. And hold the position. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, embodying the state and space of bravery and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् स्तता चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now bring your gaze towards your third eye. From the same position, bring your gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as the great sage and author of Ramayana, Sage Valmiki, and continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale, visualizing the fire being awakened in your navel center. The visualization is very important because the very power of the visualization itself will literally burn away the incompletions, the unnecessary fat that is accumulated in your stomach and your body. Have the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दाबा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोज फना दिशि मेट्र दक्षिण आनी लगा वे सोज.
The next asana we are all going to be performing is Joni Mudra Asana. As you continue to be seated in the same position, bring your gaze towards your nose. Bring your gaze towards the nose and hold the position. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. Visualize the Yoni Mandala representing Devi Parashakti in your inner space, and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामपाद की पगथले जाहि माहिले कोर.
The next asana is Yoni Asana. Now bring your gaze towards your third eye and continue to visualize the Yoni Mandala, the Sri Yantra, in your inner space. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling, visualizing the fire in your stomach being awakened. Now, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Bring the soles of your feet together, place them at your perineum. Interlock your hands around your feet and try to get your knees as close as possible towards the ground. You can flap your knees so you can get your knees towards the ground. Try to push your knees as close as possible towards the ground. Now, you're going to perform the Samana Kumbhaka along with the Uddiyana Bandha. Inhale and then exhale, pulling your stomach in and up. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
The next asana we are going to perform is Aghorasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together at your perineum and press your tongue against the roof of your mouth and bring your gaze towards your third eye. With your right hand, cover your mouth. Close the left nostril with the index finger and inhale through the right. Close both the nostrils with your hands and hold the breath as long as you can, and then exhale through the left. And repeat on the other side, inhaling through the left. Hold the breath with both your hands and hold the breath, and then exhale through your left. Continue to perform the Antaku Pranayama. Visualize yourself as an Aghori in your inner space. And the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जो जी वाही विधि जो कीजे सो जी सब अंगुरी मुख बाहरी आने मुख को भुनि संपुट करि ठाने।
The next asana we are going to be performing is Kaneri Pavasana. Now slightly bring your feet in front, heels apart, toes together. Now bring your elbows on your heels, resting your chin on your palms, and bring your gaze towards the nose and engage into the Uddiyana Bandha, performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka. As you are in this position, visualize yourself as an elephant, as a female elephant drinking water. Continue to perform the Moola Bandha. So in this asana, you're going to be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling. So focus on your exhalation. So in this asana, you're going to only focus on exhaling. So once you exhale completely, suck your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha. Exhale and suck your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha. And chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
ग्वाली भाव आसन रख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे।
Yes, the next asana we are going to be performing is the Parasana. So as you are seated with your knees apart and your feet together, you're going to put your hand under your shins and lift your legs up, interlocking your fingers together. So hold yourself in this asana. Keep your gaze towards the nose. Keep your gaze towards the nose. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to do the Moola Bandha and chant the japa
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
दोवु करकी अंगूरी जोवु पतशा आनी लगावे सोवु शाजी पुजावन की जू करे त्रिकुटी दृष्टि अचल करी धरे.
The next asana is the Gopi Chandasana. So continue to have your feet together, your knees apart. Continue to have your feet together, your knees apart. In this asana, you're going to interlock your fingers around your toes and you're going to lift your feet and bring it close to your chest. Bring it close to your chest, under your throat. Try to get it in the groove under your throat, and your heels are to your chest. Your hands are continuing to hold and keep on the chin. Try to get your hand under the chin, and your toes towards your neck, your throat. Keep your gaze towards the nose. Embody the state and space of a king. Embody the state and space of a king. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, Moola Bandha, and chant the japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पूर्व विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे येड़ी हिरद लगावे.
The next asana is the Udarasana. Continue to keep your feet together, your knees apart. Insert the hands underneath the legs and hold on to your feet by interlocking your fingers. Bring the feet up to the chest. Bring the head down and touch the chin to the soles and keep your gaze towards the nose. Keep your gaze towards the nose. Visualize your body free from all the defects. Visualize this in your inner space. Allow the breath to come back in by itself. Focus on the exhalation. Continue to perform the Moola Bandha.
दोवु पगधले संपुट ठाने उभय हस्त करी उलग हिताने अंगुष्ठ दोवु समट हरावे चिपकनी चेता ही लगावे.
Your fingers in the same way as the previous asana, the Udarasana. So in the Vishishtasana, instead of keeping your feet under the neck, visualize yourself excelling in everything. Visualize that you're excelling in everything. And chant the japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Asana is the Bhujasana. So in the Bhujasana, you are going to lift your knees up. Knees should be above the respective shoulders. Once you have your feet above the respective shoulders, try to reach your hand behind. As you are performing this asana, if it's difficult for you to take both the legs up, you can switch and you can do on the other leg. You can alternate and you can do the legs one by one. If you're not able to do both, as the cobra snake, perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, Moola Bandha, and chant the japa. Om. Yes, so you're going to again get your hands into the same position, but this time instead of putting your hands behind below you towards the sides, you're going to get your hands towards the side below you and behind. Try to get your hands behind you now. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, Moola Bandha, and
जिनको घोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
the next asana is the Sankatasana. So in right, and you're going to sit on top of the left leg. So please sit on top of your left leg. Stacking your knees on top of each other. You're going to get your leg in this position. So it's like Gomukhasana, but you're sit on the leg that is below you and place your hands on the opposite. If it's too hard, you can move your leg out a little bit. But if you can sit in a position, try to hold in that position. Build that strength and the flexibility. So if you can do, then make sure that you are doing. Yes. Yourself as a swan. Visualize yourself as a swan in your inner space. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbha. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Move the leg to the side. Your knees are still stacked on top of each other. Do not unlock your knees. Continue to have your knees stacked on top of each other. Try to get place your hands on the knee that is on top. Your right thigh, your right is on the top. Be comfortable in the asana. If it is paining a little bit, that is good. If you are feeling a stretch a little bit, that is good. A cow in your inner space. Let us continue to do the Ujjayi Pranayama. This time, when you sit straight, have your back straight, open up your chest. Have your back straight and open up your chest.
अनुषागिनगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दकल्यम्नीं.
Yes, now you can Machandrasana next. So just relax your feet a little bit, preparing for the Machandrasana. Leg on the right knee. So this is the first initial position. For those of you who are not able to do the first, see, this is almost like that's going second is on the knee. The first leg we are putting up here is the right leg on the left thigh, and the second leg is the left leg on the right knee. Turn towards the left side and place your right hand on the left knee. To touch the right thigh. Yes, all of you are doing it right. Let me just see. Yes, I see all of you are doing it. Experience the nice stretch. Try to push your knee more and get into the position. In your inner space, continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka, the Ujjayi Pranayama, Mula Bandha, and
बहुरोदशन पद है जो जी ताकि नृजु पकड़े सोई.
the next asana is the Machandrasana too. So as you are seated in the same now hold on to the respective big toes, actually the opposite. Don't cross your hand, just hold your opposite knee, opposite toes. Just hold your opposite toes. In front of you on the ground. Yes. Good, good, good. Hold where you can. Hold wherever you are comfortable. Just hold there. Yes. More. Coming up inside you. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Unclutch means do not encourage, entertain, do not engage with any thoughts. From the mouth and the nose, and exhaling from your nose. Perform the Mula Bandha and chant.
राखे सो जी ताकि एड़ी कड़ी सो लावे बहुरी जुगती है और करावे.
You can raise up now. You can raise up. On the left thigh. Interlace your fingers and place your hand on the left thigh. Just turn and thoughts, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, connecting with Swamiji in your inner space, unclutching from all the thoughts, when you can't hold any longer, exhale forcefully and suck your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha and tuck your chin to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. When you can't hold any longer, exhale. Continue to repeat this. Chanting the japa Om Nithyananda.
हस्तौ सम्मीलयेत् गुरुवासनं भवति.
The next asana is the Sankatasana, repeating on the other side. So you can yes. Okay, let us enter into the next asana, which is the Sankatasana, repeating on the other side. This time, bend your right leg under your left thigh. And place it on the other side. Place your hands on top of the opposite knees. As a swan in your inner space. Continue to perform the
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद् वामपादं.
knee Place both your hands on the knee that is there on top. Continue to keep your eyes closed, unclutching from all into the Uddiyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha, locking your perineum region. Chanting the japa. Om. Now we are going to be performing the Machandrasana. So please stretch your legs out. And lift your left hand up this time and place it on the right knee. Towards you and twist your body and place your hand on the visualize Swamiji in your inner space and chant the japa. Om Nitya. Now being seated in the same position, just hold on to the toes from your hands. Bend closed, unclutch from all the thoughts. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, continuing to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka, Mula Bandha, chanting. Now please come back up, interlock your fingers into the visualize Swamiji in your inner space, experiencing the space of oneness, being seated in the Guru Asana. Exhale completely. Suck your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha and repeat the pranayama with the bandhas and chant the japa. Om Nitya. Tapya. Now you can relax your feet. Hands resting by your sides with your palms facing up. That you are being liberated by Swamiji.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Shivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramash Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Your knees, your legs. Slowly pull your knee towards the chest. Rock yourself. Now it's time for us to conclude with the Purna Mantra. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Get your hands. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purna Thank you everyone. Nithyanandam, please come back and be seated for the puja. We have about 20 minutes. Please quickly get
Nithyananda, requesting all the participants to please settle down with your puja kits. We will begin with the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja in a few moments from now. Please be seated in a cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Swamiji near Ananda Gandha, and please avoid any forms of conversations or distractions. Let us begin with the Pada Puja now. Before we begin the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja today, we request all the participants to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following declarations, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer to Swamiji, Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga during the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us begin with the Sadguru Vandana. Please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Namaskar Mudra. Offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyavilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let us now begin with the Tattvachamana. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Next is the Shuklambaradharam. Please take a few flowers and akshata into your right hand. Clench your hands into the Mushti Mudra and tap the sides of the forehead 5 times along with the mantra. Shuklambaradharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhayet Sarvavighnopashantaye. Next is the Pranayama. The inhalation, retention and the exhalation of the breath. Please close your right nostril and slowly inhale through the left nostril. ओम हम ईशानमूर्ताय नमो ह्रीं तत्पुरुषभक्त्राय नमो ह्रीं अगरहृदयाय नमो ह्रीं वामदेवख्याय नमो ह्रीं सत्यजातमूर्ते नमो ह्रीं हृदयाय नमो ह्रीं शिरसे नमो ह्रीं शिखाय नमो ह्रीं कवचाय नमो ह्रीं नेत्रभ्यो नमः हस्त्राय नमः. Close your left nostril and hold your breath. ओम हम ईशानमूर्ताय नमो ह्रीं तत्पुरुषभक्त्राय नमो ह्रीं अगरहृदयाय नमो ह्रीं ओम ह्रीं वामदेवख्याय नमो ह्रीं सत्यजातमूर्ते नमो ह्रीं हृदयाय नमो ह्रीं शिरसे नमो ह्रीं शिखाय नमो ह्रीं कवचाय नमः ओम ह्रीं नेत्रभ्यो नमः हस्त्राय नमः. Slowly exhale through the right nostril. ओम हम ईशानमूर्ताय नमो ह्रीं तत्पुरुषभक्त्राय नमो ह्रीं अगरहृदयाय नमो ह्रीं ओम ह्रीं वामदेवख्याय नमो ह्रीं सत्यजातमूर्ते नमः ओम हृदयाय नमो ह्रीं शिरसे नमो ह्रीं शिखाय नमो ह्रीं कवचाय नमो ह्रीं नेत्रभ्यो नमः ओम अस्त्राय नमः. Now touch your right ear and bring your hands into the Sankalpa Mudra. Clasp your right hand over your left hand and place it onto your right thigh. Create a deep and a strong intention to manifest the reality as you desire. Be in a meditative space, establishing yourself in the space of Sohamasmi. Create the Satya Sankalpa. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopata Samasta Duridakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshati Tame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarše भरतखंडे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्धे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतु कटकमासे कृष्णपक्षे अमावास्यां शुभतिथौ गुरुवासरयुक्तायां पुनर्वसु नक्षत्र हर्षण योग नागवकरण एवं गुण विशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विस्तृत सकल निगमागमसार भूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयाण गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहारह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य ऊर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये. Please drop the flowers and akshata onto your right hand side and wash your hand with an udani of water. Om apa upasprishya. Now, please, next is the Ghantanada. Please take the bell in your left hand, hold it at the level of your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karom Yado Devata Khwaralanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. Next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Be in a meditative space as you remember Swamiji in your Ananda Gandha. Visualize him being seated in the lotus of your Ananda Gandha. Offer all the various upacharas, the various offerings, onto Swamiji's feet as we chant the mantras of the Manasa Puja. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: I offer a seat in the lotus of my heart, which is anointed with the nectar from the 1,000-petal lotus. I offer the water for washing the feet, and I offer my mind as a traditional bouquet. With that same nectar, I offer the water for sipping and bathing. The element of space becomes the clothing, and the essence of fragrance becomes the perfume. Let the mind be offered as a flower, and the life breath become the incense. The element of tejas becomes the lamp, and the ocean of nectar becomes the food offering. The unstruck sound becomes the bell, and the element of air becomes the fan. The 1,000-petal lotus becomes the umbrella, and the principle of sound becomes the song. All the activities of the senses and the restlessness of the mind become the dance. I offer the garland of lotuses as a beautiful girdle with various kinds of flowers. I worship the divine consciousness with the flowers of pure emotions, such as the absence of deceit, the absence of ego, the absence of attachment, the absence of pride, the absence of delusion, the absence of hypocrisy, the absence of hatred, the absence of agitation, the absence of envy, and the absence of greed. The wise know these as the ten flowers. The non-violence is the supreme flower, along with the control of senses, the compassion, forgiveness, and wisdom are the 5 flowers. Thus, with these 15 flowers of pure emotions, I worship Paramashiva. Let us now enter into the Manasa Puja. Om Hritpadmamasanam dadyat सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं चरणयोर् दद्यात् मनस्तु अर्घ्यं निवेदयेत् तेनामृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकं चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेत् छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्तमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद्भावगोचरम् अमायं मनहङ्कारम् अरागं ममदं तथा अमोहकमदम्भं च अद्वेषाक्षोभकौ तथा अमात्सर्यमलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चपम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्. We will now enter into the Upachara Puja, which is the external worship. The first is the offering of Asana, the offering of the seat. Please take some akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayamyupaveshartham Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Swagatam, the offering of welcoming Swamiji. Please take the flower in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartrutva Bhavo Partikaranat Shiva Uktau Mahatantra Mantravidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitaragakalaya Vai Ameyatvat Anantoyam Ajatvacha Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanam Ichanti Deva Swabhishta Siddhaye Tasmai Te Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adya me sabhalam janma jivanam sabhala kriyaha Swagatam yatvaya tanme tapasam phalamagatam. Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. Next is the offering of Padyam, the offering of water for washing Swamiji's feet. Please take an udanya of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Padyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye. Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. Please take the conch decorated with the Arghya and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Arghyaha Om Durvakshata Samayuktam Bilvapatram Tathaparam शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं ग्रहाणाढ्यं महेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं एषो अर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा. Next is the offering of Achamaniyam, the offering of water for the mouthwash. Please take an udhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandaginyastu Yadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grahanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvagalmashanashaya Paripurna Sudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Gandha Tailam, the offering of the scented oil. Please take the Gandha Tailam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandha Tailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokeshu Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Gandha Tailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Snaniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. Please take an udhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Snaniyam Om Idam Sushitalam Vari Swachham Shuddham Manoharam Snanartham Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratigrihyataam Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Vastram, the offering of the sacred clothes. Please take the Vastram in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Vastram Om Maya Chitrapata Channa Nijaguhyoru Tejase Niravarana Vijnaya Vasaste Kalpayamyaham Om Hrim Idam Vastrottariyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. Please take the Abharanam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Abharanam Om Swabhava Sundarangaya Nana Shaktyashrayayate Suvarnam Bhushanam Tubhyam Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Idam Suvarnabharanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Please take the Gandha in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandha Om Shariram Te Na Janami Cheshtam Naivacha Naivacha Maya Niveditan Gandhan Pratigrihyya Vilipyatam Om Hrim Esha Gandha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Pushpam, the offering of flowers. Please take a few flowers made with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Pushpam Om Turiyavana Sampannam Nana Gunamanoharam Ananda Saurabham Pushpam Grihyatam Idamuttamam Om Hrim Etanim Sachandana Pushpanim सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः. Next is the offering of Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaf. Please take a few Bilva leaves smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Bilva Patram Om Amritodbhavam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilva Patram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshwara Om Hrim Etanim Sachandana Bilva Patranim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Vaushate. Next is the offering of the Tulsi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaf. Please take a Tulsi leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands. Offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Tulasi Patram Om Namaste Bahurupaya Varadamurtaye Paramatmane Swaha Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Tulasi Patram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense sticks. We request all the participants to now light your lamps and the incense sticks. Now, please take the lit incense in your hands and slowly wave it around Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhadyassu Manoharaha Agreya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrihyata Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Deepa. Please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhoop Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadeepaha Sarvatastimiراpaha Sabāhyabhyantara Jyotir Deepoyam Pratigrihyata Om Hrim Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Naivedyam. Please take an uddani of water, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividham Deva Sharkaradi Vinirmitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara Om Hrim Idam Shopakarna Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Please take an uddani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvatriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Panarthodakam सर्वदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः. Next is the offering of Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for the mouthwash. Please take an udani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchchishtamapyashuchirva yasya smaranamatrataha शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम्. ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा. Next is the offering of Arihanta, the offering of the lit arati. Please take the lit arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra. And please ring the bell as you do so. Arartekam Om Hrim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshtya Yajate Imam Janatagum Sangranhaniti Dvadasharatni Rashana Bhavati Dvadashamasa Samvatsaraha Samvatsarameva Varundhe Maunji Bhavati Urgvai Munja Aha Urjameva Varundhe Chitra Nakshatram Bhavati Chitram Va Etat Karma Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinде Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Arartrikam Samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Charanakamaleebhyo Namaha. Next is the offering of Pushpanjali. Please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Akhanda Mandala Karam Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidahine Atmanyana Pradhanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mannatha Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguruhu Mamatma Sarvabhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavadvyapta Dehaya Dakshina Murtaye Namaha. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Pushpanjalim Samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Charanakamaleebhyo Namaha. Om Nityanandam. Let us now begin with Ditattvachavanam for the Paramashiva Puja. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः। Let us now begin with the Sakalikarana. Using the left hand, wipe the front and back of your right hand once, and using the right hand, wipe the front and back of your left hand twice. Om Ha Astraya Namaha. Bring your hands in Namaskar Mudra. Shaktaye Vaushat. Bring your hands together with the thumbs touching the respective palms. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Touch the tip of the little fingers and slowly move your thumb down. Om Ham Sadyojata-murtaye Namaha. Touch the tip of the ring finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Him Vamadeva Gukhyaye Namaha. Touch the tip of the middle finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Hum Aghora Hridayaye Namaha. Touch the tip of the index finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraye Namaha. Touch the tip of the thumb and slowly move your index finger down. Om Ham Ishanamurdhaye Namaha. Touch the thumb to the center of the respective palms. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaye Namaha. Bend the index, middle and ring fingers such that they touch the center of the palm. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Touch the center or touch the thumb to the center of the palm. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the little finger. Touch the tip of the little finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the ring finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Touch the tip of the middle finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Touch the tip of the index finger and slowly move the thumb down. Om Him Kavachaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the thumb and slowly move your index finger down. Om Ha Astraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra and rotate them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushat. Bring the thumb to the center of the respective palm. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Now with the right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. The little finger and thumb joined together, touch the respective palm. Om Ham, touch the respective knees. Om Ham Sadyojata-murtaye Namaha. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center. Om Him Vamadeva Gukhyaye Namaha. With the middle finger and thumb joined together, touch the heart center. Om Hum Aghora Hridayaye Namaha. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the upper lip. Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraye Namaha. With the tip of the thumb, touch the top of the head. Om Hum Ishanamurdhaye Namaha. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the heart center. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaye Namaha. With the index, middle and ring fingers, touch your three eyes. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the top of the head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With the middle finger and thumb joined together, touch the back of the head. Om Hum Shikhaye Vashate. Now cross your arms over each other. As we uncross our arms, move your hands around the head. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now strike your right thumb onto the left palm and left thumb onto the right palm. Om Hahasraya Phate. With the index finger and the middle finger, strike the left palm thrice. Om Hahasraya Hum Phate. With the index finger and thumb joined together, snap around yourself in all the 10 directions. Om Hahasraya Phate. Move your hands from the head to the feet by touching the sides of the body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now we'll be making the Samanyarghya. Please mix the sandalwood powder, flowers and akshata into the water inside the Panchapatram and cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your right palm. Chant Om 7 times internally. Om 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 Om. Perform the Digbandhana. Om Hahasraya Bhate. Perform the Avagunthana. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Perform the Dhenu Mudra. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Let us enter into the Avahanam. Offer some akshata onto your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra and meditate on the form of Paramashiva in your inner space. Lalate Tripundri Nitalakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spuritakatikopi Navasanaha Tadha Nodustaram Shirasipani Rajam Shashikala Pradipa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indonibha Panchamukha Hastadashayuktam Shulamragatangamasi Vajrama Bhayam Syat Pashavaradhankusha Manijwala Navame Shvetakamasana Sadashiva Swarupam Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami. Now show the Avahani Mudra. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Show the Sthapani Mudra. Sthapanam. Show the Sannidhana Mudra. Sannidhanam. Show the Nishthura Mudra. Nishthura Mudram Pradarshya. Show the Kalakanthi Mudra. Astraya Humphat. Iti Kalakanthi Mudram Pradarshya. Show the Linga Mudra. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Iti Linga Mudra. Show the Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudra. Show the Avakunthana Mudra. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Iti Avagunthana Mudram Cha Pradarshya. Now let us enter into the Upachara Puja. Beginning with the Asaram, please offer some akshata onto your Atmalinga. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Asanam Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Padya, Achamana and Arghya. Please take an Udani of water. Show it to Paramashiva's feet and offer it into the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Next take another Udani of water. Show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Next, take another Udani of water, show it to Paramashiva's crown and offer it into the Arghya Patra. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Padya Achamana Arghyam Dattva. Next is the offering of Snanam. Please take an uddhani of water and offer it onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Snanam Samarpayami. Take an uddhani of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patra. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Now, please take some akshata in your hands and offer it onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Vastra Yajñopavita Uttari Abharanartam Akshatan Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Gandha. Please take some sandalwood paste and offer it onto your Atmalinga. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Gandhan Dharayami. Please take some kumkum and offer it onto the Gandha. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kumkumam Samarpayami. Next is offering of Pushpa. Please take a few flowers in your hands and offer them each time the word Namaha is chanted onto your Atmalinga. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Bhavasya Devasya Vatne Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Sarvasya Devasya Vatne Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Ishanasya Devasya Vatne Namaha. Om Pashupater Devaya Namaha. Pashupater Devasya Vatne Namaha. Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha. Ugrasya Devasya Vatne Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Rudrasya Devasya Vatne Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Bhimasya Devasya Vatne Namaha. Om Mahate Devaya Namaha. Mahato Devasya Vatne Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Bilvapatra. Please take a bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivaya Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Bilvavatram Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Dhupa. Please take a flower and offer it onto the bell. Om Hahastraya Namaha. Take the bell in your left hand and start ringing the bell. Now sprinkle some water over the Dhupa. Om Hahastraya Bhate. Offer a flower onto the Dhupa. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the Dhupa in your hands and slowly wave it around your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhupamagrapayami. Now please take an uddhani of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Next is the offering of Deepa. Please sprinkle some water over the Deepa. Om Hahastraya Bhate. Offer a flower onto the Deepa. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Deepam Sandarshayami. Please take an uddhani of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Next is the offering of Naivedyam. Please sprinkle some water over the Naivedyam. Om Hahastraya Bhate. Offer a flower onto the Naivedyam. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take an uddhani of water, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer it onto your Atmalinga. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta. Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Naivedyam Nivedayami. Please take a mudra of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Asana bathroom. Om Ham Shivaya Swadham. Next is the offering of the Tambulam. Please take some Akshata in your hands and offer it onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta. Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Samarpayami. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta. Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Tambulam Samarpayami. Now sprinkle some water over the deepa. Om Hahasraya Phate. Offer a flower. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the Aarti in your hands and slowly wave it around your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta. Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Karpura Neerajanam Sandarshayami. Please take another drink of water. Show it to Paramashiva's. Please take a flower in your hand, hover it clockwise over the flame of the Aarti and offer the flower onto your Atmalinga. Rakshandharayami. Next is the offering of Pushpanjali. Please take a flower in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer it onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta. Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. Now please perform the Gayatri Mantra Japa 11 times internally. This is the Shiva Moola Mantra Japa. Please perform the Shiva Moola Mantra Japa 11 times internally. Now please take a flower, some durva grass and akshata into your right hand. Keep your right hand in the Udbhava Mudra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Haim Kavachayuhum. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Offer the flowers and water onto your Atmalinga by the end of the mantra. Om Yatkinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukrita Dushkritam Tanme Shiva Padastasya Bhungshakshapaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvamidam Jagate Shivo Yajati Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevato. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Next is the Tattvachamana. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः। Now, please bring your hands into the Namaskar mudra. Let us conclude with the Purna mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanavastu. Om Nithyanandam.
As the earth turns inward during the divine Chaturmasya, while prayers rise like incense through the heavens, and when even gods observe celestial silence, a divine anticipation stirs in the heart of creation. As the universe prepares to explode with ecstatic joy, for the impossible is about to become possible. The unborn to be born, the teacher of the Gita, the liberator of the worlds. This is no ordinary day. This is Janmashtami.
Love, sacrifice, ferociousness, knowledge, power, all these are separate words in lower middle class level. In the peak of pure consciousness, all these are Ananta Kalyana Gunas of one being, Krishna. If you want to know the meaning of what is life, what is goal, what is good, what is bad, Gita is the dictionary. If you want to read Gita, Krishna is the dictionary.
Krishna, the most powerful, the greatest embodiment of the cosmos, the ultimate eternal divine, who constantly makes himself available to humanity. His very existence is a cosmic dance of bliss, a never-ending romance with existence itself. It is with open arms and overflowing hearts that we invite you to be part of this cosmic celebration with the SPH and Kailasa.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas. Cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems. Global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN Headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Vavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to another day of Paramashivoham. This is today we have the theme: accumulate wealth around you with simple truths. And also today, Swamiji will be gracing us in the Bhava Samadhi darshan of Keshavarthamurti. Of course, there will be initiations and different powers that we'll be practicing today. So we have a full, fun-packed day ahead of us. So welcome to everyone. Thank you for being here with us. We have Charmaine News, Nithyanandam. We have Ma Sally Chen, Nithyanandama. We have Ma Nishtra Gunya, Nithyanandama. We have Ma Mahasatya, Nithyanandama. We have Vishwanathan Aya, Nithyanandamaya. And we also have Ma Agora Swarupini with us, Nithyanandama. So good to have you all with us. So yes, we have just had a powerful 2-hour yoga, and also followed by the puja, the Nitya Puja. So we should be all ready to go, all energized, all connected to the divine. So let us get ready for the first part of the program. So every day that we start with the third eye manifestation. So the powers of the third eye, and we'll start with the Shasta Pramana, which is a spiritual reference to manifest these powers of the third eye. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishtan militalochanaha kramena manaso dadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. The translation says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed. In succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, one directly sees the ultimate goal by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So, continuing on that space of oneness that we experience from the yoga and Paramashiva Puja, let us sit in that space of oneness. Let us pick our eye bands. If you have an eye band, you can tie it around your eyes, or if you have a piece of cloth that can stop light from getting through to your eyes, you can have that and then tie it around your eyes, making sure there is no light coming in through your eyes. Let us sit in that space of oneness. Simply remember the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva. Remembrance invokes his presence in your inner space. Let your inner space be completely filled with the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva, sitting comfortably. Again and again, visualize his form, invoking his presence in your inner space. Connecting with him deeply. Let us chant the Mahavakya, which brings us back to that space of oneness, reminds us of our true nature. I am Paramashiva. I am Nithyananda Paramashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chant intensely. Let Paramashiva manifest the power of vision beyond the sight. Let Paramashiva reveal the image that is being projected to you. Let us start.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyes, take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. What was the details of the image that we had displayed for you just now?
Anything that happens in our space during this manifestation is a revelation from Paramashiva, so don't omit anything. It was revealed by Paramashiva. By the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we are all initiated into manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. When we sit in that space, Paramashiva simply manifests. Just by our invocation, our invitation, he simply comes and manifests. So whatever happens is a true manifestation of Paramashiva. Don't omit anything that happens during this period. Write down immediately so you don't miss any details. And share. Sharing is definitely for others to see as well, but more for you to see and recognize how Paramashiva has manifested through you and how your will persistence is making it happen. The only key for manifesting powers consistently is will persistence. Meaning when we sit again and again every single day, you will see that manifestation beautifully happens. Paramashiva manifests through you beautifully.
And for those of you that are following us on YouTube, you can also take part. And we do have a couple of comments on YouTube. Yes, we have Sonia K that says Nithyananda. Yes, Nithyananda. We also have Brandy 4444. Thank you. And yes, Nithyananda. Good to have you both with us. If you have taken part in the power manifestation, you can go ahead and share as well. Let us know what was revealed to you in your third eye.
Let's quickly have a sharing moment before we enter into the second round. Ma Nitya Nirahankara is saying, golden dots of light, the grey stone mountain, the white lake water, black tree branches, and green mountains. Fantastic. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much for sharing. Powerful revelations from Paramashiva with such minute detail as well.
Yes, I'm just going to give a few moments more for other participants to share as well. So Ma Sally Chen, if you've taken part, please go ahead and share, Ma. Ma Nistrakunya as well, if you have taken part, please go ahead and share, Ma. And also we have Vishwanathanaya Agara Swarupini Ma and Ma Gui Shujing. If you have taken part in this power manifestation, and of course also Charmaine News. If you have taken part in this power manifestation, then please go ahead and share the details, what was revealed to you, the revelation that you had from Paramashiva in terms of the details for the image that we displayed.
Yes, as Nithyananda has shared all the details, we see that Paramashiva is manifesting more than what we are actually able to see. That's the two-dimensional image. He reveals more details, and also the what is beyond that. So Manistri Singh by accident saw the picture. Great, no problem. We can go for the second round and do the manifestation. No issues. Now let us bring back that image on screen. Yes, as you can see, beautiful lake and what looks like a forest near a huge mountain, and it actually looks like a range of mountains. A lot of peaks that we are able to see, and this one in particular looks like a big, probably from water it's been cut off, but there's definitely it looks like there's been cut off over the years. And blue water and green trees, large what look like pine trees, and towards the back we see some white clouds in the horizon and blue, nice blue sky, and definitely the peaks of the mountains are gray in color. And yeah, overall such colors, vibrant colors are available in this picture. And let's just come back to Nithyananda saying golden dots of light, beautiful. The gray stone mountain, fantastic. The white lake water, definitely there. And the black tree branches, yes, all the tree branches we see from here, it looks all black tree branches. And green mountains. And see, yes, there is definitely, the mountains have a lot of green patches on them from their trees, their forests, and bushes on top of the mountains. So that's fantastic how Paramashiva has revealed so many more details, and it's getting more and more accurate. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much for sharing. With that, we'll just enter into the second round of manifestation. Let us once again have our eye bands on, or a piece of cloth that we can tie, and make sure this time that we don't see the image. Make sure that now itself tie the eye band or the piece of cloth so you don't have the opportunity to see. And let Paramashiva manifest and reveal the picture to you. Let he manifest, let Paramashiva manifest the power of vision beyond the sight to all of us. Once again, sit in that space of oneness with Paramashiva. Sit remembering the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva. Sitting with your deep feeling connection with Swamiji, invoking his presence in your inner space. Let's have the eye bands on with that piece of cloth tied around your eyes. Let's go ahead and get ready for the manifestation. Let's chant the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue to chant intensely. Let Paramashiva reveal the image to you. The image is being projected now. Let's start.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, let us slowly relax. Let's remove our eye bands. Let's remove our eye bands and let our eyes get used to the light. Great. So now let's quickly share what Paramashiva revealed to all of us. Let's have a sharing moment. Hope this time nobody saw the picture by accident. And Paramashiva truly manifests when we sit in that presence. So share your experience, share your revelation, what got to you and how you received it. Let's have a quick sharing moment. The revelations are powerful. No matter how accurate we are able to receive it, Paramashiva manifests inside us, in our inner space. That's beautiful. That's phenomenal. That's the blessing and initiation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So always a moment for us to enjoy, celebrate, and be in that space of Paramashiva Tva. When he manifests, not just this power he is expressing, so much of healing, so much of powerful cognitions that we are receiving every single day, they all become a part of us. And today, we'll just take this opportunity to remind everybody there will be live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism manifesting as Lord Venkateshwara on the auspicious day of Varalakshmi Vratam. The Varalakshmi Puja will happen and it will be a beautiful moment for all of us to receive live darshan from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here we have Sri Vishwanathan Ayya saying light, green, sunlight, and green again. Okay, fantastic, Ayya. Thank you so much for participating and sharing. And we'll just give one moment for the others to share before we bring that image back on the screen. And as we can see, Vishwanathan Ayya, sisters. Just us sitting again and again. And Ma Nitya Nirahankara saying blue ocean, a grey tower, the distant grey white mountain range, golden sunshine, nearby green mountains and plants, the city wall, the shining golden Buddha statue. Wow, excellent. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much for sharing. And Ma Nistrai Gunya is sharing Swamiji shows a tall building and maybe New York scenery, water of Manhattan and Park, but also a red train. Beautiful. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much for sharing. Swamiji has revealed so many details for all of us here. So truly remarkable. How Paramashiva reveals what he reveals, and he doesn't only reveal the two-dimensional image, he reveals so much more for us to see and feel as well. So fantastic. Let's now bring that image back and see how the revelation was.
Just before we do, if you're following us on YouTube, you can take a moment and share as well. So there are a number of people following us on YouTube. If you have taken part in the power manifestation, we do monitor the YouTube chat as well. So please, you can let us know if you've taken part and what was revealed to you in your third eye for this power manifestation. Okay, so let's bring that image back. And yes, we can see a beautiful, glorious image. We have a stream going through the forest. We can see the forest on the right-hand side is quite steep, going upwards towards the right. We can see the bright sunshine peering through the trees. We can see nice stream just flowing by. We have trees on both sides. Lots of green, lots of yellow, lots of brown, so brown of the earth. Perhaps even leaves that have fallen on the ground. You can see lots of green moss on the rocks as well. So yes, a beautiful image. So let's have a look at the sharings. We have Vishwanathan that shares light, green, sunlight, and green. Yes, spot on, Aya. Very much spot on. So definitely we have, we can see the light, we can see the sun just peering through the trees. Lots of green and definitely the sunlight. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Aya, and congratulations for manifesting. We have Ma Nitya Nirahankara that shares blue ocean, grey tower, the distant grey-white mountain range, golden sunshine, nearby green mountains and plants, city wall, shining golden Buddha statue. So Mars, we have a lot of that. We have lots of green. We have the golden sunshine. We have the green mountains as such. So towards the right, it goes up and up. So it's quite possibly a mountain. We have plants, city wall. So we don't see the city walls in this image, but Paramashiva reveals more than what we have here, what we see in with the two eyes, with the 2D, two-dimensional image. We have the shining golden Buddha. So that's very possible as well, Ma. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma, and congratulations. And we have Ma Nistra Gunya that shares tall building, maybe New York scenery. So it could actually, I don't know. I mean, we do have in New York, there's the Central Park that has water through it. I think it has a lake in the middle. We have in the New York, in the Central Park, you have lots of trees, lots of beautiful scenery as well. So maybe that was some sort of a connection there, Ma. Red train, so we don't have the red train, at least not in this image. We can't see in the image itself. It's possible there's some sort of train or some sort of a vehicle nearby, but we don't actually see it in this image itself. So yes, thank you very much for everyone for sharing, and thank you and congratulations for manifesting this power. And yes, from the moment that you do sit in the space of oneness Paramashiva, with Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the manifestation just flows through you. So yes, once again, congratulations.
Yes, with that, let us now enter into the first session for the day. Now, wealth man, how we can accumulate wealth around us with the simple truths. In wealth, there are statistics how religion, the ideas that we carry, they have is an essential factor in wealth accumulation. So religion plays a huge role in how much and how we are able to accumulate wealth. The study suggests that religious beliefs children learn in their families translate into educational attainment, adult occupations when they grow up, what kind of occupations they enter into, financial literacy, how much they are knowledgeable in how the financials and the economics work, the social connections and other factors that influence greatly.
So one more important thing that the study says is that it's not only religious affiliation, but people who attended religious services regularly have accumulated more wealth as well. So understand that expansion in life is freedom. So these are the wealth consciousness principles as per Hinduism. So expansion in life is freedom, and expanding in health, expanding in wealth, in every field of your life, that is life. Having success in expanding in every field, that is what life is all about. So creating wealth itself is an intrinsic part of our life. And also we have Bhagavan Krishna that says very beautifully in the Bhagavad Gita, the universe by its nature just works and works and works. So if you have at least a goal of creating wealth, you will be creative. Your energy will be channeled in the proper way. So with that cognition in mind, let us move into the first revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So today's topic, today's theme, once again, is accumulating wealth around you with simple truths. So we'll be starting with the program now. If you know anyone around you, any friends, family that also require help in the wealth department, and let's face it, most of us do, you can give them a call, ask them, tell them to come join. So this is a powerful topic today that we are looking at, how to accumulate wealth around you. Just simple things that we can do, simple cognitions that we can set upon to start accumulating wealth around us. So we'll be starting first of all with the right attitude towards creating wealth. So requesting everyone take a moment, sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Make sure you call your friends, family as well, and let us get ready for this revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on accumulating wealth. Let's begin.
The fifth chapter, Karma Sannyasa Yogam. Starts with Arjuna's question. Arjuna uvacha sannyasam karmanam Krishna punar yoganja samsasi yasre yayeta yorekam danme bruhi sunischitam. Arjuna said, "O Krishna, first of all you asked me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" I really feel Arjuna must be playing a game. A person who was a king can never be so dumb. Again and again, Krishna is explaining so clearly in every sloka, but Arjuna is coming back to the same point. Either both of them are playing a game so that the Gita can be delivered to the world, or there is no way Arjuna can be saved. There is no other book which is so clear, so direct. There is no other master who is so straight giving instructions. Again Arjuna asks, "O Krishna, first of all you ask me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" You will never be able to solve a problem if you start thinking which will be more beneficial. Please be very clear. You can never solve a problem if you start thinking which will be more beneficial. Before thinking which will be more beneficial, you should be clear of one point: with what scale you want to measure your benefits. That's a basic thing. What is the scale you are going to use to measure whether you are benefited or not, whether you are successful or not? Before thinking whether you are successful or not, before coming to the conclusion whether you are successful or not, you need to know with which scale you are going to measure your life. Before that, unless you know the scale with which you are going to measure your life, you can't jump to conclusion. Jumping to the conclusion should be done with clear intelligence. Small one-liner. What do you call falling out of an airplane without parachute? That is jumping to the conclusion. Jumping to a conclusion. If you do it without a proper scale, you are just jumping to a conclusion. You don't know where you are landing. Before understanding, before measuring your life, whether you are successful or not, you should be clear with what scale you are going to measure your life. In the end of the day, if you are going to measure your life with the scale of dollars, then you have to work only for dollars. In the end of the day, you know with which scale you are going to measure your life. So from morning till evening, you will work only for that goal. End of the day, you know, yes, this is the scale with which I am going to measure my life. You can come to a conclusion whether you are successful or failure. But by the time you reach the evening, the very scale changes. Then what to do? In our life, when we start our life, the scale is different. When we end our life, the scale with which we are measuring whether we are successful or failure, the very scale changes. I can tell one thing, fortunately the scale changes. Only for a matured person scale changes. If you learn the lessons from existence, if you learn the lesson from life, the scale with which you will measure your life, whether you are successful or not, should change. If it does not change, please be very clear, you are going to take one more life from zero. Where you left, you are going to start your life from the same point. Unless you learn the lesson, you are not going to end the game. You are going to play the same game again and again and again. If the scale changes, the scale with which you measure whether you are successful or not, if it changes, it shows you are getting mature. If it stays in the same scale, money, please be very clear. Not only you will not be able to measure your life clearly, second thing, you will be sure failure. Third thing, you will again start your whole game from day one. From day one, how you came to the planet Earth, with the same maturity, you will start your next life also. In all three ways, you will be a failure. A man whose scale has not become mature is a very important thing. If only dollar is your scale, if only outer world comfort is your scale, be very clear, again and again you will feel you could have done little more. You could have done little more. I could have done little more. I think I missed. Let me tell you a small story. One barber, king's barber, that guy used to live a very happy life. Every day morning he will go and shave king's face. King will give 10 coins. He will come back to the house. He will live his life happily with the 10 gold coins. Next day he will again go, shave the barber's face, shave the king's face, come back, have his 10 coins salary, live his life. His life was really beautiful, blissful. Nothing to bother about. There is nothing about which he is worried. He was happy. One day, when he was coming back from king's palace, suddenly he heard a voice. He heard a voice, booming voice. Dear son, do you want pot filled with gold coins? This man said, pot filled with gold coins. But what am I going to do? I have no use for that. My expense is $10 and that is enough. My expense is just 10 gold coin. That is enough. I don't need anything more. The booming voice says, all right, I'll give you 24 hours to think. You can go to your house, you can discuss with your wife, come back tomorrow and tell me. This poor guy, he could have at least kept quiet. He went and opened his mouth to his wife. Now you know. You fool, don't you have sense? You should have brought that jar. And you never did this for me, you never did that for me. Throughout my life, I am wearing the same sari. You have never given me any jewelry. You never got this for me. You never took me here. You never took me there. What did I enjoy after marrying you? I always tell, marriage is 3-ring circus. One is engagement ring. Next is wedding ring. Third is suffering. Engagement ring, wedding ring and suffering. She starts shouting at him. This guy says, all right, don't worry. The booming voice has given me time. Till tomorrow morning, I have time to decide. Next day morning, I will talk to him and get the pot. He goes there. Next day morning, he asked that voice, please give me that jar. Immediately, Yaksha is appearing there. Yaksha means a man who has got wealth but who never enjoyed. Who has got wealth but who never enjoyed. In India, there will be a lot of these agricultural fields. They will keep 2-3 dogs. The dogs neither they will eat nor they will allow other animals to come and eat. Same way, if you have wealth, neither you enjoy nor you share with others. You are called Yaksha. Yaksha is a person who has got wealth, neither he enjoys nor he shares with the world. I always tell people, either you do dana or you will become Mahadani. If you do dana, a little bit you will share and you will also enjoy, others also enjoy. If you don't do small danas, you will become Mahadani, means you will leave everything and go away. Once for all. Yaksha is a person who has got enough wealth, but he never enjoys and never shares with others. Somehow he appears and he says, have this jar. This jar has got 990 gold coins. Just 10 gold coins less. Just 10 gold coins less. The guy brought the gold jar back to the house. He is very happy that he can spend it for at least 990 days. He can be happy. He spends $10, at least 99 days he can spend. The moment wife got the jar, she said, what is this? The jar is not over. The jar is not overflowing. There is something missing. He said, I don't know. This is the way I got the jar. The Yaksha told me it is a little less. She started worrying. If it is full, overflowing, how nice it will be. It would have been so nice. Anyhow, next day, the barber comes back. She takes all the gold coins and puts it in that jar. She wants the jar to overflow. Again, the jar is little low. It is not full because Yaksha's jar never gets filled. Yaksha's jar means your mind. Your mind is Yaksha's jar. Yaksha's jar is made of our kapala, our head. However you may have, whatever you may get, in 10 days you will feel it is not sufficient. In 10 days your mind will take everything for granted. Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, before achieving, even a mustard seed will look like a mountain. Without that, as if your life will not move. That's a basic important thing for your life. Once you achieve it, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. The mind is such, before achieving, even a mustard seed will look like a mountain. Once you achieve, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. She feels there is something missing. Next day again, she takes the money from barber and puts it into the jar. Again it is little low. It's almost, but it is not full. Continuously 1 week she is not giving food for barber. She is not giving anything to him. She takes away all the money and she wants only one thing, that jar should overflow. By 1 week, this fellow has become tired, dull. His face has become very dull. King started inquiring, what happened? You used to look so fresh. What happened to you? For last 1 week, you are tired. And you started thinking about something. You have started worrying. What happened to you? Did you accept Yaksha's jar? King asked him, did you accept any gold part from anybody? Suddenly, Barber is just shocked. He says, "Oh king, how do you know?" King says, "Whomsoever is suffering in this country, whomsoever is unhappy in this country, all of them have accepted Yaksha's jar." Please be very clear. Go back to your house and see, do you have a Yaksha's jar or not? If you are worrying, if you are suffering, there is every chance in your house you are having Yaksha's jar. If you have Yaksha's jar, of course, when I say Yaksha's jar, it may not be there in your house, it will be there in your head. Yaksha's jar is made out of kapala, means the head, which always makes you feel you are not enough, you are not complete, you are not full. The head which makes you think continuously you are not enough, you are not complete, is what is Yaksha's jar. When you go back to your house, check once. Do you have Yaksha's jar in your house? Be very clear. Sometimes Yakshas hand over the jar in the form of bank balance. Don't think you may have just a bar. You may have just a jar. Don't think it will be just only in the form of a jar. It may be in your mind. Man who is continuously feeling that he is not fulfilled, or man who is measuring his whole life with the scale of wealth, will never feel fulfilled. Because he has got Yaksha's jar in his house, he will have only more and more suffering. Yaksha's jar will never be fulfilled. Yaksha's jar will never be filled. First we need to understand with what scale you are going to measure your life, whether your life is beneficial or not. That itself has to be defined. Only then you can enter, you can choose the path. The end of the day, end of your life, at the end of your life, how you are going to measure your life, that whether it was successful or not. Now itself let you be very clear. What is the scale? Here Arjuna asks, Sanyasam karmanam Krishna punar yoganja samsasi yasreya yedayo regam danme bruhi sunischitam. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two, karma or sannyasa, which of the two is more beneficial? We are all again and again asking this question to ourselves. Man is dilemma. Please be very clear. Your mind is nothing but dilemma. Your mind will be alive as long as you are caught between the extremes. The moment you come to any single conclusion, you will be liberated. The moment you reach any conclusion, you will be liberated. You will be ignorant as long as you are moving from this extreme to that extreme. Don't say ignorance is bliss. If ignorance is bliss, why so many people are suffering in the planet Earth? Why do you think so many are suffering? Ignorance is not bliss. Innocence is bliss. That is different. Innocence means you will not carry a scale with which continuously you will be measuring your life. Ignorance means you will have a scale, but you are not able to fulfill your life according to your scale. If you neither have scale nor have a goal, then no problem. But here, you have intelligence, you have intellect, you have enough of intellect to have a scale, but you are not able to fulfill it. That is what I call ignorance. First thing we need to understand is man as such is a disease. The first and last disease is dilemma. Dilemma is the disease with which he starts his life and ends his life. I can't even say ends. He will be in a dilemma whether to end or not. It is just taken away from him. It is just taken away from him. Why do you think worry kills more people than work? Because more people worry than work. Worry is nothing but dilemma. Here, Arjuna is having a dilemma. Which is more beneficial for me? If you look into the whole life as a utility, some way of benefit, please be very clear, you are creating, you are building your own hell. Life has no separate benefit. Life itself is benefit. You cannot measure your life whether it is success or failure with a scale. If you have a scale, please be very clear. If you don't achieve, you will feel life is a failure. If you achieve, you will face the depression of success. That's all. Both the way, you are going to be in trouble. Life itself is a benefit. If you ask which of the two is more beneficial, that also more beneficial. Business mind, a pure business mind, with the life you cannot do business. Whole life cannot be business. Be very clear. At some point, you need to relax from business. You need to relax from the business mentality. I always tell people, at least half an hour per day, at least 30 minutes per day, do something which will not get dollars for you. Some painting, some writing, some poetry. When you start painting yourself, don't start thinking of a big gallery. I'll make all these paintings and put gallery in New York and make money. When you start writing few poems, don't start thinking of Nobel Prize. I'll publish this and it will become like Gitanjali, then I will have Nobel Prize. No. Without thinking about any result, benefit, just do something. Go to a place like this, some temple, clean it, wipe it. Don't think, I'll become the leader of volunteer batch. The moment you take the broomstick in your hand, start mopping, start cleaning the room, start cleaning the temple, you start planning how to have a volunteer batch and how to become leader of that batch. All you need to do is only one thing, a simple technique. The whole thing is now reduced to a one-line message. Let all your mental thoughts, let all your physical deeds be directed towards the gratitude to the divine. Don't work out of fear or greed, because whatever you achieve out of your greed, you are not going to feel fulfilled. It's like a pouring ghee into the fire. Can you quench the fire by pouring ghee into it? Never. So you will never be able to feel the fulfillment. So all your actions done out of greed will only make your senses weak and tired. Same way, all your laziness done out of fear will only make your mind restless. Because you may not do anything physically, but your mind will be worrying. If you have become karma yogi out of greed, your senses will be only weakened, because how much you will run? All the running will make only your senses weak. If you become sannyasi out of fear, again, you may not do anything physically, but whole day you will be sitting and worrying. A small story, one-liner. When a man don't have money, the problem is money. When he has got money, the problem is sex. When he has got sex, the problem is comforts. When he has got comforts, when everything goes well, he starts worrying about the death. He has started bothering about the death. He has started thinking about death. Something or other will be going on in your mind. Don't think people who have become sannyasis, who are sitting in the Himalayas, they are in the bliss. They are in ecstasy. No. Unless they change the attitude, they cannot experience joy. Unless the attitude changes, they cannot experience bliss. Bliss is directly related to your attitude. Being, doing and having. Your whole life will be directed to doing and having if you are caught in fear and greed. If you center yourself into the being, doing and having, both will happen through you with a tremendous ecstasy. Never work out of greed, because that is waste. Never work out of fear. Again it is waste. Never become silent out of fear, because there is nothing to lose. Never become silent out of fear, because why should you be afraid? Whether you are afraid or not, everything is going to be taken away. Why not be blissful? Same way, never work out of greed, because whatever you achieve is going to be taken away. Then why should you waste your life in working? Both the corners. Understand? There is a beautiful story. One man goes to Ramakrishna and asks for money as a blessing. Ramakrishna will never bless for money. He will never bless for money. He goes to Ramakrishna and asks, Master, please bless me. I should have wealth. Finally, Ramakrishna says, all right, let you have wealth. You will be surprised. He was working. He was not working. Actually, he used to collect paper from road. The roadside, he will collect the papers. And he will go to house and collect the old paper and make money out of it. He used to make his living out of it. The day Ramakrishna blessed, something happened. Within 10 years, he became the owner of a very big magazine called Ananda Bazar Patrika. If you are from Calcutta, you know. The founder of Ananda Bazar Patrika is disciple of Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna blessed him, you will have wealth. Till today the magazine is running. And you will be surprised. You don't have kids. You don't have kids. In the end of the life he says, oh God, now I realize I asked for wealth from Master. Now I understand. Throughout my life I did only one thing. I work like a donkey, that's all, nothing else. I created the whole thing and I am now leaving it and going away. I just work for somebody who is going to enjoy this wealth. So if you work out of greed, please be very clear, one day you will repent. One day you will repent. Why do you think parents are so possessive of children? Because they have vengeance inside. I worked, created so much wealth, I am leaving it for you. Why don't you fellow obey for my words? Listen to my words. All the possessiveness comes because you suffered and created the wealth. That is why you have so much of possessiveness. You try to control them so much. If the wealth is created without suffering, when you give also, it will be like a graceful. You will give gracefully as a gift. You will not bind him in so many ways. You will not torture him. You will not expect him to do so many things. You will not play with your wealth. You will clearly write will in an open way. Why do you think people write always their will secretly? Why do you think people write their will secretly? So that they will be dangling the carrot. It is nothing but dangling the carrot. The guy should be continuously behind them. The person who has created wealth out of suffering, when he gives the wealth, he will share, he will give the suffering also. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I hear that father's parents' karma will come to the son. Children, is it true? Surely the sins and merits of the parents will not come to you, but the mental setup will come to you. Because they will try to force that on you. They will try to force that mental setup on you. They will expect that you should live as they want. They will try. We always try to fulfill our ambitions through our kids. If you want to become doctor, if you have not achieved, if you have not become doctor, you try to fulfill your ambition through your kids. You try to fulfill your ambitions through the next generation. Never do that. If you do that, you will be destroying their life. You will be sharing not only your wealth, your suffering also. The man who created the wealth out of suffering will give suffering to the person to whom he gives the wealth. And next thing, if he is not able to torture the son or the daughter who is receiving the wealth, he will start suffering. If he knows this fellow is not going to listen to me, he is not going to live as I want, he will start suffering. I am leaving all these things, believing him. I don't know what will happen. I don't know what he will do. When he dies, he will have worst death. He will be like a yaksha. He will come back and sit on the property. Be very clear. He will not let even his son to enjoy the property. He will come back and sit on that property. I have seen many litigation cases. The parents, when they give their wealth to kids, somehow or other, even after 30, 40 years, the kids will not be able to enjoy the wealth. Be very clear, it means the property is with Yaksha. The guy has come back and he is sitting as a Yaksha in the property. Neither he will enjoy nor he will allow others to enjoy. If the property will be in Indian litigation, Indian court. In Indian courts, you know, when judgments come. The last judgment day. Only on that day all the judgments are given. And when the last judgment day, neither you know, nor I know. I don't know whether God knows or not. There is a small story. American president goes to God and asks, God, when our country will become number one? God says 50 years. Then he thinks, array 50 years, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. He starts weeping. Next, Russian president goes and asks God, God, when will our country become first? He says 100 years. Oh, neither I will be alive nor my son will be alive. He starts weeping. Indian chief, he goes and asks God, God, when will India become chief? God starts weeping. I don't know whether I will be alive or not. Till that time, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. So be very clear, whenever the judgment comes, it takes its own sweet time. For a file to move from one table to another table, if file grows the leg and moves by itself, only then it is possible. Otherwise, it takes its own sweet time. What to do? Truth has to be told, nothing else can be done. We have to share the truth. It means the yaksha is sitting. Again and again, we share what we create. That's what I always tell people. If the wealth is created out of pain body, you will transfer the pain body also to the next generation along with the wealth. If it is created out of just relaxed mood, out of voluntary decision, or I can say without any strong motivation. One important thing we should understand, working without motivation is completely unheard in the West. All the people who are working in the field of mind, psychologists, psychiatrists, the people who do research in the field of mind, all the scientists always emphasize, without motivation you cannot work. That is why so many motivational gurus in the West. West is haunted by motivational gurus. So many motivational gurus. Please be very clear. These scientists, these psychologists, these doctors have come to the conclusion after doing analysis on patients, not on an enlightened man. They never had a specimen of a Buddha. They never encountered an enlightened man. That is the reason they say work without motivation is impossible. I tell you, work without motivation is the only work. Work without motivation will never make you tired. Will never make you tired. Every moment you will be ecstatic. You will be working out of bliss. First he gives the technique to enter into that state. Then he says, if you can stay in the same state, you are liberated.
Yes, welcome back. Beautiful revelations there by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the right attitude towards creating wealth. So with that, let us now get into a technique. So on the same topic, let us get into a technique on the right attitude towards creating wealth. And by the way, if you have any questions about anything that we are covering, everything we have covered so far, please don't hesitate. Let us know in the chat. Let us know, and we will address it straight away, because it's important. See, everything, all the information built on top of each other. So it's important that we have the right foundation to start from. And if there's any holes in that foundation, similar to when we build a house, we need a strong foundation to make sure that the house is solid, it won't fall over. So if we have the right foundation of knowledge, without any holes, any gaps in this knowledge, then we can have a full understanding, a complete understanding of the topics that Swamiji is revealing to us. So once again, if you have any questions at any time, so whether you're following us on YouTube or on two-way in the Zoom room with us, then please just let us know in the chat box provided and we will address them.
Yes. Now let us internalize and enter into this powerful technique to build the right attitude towards creating wealth. The first thing that we need to understand is to let all our mental thoughts, all our physical deeds, everything to be directed towards the gratitude to the divine. This makes sure that we don't work out of fear or greed, because whatever we achieve out of greed, we are not going to be fulfilled. It's like pouring ghee into the fire. The fire can never be quenched by pouring ghee into it. So we'll never get to feel the fulfillment. All of our actions done out of greed will only make our senses weak and tired. The same way, all our laziness done out of fear will only make our mind restless, because we may not be doing physically, but our mind will be constantly running after it, constantly worrying about it. Our fear is rooted in the Swadhisthana chakra, that is the chakra which is located 2 inches below the navel center. And the greed is rooted in the Mooladhara chakra, the chakra as we learned earlier, which is at the root, the base of the spine. Those 2 chakras handle the fear and greed part. So now sit straight. Let us begin this exercise, this technique. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Let your head, neck, and back be in a straight line as much as possible. Let us sit comfortably. If there is any part of the body that needs a little attention, adjust yourself. Adjust yourself so you can sit comfortably in a relaxed way, with your head, neck, and spine in the straight line. Intensely pray to that ultimate energy, ultimate presence, Parabrahma Krishna, to give this experience of this meditation to all of us. Pray to that ultimate energy, Parabrahma Krishna, to give the experience of this meditation. Whatever experience that you seek from this meditation, let Parabrahma Krishna give that to us. The first thing, visualize that all your senses are completely shut. Visualize your eyes are completely closed. Eyes are shut. Do not allow any visualization to happen inside your being. So not only closing the eyelids, close the eyes, meaning even after you close your eyelids, there cannot be any visuals going around. The way to do that is to visualize that your eyeballs have become completely dark. You're only seeing darkness in front of you.
Now visualize that your ears are shut. Visualize your sense of touch is also shut. Visualize your smelling capacity, your nose is also shut. Visualize that your face is also shut. Feel deeply. All the 5 senses are now shut. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. As slowly as possible. And just let your full consciousness reside between the two eyebrows in the Anya chakra. So in a very relaxed way, let you be aware of the space between your two eyebrows. Don't concentrate. Don't tense yourself. Just in a very relaxed way, feel a deeply relaxed awareness. Let your Muladhara chakra be relaxed, the root of the spine, the root chakra. So let your root chakra be relaxed. Let your Swadhisthana chakra, your being chakra, also be relaxed, just below the navel. And just let your whole consciousness come up to the Anya chakra between the two eyebrows. Let you concentrate in the space between the two eyebrows. Let you relax in the Anya chakra between your two eyebrows. Now visualize a cool, soothing light in your Anya chakra, the space between the eyebrows. Relax in the same Anya chakra between your two eyebrows. Forget the world, forget your body, forget your mind. Remember only the Anya chakra, the space between the two eyebrows. If you drift off, just bring yourself once again to your Anya chakra, in the space between the two eyebrows. And relax in the same state in your Anya chakra.
Now, go deeply into the Agnya chakra. Go deeply into the space between your two eyebrows. Go deeply into the Agnya chakra. Visualize a beautiful, cooling, soothing light in the Agnya chakra. Visualize a beautiful, cooling, soothing light in the Agnya chakra. Let you experience beautiful, blissful light happening in the Agnya chakra. Without tensing ourselves, let the awareness be in the Agnya chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between two eyebrows. Let your awareness be in the Agnya chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the two eyebrows. Let you rest in the space between two eyebrows in a relaxed way.
Let you relax in the same space of eternal consciousness. Let you be beyond the body and the mind. Let your intelligence be awakened. And let you work your eternal consciousness. Let's just sit in this space for a few minutes. Yes, let you all have a pleasant awareness of the Anya chakra. Now you can relax slowly, very slowly. You can open your eyes. Let us consciously decide to stay in the same mood for the next few days. Bringing your full awareness into the Anya chakra, forgetting the body and forgetting the mind. All right, so while we're in this space, let us move on to the next segment in today's program. And it is another detoxing program segment, more truths from the Ayurveda. And now we'll be looking at Haritaki.
Yes. Now, the Haritaki is one of the potent aushadas that is revealed to us by Swamiji. Ayurveda very clearly describes Haritaki is much more than our mother. It will do more good to you than your mother. That's how much Ayurveda places. That's how much importance Ayurveda places for Haritaki. What happens is each worry that we have, each worrying thought that we have, becomes like a small bubble of ulcer in our intestine. It does not allow that psychological pattern, like a sediment, to settle in our system. That's what Haritaki does. If you have Haritaki every day, it will not settle down even in the physical level, not just the psychological level, but even in the physical level, it will not settle in, and the whole intestine will be completely detoxed. Physically, it will be cleansed. Now, the Haritaki powder also increases the oxygen level in our body 300% and cleanses the whole system. Then you can imagine when the blood oxygen level increases, then all the antibodies, everything that is working against us, the blood flows all over the body and then completely destroys all the antibodies. Only with Haritaki powder, we can understand the subtle truths. And this is the spiritual aspect of it. When we take Haritaki powder, the whole body gets cleansed and it becomes very receptive to be able to receive subtle truths and imbibe the subtle truths as well. If there is a heaviness or constipation in the stomach, which the usual status of all human beings, we will not realize, we will not listen, or we will not understand. If something is not up with the stomach, if the stomach is not healthy, we have heaviness or constipation or something that's going on, then our realization will not be there, the listening will not be there, and our understanding will also not be there. So most of the time, what we'll actually be switched off from the rest of the world. But Haritaki, when we have it, it increases all of that. It increases that receptivity. So the recipe for this is very simple. 1 full teaspoon of Haritaki with 1 glass little warm water. If you're not able to swallow, you may take the Haritaki tablets also. 5 of them you can take. The powder is the best because it also heals the gums, especially if there is any bleeding or anything in the gums, if there is any smell or anything like that, all that will be healed as well. And again, it increases the oxygen level 300% and cleanses the whole system. So it's a very powerful aushadha, medicine for detox. This is one detox that Swamiji again and again has spoken about, and again he has given us to have the ultimate, both physical, psychological, and even spiritual awakening inside us, cleansing inside us. So we'll project this slide for you to just note down, because this is a very simple recipe of how to have Haritaki, just a simple recipe here. We'll project it for the moment so you can take it down. When Ayurveda stresses and says that Ayurveda says Haritaki can do more good to you than your mother, so then we can realize the importance that Ayurveda places on Haritaki, and we also know the significance, the cleansing abilities, capabilities of Haritaki. So let us take it down. We're projecting the slides right now. You can take those down. The recipe for making Haritaki.
Yes, you can relax now. So I hope you got all of that down. So yes, once again, Haritaki does more good than your own mother. It is such a powerful aushadha, such a powerful herb for us to detox the entire body and promotes general good health and increases the oxygen in the blood 3 times, so 300%. All right, so next let us move on to the power manifestation. And the power for today is the power of Ashtama Shaktis.
The power of Ashta Mahashaktis. So the Shastra Pramana or the scriptural reference of this science from the Shiva Samhita says Maranam kadyate tena sakena pina kadyate tasya syat parama siddhir animadi gunaprada vayu sanachar charate dehe rasa vriddhir bhave dhruvam kasha panaka jagalaptyu samapi variddate. That's from the Shiva Samhita. The translation says, for he, the death is not eaten by anyone. He manifests the highest powers such as anima, lagima, mahima, etc. The vayu, wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body are increased. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus also increases in him. This is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, the Sutra 92, Dharana 69. So profoundly, how the powers of Ashtamaha Shaktis, when somebody is sitting in that space of oneness, experiencing that oneness with Paramashiva, all the physical and physiological, psychological, and spiritual aspects, the power aspects, the Shaktis, how they radiate from the person, are all enunciated in this verse. So today we'll be manifesting the power of reducing the weight of any object which is made of composite materials. It can be any sports material, cutting board, measuring cup, tennis racket, or furniture, anything that is composite. Composite as in it's a mixture of multiple materials. Could be plastic, could be any metal, but it's a mixture of multiple materials. So you can pick anything, any of our household is fine. But we are going to manifest the power of reducing the weight. So please make sure that you have something to measure the weight of that object, of the object that you are choosing. Measure the weight before we begin the manifestation. Let us pick that object of your choosing, whatever object you need, you want to reduce weight. Pick up that object and keep in front of you. Just let us know in the Zoom chat if you have already picked up your object. And again, a subtle reminder for all participants to be available in Zoom with your cameras on and be present in the camera as well. We see so many of us who have joined here, but the video is not on. So please ensure that all participants here have your cameras on in Zoom.
Yes, we'd just like to welcome some participants of that have just joined us. Ma Chao Yu Huang, Nithyananda, Yan Rinan, Nithyananda, Ma Parabrahma Swarupi, Nithyananda. So welcome everyone to this Paramashivoham Level 1 program.
Yes, and Vishwanathan Ayya is asking example of object. It could be anything, Ayya. It could be a furniture, like a small cutting board, for example. It could be something of a plastic nature. It could be sports equipment. It could be the measuring cup, the small measuring cup that's plastic, it's a tennis racket, or any furniture. Furniture as in something. Please make sure that you're able to measure the weight of it. So pick up something smaller for you to be able to measure the weight also. So it can be anything, any sports equipment, any household equipment should be fine. It should just make sure that it's not one metal all the way. You're showing something, it looks like a watch, or I don't know what you're showing. Yes. Oh, that should be fine. Yeah, I think that looks like a brush, but yeah, I think that should be fine. Yes, I am. Yes, no problem. And please make sure that you're able to measure the weight of that object before you start the manifestation. If you have a weighing scale, you can measure it and note it down. And once, yeah, you have to only measure the weight of the, yes, I think that's what you read. Okay, fantastic. So measure the weight of the object and note it down. And then sit in manifestation.
So you can weigh yourself without the object and then weigh yourself with the object as well. See if there's any difference.
Great. So if you've all settled down with that object, that is, and you have measured the weight of the object now, let us sit comfortably with our closed eyes. We will now sit in the space of oneness with Paramashiva, and from that space, connect with that object. Once again, intensely invoke the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, in your inner space. Invoking his presence in your inner space, experiencing that oneness with him, connecting with him deeply. Intensely connecting with him. From that space of oneness, connect with the object in front of you. Connect deeply. And sit with the intention of reducing the object's weight. Let us chant the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva manifest the powers of Ashtamahashaktis in all of us. Let Paramashiva manifest the power of reducing the weight of the object. Let us continue to chant the Mahavakya intensely.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now.
Yes. Now, please open your eyes. You can relax. Let's check the weight of the object now. And let us know the weight that was before and the weight that is now. You can share with us how Paramashiva manifested this power, the powers of Ashtamaha Shakti, and this power of reducing the weight. The Ashtamaha Shaktis, or about increasing or decreasing the weight, increasing or decreasing the height, becoming little, becoming big. There are so many possibilities that Paramashiva opens up to us beautifully. And he simply awakens in our inner space and manifests through all of us. As we saw from the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference, when you are in oneness with Paramashiva, the whole balance happens, the whole air flow, the energy flow, the enzymes, the endocrine system, all of that, they are all in perfect balance. And when you are in that space of perfect balance, and when you have the intention, simply the intention manifests. So such a powerful presence of Paramashiva manifesting the Ashtamaha Shaktis. So let's have a quick moment of sharing. What was the weight before the start of the manifestation, and what is the weight now? Let's go ahead and share before we enter into the next sections. Now, again, another reminder that today we are going to have a beautiful Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism manifesting as Lord Venkateshwara. It's going to be a very special darshan for all of us to be able to receive the blessings of Lord Venkateshwara for expanding our wealth dimension of our consciousness, the wealth consciousness, expanding in that dimension. So it's going to be a powerful session today. So let us align ourselves and prepare ourselves to be able to receive that. Whatever power manifestation that we do, the powerful cognitions that we reveal, cosmic truths that we reveal, that we receive, all of that, the awakening of all those is actually going to be profound. So let us prepare ourselves. And Vishwanathan Iyer is saying the metal object, before it was 0.6 kilograms, that's 600 grams. And after also it was 0.6 kilograms, that is 600 grams. Yeah, one suggestion I have is if you can pick up something that will be a little more granular in scale, because I think you are using a scale that is typically calibrated for body weight. So that may not be the right scale, but no issues, no problem. So you could use this. The thing is, you will have to use the same scale before and after the manifestation. You can do this. You can do this again, and we'll be consistently doing the power manifestation. So it may be even, let's say, for example, this scale may not show the difference in weight of up to maybe like 10 grams or 20 grams or something like that. So this scale may not be calibrated for that. So we'll have to look out for that. But beyond all of this, you sat in oneness with Paramashiva and he manifested through you. And that's the real result that we are looking for. So congratulations for having that presence, having that experience. So fantastic, Aya. Now, with that, we'll move into the next segment. Let's come back and sit in the space of listening. A lot of exciting sessions before the ultimate darshan with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today is Varalakshmi Puja. So there will be so many offerings, sevas, and also ultimately the darshan of Paramashiva, darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, manifesting as Lord Venkateshwara. So let's come back and sit in that space of listening on how we can transcend our desires. We'll be receiving cosmic truths from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes, so let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring our full awareness to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he reveals on these great sacred truths. Let's begin.
In Sanskrit we call viraga. Understand? Viraga means going beyond attachments. Vairagya. Going beyond. Raga means attachment. Araga means detachment. Viraga means going beyond attachment and detachment. Going beyond desires and desirelessness. Let me read the sutra. I'll give the translation of the sutra. Then enter into the sutra. Enter into the truth. When some desire comes, consider it. Then suddenly quit. Suddenly unclutch and experience the truth in you. It's a very simple sutra. Very simple. That is why it's so complicated. All simple things need you to be simple. Understand? When the truth is delivered in a simple way, they take it for granted. You are already in a simple space, in an innocent space. Here, Shiva is delivering a beautiful truth. I can say, this is essence of all spiritual literatures. Essence of all spiritual literatures. One more thing you need to understand. Never you can have the benefits of spirituality unless you practice it, go into it honestly. People come and ask me, Swamiji, is there a shortcut to enlightenment? I tell them, only when you drop the idea of shortcut, you will achieve enlightenment. As long as you have the idea of the shortcut, shortcut means what? Trying to grab something without putting your energy or effort to it. Fortunately, there is no shortcut to enlightenment. Otherwise, you will suffer. See, great energy, great understanding, great truths should happen to us only when we are matured enough to receive it. When you are not matured enough, if you are just greedy of the truth, seeing a life or joy or bliss of an enlightened being, be very clear, you will create trouble for yourself. I have seen many times, people see the joy, they see the ecstasy and energy I radiate, and they become greedy of the state in which I am living. But when I ask them to go through the steps, they say, no, this is not what we wanted. Understand? It's real fun. This is not what we wanted. They think just a learning or few words can give you the ultimate truth. No. Physical health or personality development happens as a side effect or as a byproduct when you go towards the enlightenment. But spirituality is not just for your health or your mental well-being or just self-development. Do not stop or do not think that is everything. That is where the problem starts. I have seen people. They see the space in which enlightened being is living, or the joy or the energy radiates, but they can't work to be in that space, to achieve that space. Spiritual growth cannot be extension of your being. There should be a complete unclutching between what you were and what you are. There should be a clear unclutching, disconnection between the past and the present. I have seen in the West many kinds of the self-development programs or the personality development programs becoming successful and popular. They become very successful and popular because they do not teach the true spirituality. They just do a little bit of cosmetic job, like a good cream for skin, or little bit of massage. That's all. And you feel good about it. But the true spirituality is not massage, operation. It is radiation. True spirituality, true enlightenment is straight away penetrating your being. Then you get frightened. Then you get frightened. Shiva is saying here, when some desire comes, consider it, then suddenly quit it, unclutch from it. It's a very strong truth. Straight away he is telling, whenever a desire arises in you, consider, means just see, don't judge. If you judge they are wrong, you will not be able to drop. The moment you say something is wrong, unconsciously you have started enjoying it. Because from the young age, you are trained to enjoy which society says wrong. Shiva is not here just to give you a little massage or just to give you a little cream. No. He is here to straight away transform your whole being. He will put his hand straight away on the tumor and remove it. He will straight away do the radiation. He is talking to disciple, not just to a visitor. Understand? Visitor is a person who feels greed towards the joy or the energy which Master radiates. Disciple is a person who is courageous enough to go through the process and imbibe the truth. Disciple is totally different from a visitor. Here, Devi is living with Shiva. She is a disciple. First, I should narrate the story of Devi, consort of Shiva. Then you will understand to whom these great truths can be delivered, who is qualified to receive those truths. Devi was born to a king called Himaraja. He was called as a Daksharaja also. His father was a great king, very big king. Naturally, she lived a luxurious life, very luxurious life. But when she decided, I am going to stay with Mahadeva, stay with Shiva, she just decided, I am going to go and stay with him. Mahadeva, Shiva was living in burial ground, cremation ground. He did not have his own house. He did not have his own home. He is homeless. He is a great yogi, Mahatapasvi. If you see all the things around Shiva, things which society does not want, because he is such a compassionate being, all the useful things he gives it away to the society. His ornaments are very cheap Rudraksha beads, not diamonds and gold. His staying place is a smashana, cremation ground, not any palace. All useful things he gives it away to the society. He uses only what is not useful to the society. When Devi wants to go and stay with Mahadeva, Shiva, her father is objecting. No, you can't go and stay with him. You will not be comfortable. You won't be happy. He doesn't have things to take care of you. She says beautifully, here I may be luxurious but not blissful. With him I may not have the luxury, but I will be blissful. Devi leaves everything and her father is warning her, if you go leaving me, you should not come back, because now it is a prestige problem. Daughter living with some beggar. She said, that's okay. She left everything, went and stayed with Mahadeva in the Himalayan hills. To her, he is teaching. That is why he is able to give the truth straight away. I always tell people, to receive the truth straight away, you need tapas, means austere life. You need to go through the penance. Only then truth can be shared as it is. See, truth presented to people who are just going to use that to develop a little bit of their life, like a lubrication. Nothing more than that. Just a lubrication, little bit of lubrication. They will go back to the same life and society and live in the same way. That is one kind of crowd. For them, you can't share the truth as it is. You will have to do different packaging. Just the way in which their greed can be awakened. They can be satisfied. But there is another one kind of a truth. We call that as Paramarthika Satya in Sanskrit. The ultimate truth, who are really seekers, and who are ready to go through the penance, who are ready to go through the austerity, who are really interested in transformation, not just consolation. I have seen many times people get inspired to enter into the spiritual life just because a little bit of solution which they experience in the beginning. No. I tell them no. Spirituality is not just life solutions. It is life transformation. It is life transformation. You radiating the truth will happen only when you are ready for austerity, only when you are ready for the truth, only when you are ready to leave what you think as you, only when you are ready to disconnect, unclutch from what you think as you. When some desire arises, when some desire comes, consider it and then suddenly drop it, unclutch from it. Very simple. In one sutra, Shiva is finishing. And he says, just be enlightened. Actually, you don't need more words to experience the truth at all. For any person to become enlightened, this is more than enough. This is more than enough. Here, Shiva is telling the essence of everything. The essence is already here, available. He says, when some desire comes, when some desire arises, unclutch. He is not telling, slowly do, little bit this. No. No Vishivashi. Straight away he is telling, when some desire arises, consider it. Consider it means witness it. Don't judge. Just see it. See. Then the moment you are seen it, unclutch from it. He is teaching pure renunciation. People may ask, how can it be possible? How can we renounce? Then suffer, nothing wrong. That's all. Simple. People come and ask me many times, renunciation is very difficult, Swamiji. How to renounce? I tell them, don't bother, then suffer. Then life will teach you two things. Either you learn from enlightened master or life will teach you. Life is going to teach you. If you learn from master, it will be a lot more easy because he will talk to you in the language which you can directly understand. Life, the language life speaks, you may not directly understand it. So it will give you strong punches. By that time, you start realizing those punches. By that time, you start interpreting and understanding the messages conveyed to you through the life, through the incidents in your life, the incidents which it is creating in your life. It will be too late. Understand? Either you learn from master directly, who is talking to you the same English in which you understand, the English in which you also communicate, you also relate. If you learn from him, it will be a lot more easy because you don't have to go through the painful experiences straight away. See, it's more like he has done a big research and development and he knows the truths of the inner software. Here he is ready with the software. Just download and start living it. But when you want to create your own software, of course you can. Then you have to live your life, go through the experiences. By the time you learn how to pick up the lessons from the experiences, how to interpret the experiences, you are ready to die. Life is over. Life is over. In Sanskrit, we have two words, Anubhava, Anubhuti. Anubhava means lessons you learn from the experiences. Understand? Anubhava means the experience, and learning lessons. For example, first you touch the charcoal fire and say, oh, charcoal fire will burn. Then you touch the cigarette fire. Oh, cigarette fire also will burn. Then you touch lighter fire. Oh, lighter fire also will burn. Like this, you touch all varieties of fire. By the time you understand all fire will burn, your body will be ready to be burned. This is what we call anubhava, learning through experience. It goes on and on and on. Next is called anubhuti, learning from intelligence, learning from enlightenment. Example for this anubhuti is, once you touch one fire and get burnt, immediately you realize, oh, all fire will burn. This is called anubhuti. Understand? Anubhava will demand, learning through experience will demand your whole life, painful. In the end, you will say the same thing which Shiva is saying. You will say the same thing which Buddha is saying. You will see the same thing what Jesus is saying. You will see the same thing which Mahavira is saying. All the great masters, what they are saying, you will see it and say it, but it will be too late. It will be little too late. Somebody goes to Ramakrishna, a great enlightened being, lived in India in 19th century. I think end of the in 1886 he passed away. He left the body. Great being, great enlightened master. Somebody goes to him and asks, Master, is there a way to connect outer world and the inner world and live with both? Ramakrishna says, yes, there is a way. You can enjoy both. But first, you have to achieve the inner world. First, achieve the inner world means first, forget about the outer world. Put your energy, turn your energy towards the inner world. Achieve the inner space. Then suddenly you will see, you will have the outer world but not disturbed by it. He gives a beautiful example. Boat, which always stays on the water, but water should never stay inside the boat. Boat can stay on the water, but water can't stay on the boat. Achieving the inner space, which is not moved by anything. Achieving the intense energy and excitement, which is independent of anything, is a basic need. Here, Shiva is also saying the same thing. First, let you achieve the inner space. Let you achieve the inner space. Unless that happens in you, no help is possible. I have seen many people using the great spiritual truths in a different way, promising to develop yourself as a personality development programs, or to create wealth, or to create some other things of the outer world to you. I can also sell with that packaging. It's not a big thing. It is not a big thing. But understand, the truth, the ultimate truth is totally different. The truth of enlightenment is totally different. And I really feel this happened because You do not go to learn the truth from the source. Source. To reach the source, you need to walk up the hill. So you are now dependent on the bottled waters who are labeling it. No, it is from the source. It may be from the source. By the time they bottle it, label it, and bring it to you, enough corruption has happened. Enough of dilution has happened. Enough of pollution has happened. At least with water, we have some system. We can transport it without pollution, but with the truth, the moment it goes to somebody's head, and if it does not become enlightened, and if it comes out, it is polluted, corrupted. It's already corrupted. I always tell people, even if it is a little difficult, learn from enlightened sources. Learn from authentic tradition. It will be little difficult. They will take little time. They will demand little austerity. They will demand little bit of penance, tapas. They will demand little time and energy and your attention. But you will reach the truth. You will achieve the truth. There is no instant packaging. There is no shortcut for enlightenment. Mahadeva is saying, when some desire arises, consider it, then suddenly unclutch from it. He is not telling, cherish the desire, it's okay. No. He is saying, suddenly unclutch. Before even the mind starts arguing with you, should I unclutch or not? Suddenly unclutch. If you are arguing with the mind, you will never unclutch. I always tell people, don't think before you jump. If you think, you will never jump. See in your life, if you are thinking, you will never jump. You will jump only the moment you stop thinking. Only when you stop thinking, you will take decision. Don't think before you jump. People always tell, think twice before you jump. I say no. If you think, you will never jump. Here Mahadeva is telling, suddenly unclutch. Before even your mind becomes aware, unclutch. You are enlightened. There is a beautiful story. One lady goes to Ramakrishna, great master, and says, Master, my husband is threatening that he will become a Swami. He will leave me and go away. He will renounce the life and go away. Ramakrishna says, don't bother, never it will happen. She was very surprised. She says, no, he is talking very seriously. He is not just joking. Then Ramakrishna tells the incident. Like this, one guy was threatening his wife that I will go away, I will become a Swami, I will renounce and go away. Actually, this is a technique used by frustrated men in India to threaten women. Really, because in India, women are not economically independent. So if she nags too much, this is the way this guy will respond. So this guy says, I'll go away, I'll become a monk, Swami. She goes and complains to his elder brother, that guy's elder brother, and says, your brother is threatening me that he will become a Swami. Please advise him. Elder brother says, don't bother. Never it will happen. Again, she's asking, how? How you say never it will happen? He's very serious. He's talking really seriously. He says, no. How a person will become a Swami? Understand. Now see. And just this guy took his cloth and threw it away. Just took one towel and went away. Left the house and became a Swami. The elder brother shows this is the way people will become a Swami. And he really became Swami. Person who talks will never do. Person who is thinking will never do. Person who is thinking will never jump. Ramakrishna tells this story and tells her, consoles her. Don't bother. Person who threatens will never move. Shiva is speaking to a different kind of personalities and different kinds of people. The today's technique is for a true seeker who is serious about enlightenment. I have seen different kinds of seekers who are very happy only to talk about it, never to work for it. Who are little courageous to take one or two steps but not to go with it. Very few guys, courageous ones. I call them Dhira. Dhira means courage to travel, courage to live it, courage to leave everything else. Today, Mahadeva is talking. Mahadeva is giving techniques for that kind of intelligent, energetic, courageous people. He gives techniques for all kinds of people. First level, who are just interested in talking, but not doing about it. Second level, who are interested in talking and taking one or two steps, but not more than that. And the true seekers. He gives techniques for every level. But this is the technique for the people who are tired of being cunning. If you are tired of being lazy, if you have suffered enough with your dilemma, if you have suffered enough with your mind, then this is technique for you. If somebody is, people come and tell me, Swamiji, what you teach is really wonderful, amazing truth. But how to practice? I am not so mature to practice these great truths as it is. Then I tell them, suffer a little more and come back. The truth as it is, the truth as the truth just transforms, just makes you completely a different being. Whenever some desire arises in you, consider it, see it, witness it, understand it. Suddenly, before your mind is ready with arguments, unclutch from it. It's a very powerful technique. Very powerful technique. When you suddenly unclutch, a quantum jump will happen in you. If you are renouncing step by step, you will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. You will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. Step by step, never growth happens. Enlightenment is either now or never. Complete yes or complete no. Never happens step by step. Never point by point. Never like a degree, no. Never like a gradual process. Powerful technique which you can use it every day. Even when you sit morning, if you feel the hunger or thirst, desire to drink water, food, just sit with the desire. Consider it. Don't say right or wrong. Just unclutch before your mind brings up any argument. You may ask, then I should not eat or what? That is secondary. When you are really hungry, when it goes beyond unclutching, you will simply eat. That is different. But this unclutching can surely reduce the number of times and the quantity which you eat. Any desire, whether it is about anger, desire to express your anger, or desire to express your lust, desire to express anything, or desire for some object, just sit, consider the desire, and suddenly, before even your mind is ready, unclutch from it. Unclutch from it. Shiva is giving so many wonderful methods for so many different kinds of beings. The today's technique is for powerful, intense, courageous seekers who are tired of their same way of living, who are really tired of dilemmas, who have suffered enough with their mind, who have lived enough, and who understand the cunningness of their mind. This technique is for them. This technique is for those courageous, few living beings. Suddenly decide, when you consider a desire, suddenly decide that you will unclutch over. And do not allow the arguments, and just be with that unclutched space. See what happens to you. See what happens to you. Maybe now for a few minutes, we can sit effortlessly and try how we are able to practice this, how we are able to internalize this. Understand, this technique is not even to be practiced every day. No. This is supposed to be practiced effortlessly, internalized effortlessly. Suddenly at one day, you will unclutch from the very desire of holding on to this body. You will just unclutch. Now, close your eyes for a few minutes. I'll guide you how to consider the desires and how to suddenly unclutch from it before your mind brings any argument. Please close your eyes. Sit in a relaxed way. If some desires are arising in you, maybe desire to open your eyes or desire to move your body, any desire, just see that desire. Don't judge. There may be so many desires. Do not witness. Do not judge. Do not say right or wrong. Do not suppress. Just see. Don't say, don't think your desire is right or wrong. Just see it. Let your eyes be closed. Let all the desires arise in you. Don't suppress them Don't judge them. Don't say they are right or wrong. Just let them happen. Suddenly, before even your mind recognizes, unclutch from all the desire and relax. Do not argue. Do not logically decide. Do not decide based on right or wrong. Just unclutch from all the thoughts. Let your eyes be closed. Just unclutch from all the thoughts. anything comes up, just unclutch. Just disconnect. Don't judge. Don't say it is right. Don't say it is wrong. Just disconnect. Unclutch. Om Nithyanandam. Relax. Slowly, very slowly. You can open your eyes. Try, whenever you are caught by strong emotions or strong desires, just sit with it. Don't judge. Don't say right or wrong. Consider it and suddenly unclutch from it without even allowing your logic to question, to come up. When you unclutch, you will see the truth in you. In Sanskrit, we call viraga. Understand? Viraga means going beyond attachments. Vairagya. Going beyond. Raga means attachment. Araga means detachment. Viraga means going beyond attachment and detachment. Going beyond desires and desirelessness. Let me read the sutra. I'll give the translation of the sutra. Then enter into the sutra. Enter into the truth. When some desire comes, consider it. Then suddenly quit. Suddenly unclutch and experience the truth in you. It's a very simple sutra. Very simple. That is why it's so complicated. All simple things need you to be simple. Understand? When the truth is delivered in a simple way, they take it for granted. You are already in a simple space, in an innocent space. Here, Shiva is delivering a beautiful truth. I can say this is essence of all spiritual literatures. Essence of all spiritual literature. One more thing you need to understand. Never you can have the benefits of spirituality unless you practice it, go into it honestly. People come and ask me, Swamiji, is there a shortcut to enlightenment? I tell them, only when you drop the idea of shortcut, you will achieve enlightenment. As long as you have the idea of the shortcut, shortcut means what? Trying to grab something without putting your energy or effort to it. Fortunately, there is no shortcut to enlightenment. Otherwise, you will suffer. See, great energy, great understanding, great truths should happen to us only when we are matured enough to receive it. When you are not matured enough, if you are just greedy of the truth, seeing a life or joy or bliss of an enlightened being, be very clear, you will create trouble for yourself. I have seen many times, people see the joy, they see the ecstasy and energy I radiate, and they become greedy of the state in which I am living. But when I ask them to go through the steps, they say, no, this is not what we wanted. Understand? It's real fun. This is not what we wanted. They think just a learning or few words can give you the ultimate truth. No. Physical health or personality development happens as a side effect or as a byproduct when you go towards the enlightenment. But spirituality is not just for your health or your mental well-being or just self-development. Do not stop or do not think that is everything. That is where the problem starts. I have seen people. They see the space in which enlightened being is living or the joy or the energy radiates, but they can't work to be in that space, to achieve that space. Spiritual growth cannot be extension of your being. There should be a complete unclutching between what you were and what you are. There should be a clear unclutching, disconnection between the past and the present. I have seen in the West many kinds of the self-development programs or the personality development programs becoming successful and popular. They become very successful and popular because they do not teach the true spirituality. They just do a little bit of cosmetic job, like a good cream for skin or little bit of massage. That's all. and you feel good about it. But the true spirituality is not massage, operation. It is radiation. True spirituality, true enlightenment is straight away penetrating your being. Then you get frightened. Then you get frightened. Shiva is saying here, when some desire comes, consider it, then suddenly quit it, unclutch from it. It's a very strong truth. Straight away he is telling, whenever a desire arises in you, consider, means just see, don't judge. If you judge they are wrong, you will not be able to drop. The moment you say something is wrong, unconsciously, you have started enjoying it. Because from the young age, you are trained to enjoy which society says wrong. Shiva is not here just to give you a little massage or just to give you a little cream. No. He is here to straight away transform your whole being. He will put his hand straight away on the tumor and remove it. He will straight away do the radiation. He is talking to a disciple, not just to a visitor. Understand? Visitor is a person who feels greed towards the joy or the energy which Master radiates. Disciple is a person who is courageous enough to go through the process and imbibe the truth. Disciple is totally different from a visitor. Here, Devi is living with Shiva. She is a disciple. First, I should narrate the story of Devi, consort of Shiva. Then you will understand to whom these great truths can be delivered, who is qualified to receive those truths. Devi was born to a king called Himaraja. He was called as a Daksharaja also. His father was a great king, very big king. Naturally, she lived a luxurious life, very luxurious life. But when she decided, I am going to stay with Mahadeva, stay with Shiva, she just decided, I am going to go and stay with him. Mahadeva, Shiva was living in burial ground, cremation ground. He did not have his own house. He did not have his own home. He is homeless. He is a great yogi, Mahatapasvi. If you see all the things around Shiva, things which society does not want, because he is such a compassionate being, all the useful things he gives it away to the society. His ornaments are very cheap Rudraksha beads, not diamonds and gold. His staying place is a smashana, cremation ground, not any palace. All useful things he gives it away to the society. He uses only what is not useful to the society. When Devi wants to go and stay with Mahadeva, Shiva, her father is objecting. No, you can't go and stay with him. You will not be comfortable. You won't be happy. He doesn't have things to take care of you. she says beautifully, here I may be luxurious but not blissful. With him I may not have the luxury, but I will be blissful. Devi leaves everything and her father is warning her, if you go leaving me, you should not come back, because now it is a prestige problem. Daughter living with some beggar. She said, that's okay. She left everything, went and stayed with Mahadeva in the Himalayan hills. To her, he is teaching. That is why he is able to give the truth straight away. I always tell people, to receive the truth straight away, you need tapas, means austere life. You need to go through the penance. Only then truth can be shared as it is. See, truth presented to people who are just going to use that to develop a little bit of their life, like a lubrication. Nothing more than that. Just a lubrication, little bit of lubrication. They will go back to the same life and society and live in the same way. That is one kind of crowd. For them, you can't share the truth as it is. You will have to do different packaging. Just the way in which their greed can be awakened. They can be satisfied. But there is another one kind of a truth. We call that as Paramarthika Satya in Sanskrit. The ultimate truth, who are really seekers, and who are ready to go through the penance, who are ready to go through the austerity, who are really interested in transformation, not just consolation. I have seen many times people get inspired to enter into the spiritual life just because a little bit of solution which they experience in the beginning. No. I tell them no. Spirituality is not just life solutions. It is life transformation. It is life transformation. You radiating the truth will happen only when you are ready for austerity. Only when you are ready for the truth. Only when you are ready to leave what you think as you. Only when you are ready to disconnect, unclutch from what you think as you. When some desire arises, when some desire comes, consider it and then suddenly drop it, unclutch from it. Very simple. In one sutra, Shiva is finishing and he says, just be enlightened. Actually, you don't need more words to experience the truth at all. For any person to become enlightened, this is more than enough. This is more than enough. Here, Shiva is telling the essence of everything. The essence is already here, available. He says, when some desire comes, when some desire arises, unclutch. He is not telling, slowly do, little bit this. No. No Vishwashi. Straight away he is telling, when some desire arises, consider it. Consider it means witness it. Don't judge. Just see it. See. Then the moment you are seen it, unclutch from it. He is teaching pure renunciation. People may ask, how can it be possible? How can we renounce? Then suffer, nothing wrong. That's all. Simple. People come and ask me many times, renunciation is very difficult, Swamiji. How to renounce? I tell them, don't bother, then suffer. Then life will teach you two things. Either you learn from enlightened master or life will teach you. Life is going to teach you. If you learn from master, it will be a lot more easy because he will talk to you in the language which you can directly understand. Life, the language life speaks, you may not directly understand it. So it will give you strong punches. By the time you start realizing those punches, by the time you start interpreting and understanding the messages conveyed to you through the life, through the incidents in your life, the incidents which it is creating in your life, it will be too late. Understand? Either you learn from master directly, who is talking to you the same English in which you understand, the English in which you also communicate, you also relate. If you learn from him, it will be a lot more easy because you don't have to go through the painful experiences straight away. See, it's more like he has done a big research and development and he knows the truths of the inner software. Here he is ready with the software. Just download and start living it. But when you want to create your own software, of course you can. Then you have to live your life, go through the experiences. By the time you learn how to pick up the lessons from the experiences, how to interpret the experiences, you are ready to die. Life is over. Life is over. In Sanskrit, we have two words, Anubhava, Anubhuti. Anubhava means lessons you learn from the experiences. Understand? Anubhava means the experience, and learning lessons. For example, first you touch the charcoal fire and say, oh, charcoal fire will burn. Then you touch the cigarette fire. Oh, cigarette fire also will burn. Then you touch lighter fire. Oh, lighter fire also will burn. Like this, you touch all varieties of fire. By the time you understand all fire will burn, your body will be ready to be burnt. This is what we call Anubhava, learning through experience. It goes on and on and on. Next is called Anubhuti, learning from intelligence, learning from enlightenment. Example for this Anubhuti is, once you touch one fire and get burnt, immediately you realize, oh, all fire will burn. This is called Anubhuti. Understand? Anubhava will demand, learning through experience will demand your whole life, painful. In the end, you will say the same thing which Shiva is saying. You will say the same thing which Buddha is saying. You will see the same thing what Jesus is saying. You will see the same thing which Mahavira is saying. All the great masters, what they are saying, you will see it and say it, but it will be too late. It will be little too late. Somebody goes to Ramakrishna, great enlightened being, lived in India in 19th century. I think end of the in 1886 he passed away. He left the body. Great being, great enlightened master. Somebody goes to him and asks, Master, is there a way to connect outer world and the inner world and live with both? Ramakrishna says, yes, there is a way. You can enjoy both. But first, you have to achieve the inner world. First, achieve the inner world means first, forget about the outer world. Put your energy, turn your energy towards the inner world. Achieve the inner space. Then suddenly you will see, you will have the outer world but not disturbed by it. He gives a beautiful example. Boat, which always stays on the water, but water should never stay inside the boat. Boat can stay on the water, but water can't stay on the boat. Achieving the inner space, which is not moved by anything. Achieving the intense energy and excitement, which is independent of anything, is a basic need. Here, Shiva is also saying the same thing. First, let you achieve the inner space. Let you achieve the inner space. Unless that happens in you, no help is possible. I have seen many people using the great spiritual truths in a different way, promising to develop yourself as a personality development programs, or to create wealth, or to create some other things of the outer world to you. I can also sell with that packaging. It's not a big thing. It is not a big thing. But understand, the truth, the ultimate truth is totally different. The truth of enlightenment is totally different. And I really feel this happened because you do not go to learn the truth from the source. To reach the source, you need to walk up the hill. So you are now dependent on the bottled waters, who are labeling it. No, it is from the source. It may be from the source. By the time they bottle it, label it, and bring it to you, enough corruption has happened. Enough of dilution has happened. Enough of pollution has happened. At least with water, we have some system. We can transport it without pollution, but with the truth, the moment it goes to somebody's head, and if he does not become enlightened, and if it comes out, it is polluted, corrupted. It's already corrupted. I always tell people, even if it is a little difficult, learn from enlightened sources. Learn from authentic tradition. It will be little difficult. They will take little time. They will demand little austerity. They will demand little bit of penance, tapas. They will demand little time and energy and your attention. But you will reach the truth. You will achieve the truth. There is no instant packaging. There is no shortcut for enlightenment. Mahadeva is saying, when some desire arises, consider it, then suddenly unclutch from it. He is not telling, cherish the desire, it's okay. No. He is saying, suddenly unclutch. Before even the mind starts arguing with you, should I unclutch or not? Suddenly unclutch. If you are arguing with the mind, you will never unclutch. I always tell people, don't think before you jump. If you think, you will never jump. See in your life, if you are thinking, you will never jump. You will jump only the moment you stop thinking. Only when you stop thinking, you will take decision. Don't think before you jump. People always tell, think twice before you jump. I say no. If you think, you will never jump. Here Mahadeva is telling, suddenly unclutch. Before even your mind becomes aware, unclutch. You are enlightened. There is a beautiful story. One lady goes to Ramakrishna, great master, and says, Master, my husband is threatening that he will become a Swami. He will leave me and go away. He will renounce the life and go away. Ramakrishna says, don't bother, never it will happen. She was very surprised. She says, no, he is talking very seriously. He is not just joking. Then Ramakrishna tells an incident. Like this, one guy was threatening his wife that I will go away, I will become a Swami, I will renounce and go away. Actually, this is a technique used by frustrated men in India to threaten women. Now really, because in India, women are not economically independent. So if she nags too much, this is the way this guy will respond. So this guy says, I'll go away, I'll become a monk, Swami. She goes and complains to his elder brother, that guy's elder brother, and says, your brother is threatening me that he will become a Swami. Please advise him. Elder brother says, don't bother, never it will happen. Again she is asking, how you say never it will happen? He is very serious, he is talking really seriously. He says, no. How a person will become a Swami? Understand, now see. And just this guy took his cloth and threw it away. Just took one towel and went away. Left the house and became a Swami. The elder brother shows, this is the way people will become a Swami. And he really becomes Swami. Person who talks will never do. Person who is thinking will never do. Person who is thinking will never jump. Ramakrishna tells this story and tells her, consoles her. Don't bother, person who threatens will never move. Shiva is speaking to a different kind of personalities and different kinds of people. The today's technique is for a true seeker who is serious about enlightenment. I have seen different kinds of seekers who are very happy only to talk about it, never to work for it. Who are little courageous to take 1 or 2 steps, but not to go with it. Very few guys, courageous ones. I call them Dhira. Dhira means courage to travel, courage to live it, courage to leave everything else. Today, Mahadeva is talking. Mahadeva is giving techniques for that kind of intelligent, energetic, courageous people. He gives techniques for all kinds of people. First level, who are just interested in talking, but not doing about it. Second level, who are interested in talking and taking 1 or 2 steps, but not more than that. And the true seekers. He gives techniques for every level. But this is the technique for the people who are tired of being cunning. If you are tired of being lazy, if you have suffered enough with your dilemma, if you have suffered enough with your Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Uvajjayanam, Namo Loye Savasahunam, Eso Vanchanamakaro, Savapavapanasano, Mangalanancha Savesim, Padamam Havai Mangalam. Today's topic is true knowledge. Everybody, every master, every spiritual person claims what they are teaching is the true knowledge. How to find out what we are hearing is the true knowledge? There should be a scale for Satya. There should be a scale for truth. What is truth? There should be definition. There should be clear idea with which we can find out whether it is truth or not. Mahavira is giving the touchstone definition of Satya here. Today we are going to enter into the Satya Sutra. He is giving the techniques, methods to find out what you are listening is a true knowledge or not. Through these beautiful sutras, before entering into the Mahavira Sutras, I wanted to discuss few things about this truth so that you will understand the greatness of Mahavira's words. See, one beautiful thing is Mahavira has lived Kshatriya life, the life of a king. To tell you honestly, if somebody has renounced the life of a king, he has seen the truth in reality. Please understand, an ordinary beggar becoming a Swami or renouncing the world, he has nothing to renounce. He has nothing to renounce. You can't even say he has renounced the world or he has achieved something. No. A king renouncing, that is the greatness. King achieving. One more thing, when a king achieves enlightenment, even his expression will be very sharp and to the point, to the core, to the point. He will speak to the point, because basically he is brought up without fear. King is a guy who only creates fear in others. He doesn't have fear. He doesn't bother. He is not going to use the socially polite words. But a guy who was poor or a beggar or a person who lived in forest, even if he becomes enlightened, he will not talk the truth completely. He has to use the socially polite words. He can't tell the truth which goes against the vested interests of society or king. But when a king becomes enlightened, he doesn't bother. He says the truth in the best way. He presents the truth as it is. Here, the best expression is happening because Mahavira was king. See, one more thing, when you live a life with wealth and richness, you know all the secrets of human mind. Understand? Wealth gathers around you only when you know the secrets of human mind. How to handle human beings who are coming in front of you. Only a person who knows the basic secrets of human mind will acquire wealth, will become a leader. Only he can be a leader. Here Mahavira lived the life of a leader and expressing the truth of enlightenment. Very rare combination. Very rare combination. There are many different expressions by different masters. One, the person who was a beggar or who has never seen the world, just lived a life in forest and did meditation, became enlightened. His enlightenment will be the same, but his expression will not be sharp because his constitution or his mind, his inner software is not created based on fearlessness. One more thing, even after enlightenment, when you settle into the body, when you want to teach, you use the same mental setup which you left. You may not have the greed and fear which that mental setup was having earlier, before its enlightenment, but the setup will be the same. The software programming will be the same. Understand? This is an important revelation which you need to understand. Only then you will be able to appreciate the greatness of Mahavira's expression. If a beggar becomes enlightened, he may not have the fear or greed which he had before enlightenment, but the mental setup of living without possessing anything, or the mental setup of living by begging, will be the same. So he has to use that mental setup only to teach, to relate with the world. Understand the mental setup which you created. After enlightenment also you use the same mental setup. Only one difference, after enlightenment, if you want you can use, otherwise you can drop. You may have that freedom, but the mental setup, the software itself will be same. Here, Mahavira is having the best software to express enlightenment. The fearless leader software, through which he can see the depth and express it. The one thing what I expressed, that people who did not have anything, renounced the life, became enlightened. There are so many millions of examples I can give for this. Second, people who became enlightened but did not renounce after enlightenment. Example, Krishna, Janaka, all these great masters, they lived as kings, became enlightened, but they continued to live as kings. This is a second kind of a mental setup. One more thing, in this the difficulty is, they will express the truth with a clear software, with more clarity, better than the first group. Better than the first group, example is all rishis who lived in forest and became enlightened. They have never seen the world. So that is the first group. The second group, who lived as kings, became enlightened, but again continued to be as kings. Here the big problem is, their teachings is interpreted, experienced, understood by the people who have vested interests. Understand? When you are talking to your ministers, even if they don't understand, they have to listen. But Mahavir has no captive audience. Mahavir is not talking to captive audience. When Krishna is speaking to his ministers, when he is teaching to Arjuna, practically they are captive audience. Even if Arjuna doesn't want, he can't escape from Krishna. He has to listen because he is receiving some service from Krishna. When your boss makes some joke, you have to laugh. You can't do anything about it. You have to. Same way when Janak is teaching, his whole court has to listen. They are captive audience. So, the person who is listening, whether he agrees or not, he has to listen. So, complete truth expression is not possible. It's not possible. I don't sit with my ashramites and take these spiritual classes. I give them only the instructions what to do. They ask me, what is this, Swamiji? You are not sitting and talking to us like this Shiva Sutras or Jain Sutras and all these sutras. I tell them, you guys are captive audiences. Whatever I talk, you have to listen, no other way. That way, truth can never be expressed. Truth cannot be expressed to a person who is bound to listen. Truth can be expressed only to a person who has got the freedom to doubt and question. Who has got the freedom to doubt. See, you have a freedom, you can doubt me. And you have a freedom, you can put a question. You have a freedom to go out. Only to you, truth can be delivered. Truth can be delivered in its purest form only to a person who is not receiving anything else from a master. If you receive something else from me, apart from truth, you may be sitting here for that. You can't receive the truth. You are not qualified to receive the truth. Here, the whole thing, if you see, has come in a beautiful way. Mahavira is the ultimate category. Was king who became enlightened and renounced the kingdom. He is teaching, sitting on the platform of Satya. Only one thing is holding him, Satya. He doesn't have the title. He doesn't have any other title like a king. No. He is heard by the people just because he is enlightened. See, after enlightenment, if you are sitting on the throne of a king, people may hear you because you are king. You don't know what for he is sitting. You don't know why he is listening. You can't say people are sitting just because you are enlightened. They may be sitting because you are a king. There may be some other reason for you to sit. In India, during all our rituals, means the homas, yajnas, yaga, we give free food. But I never give free food during meditation programs. Because people may be sitting for food. I will not know whether they are sitting there to listen meditation or enlightenment or for food. I tell them give free food during yaga, during rituals, not during meditation. It is a disrespect to meditation. I don't want that. There should not be anything else associated with the spiritual truth. No. If you associate anything else with the spiritual truth, the possibility is there, the truth will not be heard properly. It will not be received properly. Here, Mahavir is talking to people who are not bound to him in any way. Who are not bound to him in any way. Seekers. One more thing. Seekers are the most dangerous people. Because you can't bind them. You can't bind them. And there is nothing which can bind them. You can bind them only by love and gratitude. So you can't even use the word binding. It can't be even a bondage. You can keep them together only based on love and gratitude. Here he is talking to a community of seekers who are not receiving anything else from him but truth. They are not there for anything else except truth. And he is not carrying any title. He has renounced all the titles. So nobody is sitting in front of him because he has got some title. Because he is a king of some place or he is somebody. No. People are sitting in front of him just to listen to the truth. He is a pure being without any personality, without any title. See, the word persona comes from a Greek root. In those days, the drama actors, they will use masks. That mask only is called persona. Personality means the mask which you are using. Janak has got mask. He is a king. Ashtavakra has to listen to him. No other way. Or the Sugabrahma, sorry, not Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra actually taught Janaka. Sugabrahma came to listen from Janaka. Sugabrahma has to listen because Janaka is a king. Sugabrahma is a captive audience. He is captured. He has to. Whenever a king speaks, you can't tell anything. But here with Mahavir, there is no other relationship except the master and seeker. The purity of relationship is important to maintain the purity of the teaching, purity of the truth. And one more thing, Mahavir has no vested interest. He is not talking to his people to make them do something. No, there is no ulterior motive. There is no goal. Whatever is said and done, Krishna has got a motive to deliver Gita. All he needs is Arjuna has to fight now. So he has to talk. He has to express the truth in such a way that Arjuna will start fighting. There is an ulterior motive. And not only that, Krishna is running a community. He is running a kingdom. So naturally, his words has to be heard. So the purity of relationship is not there. One more thing, Arjuna was thinking himself as a friend. That's why in Gita he says, Krishna, forgive me. I thought you are my friend. Hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey Shaketi. I called you as Yadava by your community name. I called you as my friend because he was thinking as a friend. So the purity of relationship is not there. You can't deliver a truth to your friend. You can deliver a truth only to a seeker. Here, the best mental setup, best software, and the greatest enlightenment, greatest experience of enlightenment, and right persons with the right attitude sitting in front of Mahavir. So the best truth is being delivered. True knowledge is coming out. He is giving us the scale. He is teaching us what is Satya and how to find out whether something is truth or not. One more thing, even Patanjali, the greatest scientist of the inner world, says apta pramana, the words of an enlightened beings can be accepted as a truth. So that can be considered as a scale. If an enlightened being says, you can take it for granted, it is truth. But Mahavir says no. He doesn't even want to say that anything told by an enlightened being is truth. No. Because who knows whether somebody is enlightened or not? God doesn't give certificate. What to do? We don't have a certificate. So Mahavir goes a step further. He is not accepting apta pramana. He is not accepting Vedas are the ultimate truth. No. Apta pramana is not accepted in Buddhism and in Jainism. Both religions, apta pramana is not accepted. Apta pramana means the words of the enlightened ones. No. They say everything should be scrutinized. There is no such thing as apta pramana. There is no such thing as words of the enlightened beings. No. Everything has to be scanned. Everything has to be analyzed. He is giving beautiful teachings to find out what is truth and which is true knowledge. One more thing, please understand, this true knowledge, this is like a touchstone. If you use these sutras and analyze all your decisions which runs your life, all your ideas which is base for your life, you will achieve Satya. Lord so says, if you are established in truth, you don't have to do any spiritual practice. If you understand this one sutra and redefine all your decisions, ideas, concepts about your life, you don't need to practice any spiritual discipline. You are enlightened this moment. All you need to do is redefine all your ideas. See, there are only few pillars on which your life is standing. Your life is established. Your desires, your idea about yourself, means positioning yourself. How you position yourself in the inner world. Understand, I am not talking about how you position yourself in the outer world. That all of you know it's not worthy. Not only that, it's a pure lies. All of you know whatever you may talk about yourself to others, but you don't believe that. You may make others to believe. You really don't believe. Just look inside. You can laugh at yourself. I always tell people, really, when you sit alone and start thinking what all you project as you, actually if you really believe what all you project as you, by now you would have become enlightened. Because Ramakrishna says, Man Muk Ek Karo, means the mind and the words, if you make it as one, you are enlightened. If you believe what you speak about you, you are enlightened. Actually, whatever you speak about you, start believing that in a strong way is also a spiritual practice. Whatever you are talking about you, I am this, I am that, you don't know me, all those things you start believing. But the difficulty is you won't believe, that's the problem. When you try to believe also, your mind will tell, you can talk all these things to others, not to me. If at all people come to me, many times I have seen, they come to me and they just wanted to throw their weight to impress me. And they come and tell me, I am this, I am doing that, I do so many philanthropical activities, I do this, I do that, I have so much wealth and I give so much and all those things. At the end of the conversation, I ask them only one thing. Sir, do you really believe now whatever you said? They say, what? Yes, we do believe, that's why we are talking to you. I tell them, do this only one thing as a spiritual practice. Go back. Now whatever you told me, write it down. Again and again, help yourself to believe that. That's enough. Either you should tune your mind to your walk, or you should tune your walk to your mind. Either you should tune your words to your mind, or tune your mind to your words. One thing, all Ramakrishna says is, let your word and mind be tuned. You can do anything. Either talk only what you believe as you, or believe what you talk as you, what you talk about you. Then you won't have pus. You won't have cancer. The gap between the words and what you believe, that space is what I call cancer or depression. If you are carrying a depression in you, be very clear, you have that gap between your words and your being, between your words and what you believe. If you can remove that gap, you will not have the tumor which I call depression. See, any person who does not have depression is enlightened. If you are not enlightened, be very clear, you carry depression. The gap between your word and what you believe as you. The other day, one of our devotees was telling me, another one devotee who saw this latest movie, secret movie, he came and told him, I became enlightened from today. And the guy who was talking to him, he is a strong intellectual guy. He took him to task. Within 10 minutes, that fellow lost the enlightenment. He was trying to convince himself for years or months that he is enlightened. This fellow took away his enlightenment in 10 minutes. He is only telling others he is enlightened. He himself is not able to believe. Because anybody can come and talk to you and in 10 minutes you lose your enlightenment. Then what kind of enlightenment? Either you should have courage to really believe what you are talking, or talk only what you believe. See, one thing, important thing, this is an important truth which you should know. Sometime you may radiate enlightenment without even knowing the word enlightenment. I have seen in Himalayas, there was a great Mahatma, one Naga Baba. Naga Baba means doesn't wear clothes. I had the fortune to be at his feet for 6 months. I was blessed fortunate enough to be at his feet, he will always be smoking ganja. What do you call? Marijuana. Huh? You may think that how can a person who is smoking ganja be enlightened? That's what I also thought. When I went to serve him, you see, traditionally you are supposed to serve elderly sadhus to achieve enlightenment. So before my enlightenment, I was serving. Wherever I see some elderly sadhu, I'll go and sit at his feet. I'll give them whatever food I can collect and give, beg and give, and wash their vessels, and whatever little help, small help I can do, I used to do. One thing I was surprised, I have never seen him eating. No food and no water. Except ganja, nothing else. I was shocked. But such a pleasing person. I don't have any word. When you go and sit around him, you will feel so beautiful. And you will feel like sitting around him because he was so innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. I have never seen him wearing any clothes. He is an avaduta, naga, no clothes. And he is not even bothered. He is not bothered about anything around the world, anything which is happening around him in the world. He is just in a high state of samadhi. One day I asked him, Baba, you are such a great person, why are you smoking ganja? And don't you think it is an immoral thing? And people will start smoking, seeing you. And already they are doing. They want only some reference. They want only some reference. and especially a person with a reverence, if he becomes a reference, then you can do anything. I asked him. He said that beautiful word. Fool, you think that a big elephant can be tied inside a small hut? I can't live inside the body without any desire. So I have to just dull myself. Understand? When he said, I saw the authenticity. The other guy also, one more guy came and spoke to me. He said, Swamiji, I am also smoking to put me inside the body. I told him, do whatever that Naga Baba is doing, then do this also. He doesn't wear clothes, he doesn't eat, he doesn't drink. You also do all those things. Then do these things. Then you can justify. You can't just do whatever you want unless it becomes your experience. One important thing I saw in him, when he was telling that I had to dull myself, it was an authentic truth. His mind and his words were in one line. Not only that, when you live around him, you realize he is established in Satya. He is established in truth, not for any vested interests. See, if somebody doesn't eat or smoke, if somebody doesn't eat or drink, they would have made a big business out of that power. But I have never seen him making big fuss about it. If people ask him, why you don't eat, Baba? He says, who will get up and go and cook and eat? Forget about it. He will not even show that it is a big power. You won't even see that ego, that he lives without food and water. No. When you are really established in truth, you will not be aware of your own powers. You will only radiate, but you will not know those words. I asked him, what is Atmajnana? He does not even know that word, but he is an Atmajnani. What to do? He is radiating Atmajnana. He is radiating enlightenment, but he doesn't know the word. And he said, I am fortunate I did not learn about Brahman. I achieved Brahmajnana Because I did not learn those words. Same way Ramana Maharshi. When people ask him, what is the Brahmajnana, what is the Atmajnana? He said, I am fortunate I did not learn those words before my enlightenment. Because learning some words may postpone your enlightenment. Sometimes learning too many words will postpone your enlightenment. I always tell people, never read any book which is written by an unenlightened person. Don't read anything which is written by an unenlightened person. No. Because you may create words which will stop your enlightenment. You will create a negative software which is not supporting the enlightenment process. Enlightened person's words will create a positive software in you which is constantly inspiring you towards enlightenment. See, in the end, all enlightened masters will be pushing you towards sadhana, towards enlightenment. One of the Ramakrishna's disciple, his name is Brahmananda. He says, if you read Ramakrishna's words, there is a beautiful book called Katamrita, Sri Ramakrishna Katamrita, we call in English Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. He says, if you read that book every day for 1 year, I assure you will have the darshan of the ultimate. You will experience enlightenment. You will be shocked. How can a person assure, how can a person say that enlightenment in 1 year, guaranteed? I tell you, when you read these master's words again and again, when you listen these great master's words again and again, you create a new software, you create a new mental setup which reminds you the ultimate truth again and again, which inspires you towards that higher ideal again and again. Every day you are again put on the track. You are again inspired to run. You are again given the enthusiasm to take up the journey. It's like a everyday inspiration, and it creates a new mental setup. It is true, when you read or listen to the master's words for 1 year, and 1 year is too much time. 1 year is enough to create a mental setup which will radiate enlightenment. It's like there is a light. In every one of you, that light is there. In front of the light, if there is a wall, that light can't shine. If there is a glass, that light can penetrate and it can shine. Putting glass instead of wall is reading enlightened beings' words. As of now, you have a big wall. In front of your light, the Swayam Prakasa Jyoti, the self-effulging light, which is inside your being, you have put big wall. That wall is your mind. If you just put a glass instead of that wall, the glass means the mental setup which can allow that light to express itself. The mental setup which does not block or stop that light expressing itself. You will see that enlightenment is radiating through your senses. It is radiating through your being. See, I can't even say enlightenment needs to be achieved. No. Your senses are supposed to be purified so that that light can penetrate and express through it. That's all. All of you are having it. No doubt about it. All you need to do is purify your body and mind so that you can allow that to express through it, so that it can radiate. Nothing else needs to be done. The purifying mechanism or the alchemy process, you can't even call as mechanism, alchemy process is what I call flooding yourself with this truth, Satya. Vivekananda says, flood your whole being with the truth. Whatever can be washed away, let it be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for you and the people who are around you. See one thing, if you have a clear idea about what you believe as you and what you talk about you, what you express as you and what you believe as you will attract that same kind of people around you and you will live completely ease.
Yes. So a beautiful revelation by Swamiji. Swamiji shares how you can gather wealth around you with simple truth. Mahavira himself, he was a king, he renounced everything. So people used to be around him not because he was a king or anything, because he has already renounced, only because of the truth. People used to listen to him. So we'll be now entering into the power manifestation rounds, as today we are doing the power of Mahima. We'll be in this round we'll be decreasing the weight of weight of any object which is made of metal. So you can take any object which is made of metal. You can go just a few moments. You can just go around anything from your even from the kitchen or somewhere in the house. Just take few moments and gather a metal object. You can pick up any object from your household made of metal. And next step will be measuring the weight of the object. So please go ahead, take a minute and measure the weight of the object. Meanwhile, we'll be welcoming each one of us here who are here with us once again. We have Ma Sally Chan, Nithyananda, Sharmi Mohos, Nithyanandam, Chao Yu Wong, Nithyanandama, Vishnathanaya, Nithyanandam, Ma Mahasatya, Nithyanandam, Ma Aghora Swarupini, Nithyanandam, Gui Shu Singh, Nithyanandama, Ma Parabrahm Swarupini, Nithyanandam, and we have Ma Nisragunya, Nithyanandam. Alright, so once you have taken the measurement, the weight of the object, so yes, as requesting all of you, please be available in the camera once again, as this is a power manifestation round. This is your time to be in oneness with Paramashiva. Again, Swami says, bring yourself back to the oneness. So please switch on your cameras, be available in the camera, and take a note of the initial measurement, the weight of the object, and then we'll be entering into the power manifestation where you'll be decreasing the weight of the object. All right, so let's get ready. You can sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. Understand why sitting with the head, neck, spine is important, because this is the posture when you sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. It facilitates the kundalini to rise up. Actually, this should be your normal posture whenever you sit. So sit with your head, neck, spine, straight line, cover your eyes. You can close your eyes and just connect with Swamiji. As you remember, understand, the moment you remember Swamiji, you invoke his presence. Because he's very much alive, he's very much available to us. So when you remember Swamiji with this deep feeling connection, with deep gratitude, deep surrender, simply the powers start flowing through you. So let's get ready. You can sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line, connect with Swamiji, and just simply unclutch from every single thought. And let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya as we enter into this round of power manifestation, where you'll be manifesting this round, where you'll be decreasing the weight of a metal object. Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, you can relax now. If you covered your eyes, then you can remove the cover. Open your eyes gently and let the light come back into your eyes. And now let's have a look and let's measure the weight of the object once again. So this was the power manifestation of reducing the weight of an object. This time we were looking at an object made of metal. So the object that you have in front of you, let's take a second measurement of the object and tell us how you went. Tell us the difference between the measurement before we started affecting the weight of it and afterwards. So requesting everyone, please take a moment and take that second measurement and let us know the difference. And also let us know your experience as part of this power manifestation. So what is the experience that you had? Take us through the whole process. Understand these powers come from the space of oneness with Paramashiva. The moment you manifest, the moment you sit down with the intention to manifest, even, the powers simply manifest. The only thing that gets in the way is ourselves. So take us through, have a look through everything that you experienced as part of this power manifestation. And if you didn't see a result, then take us through what you were going through as you were sitting down for the power manifestation. Yes, also requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras. Ma Xiao Yu Wang, Ma Mahasatya, Vishwanathan Aya, Ma Gora Swarupini, Ma Gui Shu Jing, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini. One more participant with the Chinese characters. Apologies, we cannot read the name. And also Charmaine News, Ma Sally Chen, requesting everyone please be available in the camera and let us know how you went for this power manifestation. And for those of you that are following us on YouTube, please go ahead and share if you did take part in this power manifestation.
And make sure you're participating in all the power manifestation, in translation exercise, only when you participate, only when you get involved, only when you give your 100%. Transformation happens. So make sure that you are having your full involvement, you're giving your full participation.
Yes, so we have a couple of comments from Manitya Atmarupananda. Namaskar, Nithyananda. And we also have Ma Eva Anderson. Har Har Mahadev. Yes, Nithyananda, thank you very much for being here with us, Ma.
Yes. All right. So if you are still sharing, manifesting, let us know. Meanwhile, let's enter into the next revelation by Swamiji, which is going to be on intensity. Understand, Swamiji says very beautifully, intensity is the key. With intensity, you can Intensity can make your very DNA. It can change your very DNA. So let's get ready to enter into this intensity, which is going to be from the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Swamiji will be revealing. So please come to the space of listening and let's.
Today's subject is intensity is the key. Make it your very DNA. The only difference between you and Patanjali, you and Buddha, you and Krishna, you and Shiva is whatever they do, they are intense. The difference is not in lifestyle. Please understand. The difference is not in lifestyle. Krishna ate just like you all. Krishna was singing just like you all. He was dancing just like you all. Bhagavatam may not record, but surely you would have done 1, 2, 3. Just like you all. Then what is the difference between you and Krishna? People ask, then what is the difference between me and Krishna? Intensity. He was total. He was intense. Whatever he was doing, he is complete. Whatever he is doing. So Patanjali is trying to teach intensity. I can say just this one sutra is enough. Decide from today, whatever you do, you will be intense. It means whatever you do, you will be inside your body. Many times people come and tell me, no Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation. What it means? And as if people who are meditating, they don't have any other work or what? It is just arrogance. In a way, I tell them, say that you don't feel meditation is that important, then I can understand. Don't say you don't have time. What for? We say we don't have time for meditation because making money. Because in this country, time is money. I have seen people, many times, people jump, people escape, they don't meditate, they don't do what they enjoy, they don't do some voluntary service, they don't do some spiritual work, they don't do anything and make money and accumulate. They compromise with their values, with their relationship, with their health, with their meditation, with whatever they believe. They compromised everything, made money. Now suddenly recession, that also disappeared. Where everything went, nobody knows. Tuck, the numbers gone, disappeared. At least people who enjoyed their life, meditated, did some spiritual service and lived happily. At least they have the satisfaction that they lived their life. People who tried to convert everything into money, now suddenly that is also gone. Nobody knows where it has gone. That's another one funny thing. Fictions being sold in fractions. Fictions are being sold in fractions continuously. And people have, all of them have put their money in that field where the fictions are being sold in fractions. And suddenly, it's not there. At least people who lived their life, who lived what they wanted, who lived the values which they wanted, now they have the satisfaction. They lived their life. People who compromised, they don't even have that satisfaction. Anyhow, whenever people come and tell me, Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation, I tell them, just do only one thing. Only one thing. Every day at least 1 hour you spend with your body. Brushing, cleaning, taking bath, dressing, at least 1 hour. I say minimum. That 1 hour decide, you will be with your body. When you are brushing, just be with your teeth. When you are taking shower, just be with your skin. When you are dressing, just be with your body. Just that 1 hour spent with you, that's all, nothing else. That is enough. You will see so much of transformation will happen in your system. You may think it is too simple. But if you look inside your life, when you start brushing only, you will be sitting in your office and doing all your work. When you are taking bath, you will be cursing everybody in the life. You can see. Those are the moments you don't live with you. You don't live with you. Just this 1 hour. That is what Patanjali means when he says intensity is the key. Just be intense in whatever you are doing. Suddenly, so much of transformation will happen. Living intensely, it's what I call living enlightenment. If you are sitting in the chair, feel very clearly, you are sitting. The chair is holding your weight, but you don't relax on the chair. Even now you can see, constantly you are holding yourself. Even though physically chair is holding your weight, you think you are holding yourself. You do not relax, even on the chair. You do not relax. You are not at ease with what is happening. Be intense with whatever is happening. When you are intense with whatever is happening, all your postures are yoga. Please understand. If you are intensely sitting, that sitting is a posture, asana. If you are intensely standing, the standing is asana. Whatever you do with intensity is asana. Asana is not adding movements to your life. It is adding life to your movements. When I was young, I learned yoga from a great yogi, Yogi Yogananda Puri. Very great yogi. He used to teach me yoga in the temple, in the Arunachaleshwara temple, my native place. It's the largest Shiva temple, 25-acre granite construction, 25-acre built-up area in granite. Still, in India, there are thousands of cities. The temple will be the center of the city. And that will be the largest structure of the city. When he used to teach yoga to me, he will make me claim all the pillars. From morning till evening, all the temple stone pillars I have to climb up and down, up and down, up and down. After I grew up, when I started reading the yoga literatures, suddenly I found out this is not yoga. I asked him, why did you make me do that? Because when I was doing, I was really thinking it is yoga. And now I don't see in any book any reference that it's yoga. He just laughed and said, what needs to be achieved through yoga? Did you achieve through that practice? I said, yes, that I achieved, no doubt. Then it is yoga, relax. He gave me an important key, click. That is the key based on which I have designed the whole Nitya Yoga. The key is, with any intention you move your body, that intention will become part of your bio-memory and it will express itself in your life. With any intention you move your body, that intention will become part of your bio-memory and that will become reality in your life. He showed me just by the intensity, you can play with any energy any energy. I have seen. You will take a stone, keep it in the hand, create a sound intensely through his tongue, as if he is hitting the stone with a hammer. Just the sound, the stone will go to pieces. The power of intensity. Intensity. He will create a sound as if he is throwing a stone. The fruits will fall from the tree. Intensity. With any intention, if you move your body, that intention will get recorded in your system and will become reality in your life. So be very clear. When you are working, running your life, if you have the intention, it is going to bring only suffering and disturbance and dissatisfaction. You will be attracting that in your life. So having positive intentions and moving your body is yoga. Any movement is okay. Any movement is okay. If the intensity becomes your bio-memory, suddenly you know you are in heaven. You are living enlightenment. You are radiating Jivan Mukti. Patanjali says very beautifully, intensity is the essence. Please understand. Intensity is the difference between religion and spirituality. Without intensity, even meditation will be a ritual. I have seen many people meditating all over the world. Now I know by conducting classes all over the world, how different culture, different country people sit and sleep. Everywhere I am seeing how people sit and sleep, how they miss the words, how they sit and sleep. Without intensity, even your meditation will be a ritual. With intensity, even your ordinary activity like walking, talking, eating, sitting will be meditation. It will radiate. With intensity, you will attract that same kind of people around you. The same kind of people you will attract around you. You will feel connected to them. You can see many times people come and tell me, Swamiji, 4 years before I started my spiritual journey, I feel of late the whole world, everywhere spiritual awakening is happening. No. Actually, when you start journey, suddenly you will see in your life, you will start attracting spiritual people, spiritual ideas, spiritual magazines, spiritual websites. All those things will automatically start coming in your life. You will see people giving you that kind of gifts, that kind of books. You will start feeling connected to those things. World is not becoming spiritual. Your world is becoming spiritual. So with intensity, you will attract right people around you and you will feel connected to right people. Without intensity, even if right people happen around you, you will miss. I know thousands missed me. I know thousands lost me. Without intensity, even if I happen in your life, I'll just become memory. I'll only be vacation happened in your life, not life itself. With intensity, even if you have not had me physically in your life, you will be living with me. You will be living with me. Without intensity, even if it happened in your life physically, you miss. You will miss. It will be just lost. Intensity is the ultimate truth. Today morning in the press meet, one journalist asked me, what's the difference between religion and spirituality? if it is taught to you by somebody, anything it may be, it's religion, if you discovered the truth of it by applying it in your life, it is spirituality. It is spirituality. Till you discover, it is religion. Only when you discovered it, it is spirituality. Intensity is the key for discovering it. That is the key for discovering it. Let's enter into the sutra, Patanjali's sutra. The 20th sutra, the sutra which I was commenting in the last discourse. I want to continue. And then today's sutra, I'll expound. Shraddha Virya Smriti Samadhi Prajna Purvaka Itaresham. Patanjali explains the science of samadhi, science of enlightenment. Let me give you the translation. Shraddha Virya Smriti Samadhi Prajna Purvaka Itaresham. The path of highest samadhi is attained by people by faith in the path, energy directed on the path, repeatedly bringing to awareness, concentration and discrimination. In the last discourse, I have spoken on Shraddha and Virya, means the faith in the path, energy directed on the path. Now, I will speak on the other three things, 5 quality: Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Prajna. Shraddha means faith, feeling connected to the spiritual ideas. Second, Virya means intensity, energy directed on the path. Third, Smriti, bringing your awareness again and again back to the spiritual path. The third idea, Smriti. This is what I wanted you to understand first. Please understand. Bringing the truth again and again back to your life. Bringing the remembrance again and again back to your life. See, when you are in depression, if somebody comes and talks to you and gives you the right idea, right click to come out of the depression, what great service that person is doing to you. Or if you yourself are able to do that service to you, how great your life will be. The ability to do that service to yourself is what I call Smriti. Remembering the great truths, in the life again and again, and elevating yourself to live the intense spiritual life, to experience the truth, is what I call Smriti. See, in our life, at some time, all of us experience some strong truths as a click, as an experience. Suddenly, some truths will click with you. Either when you are fighting with your spouse, or fighting with your boss, or sitting depressed, or some time in your life when you lose money, or when you are some parts of your life, these great truths will click. You will have those great truths as experience. The big problem is you don't remember the same truths with that same clarity. If the same problem comes back again, that is where the problem starts. If you can bring those same truths back to your being, when those same problems come again, you will be living enlightenment. I always tell people, every day spend at least half an hour with some spiritual literature. People ask me, why, what is it going to do something? I have read all these books already. No, relax. You might have read. That does not mean you remember. Read, reread, reread, reread. Assimilate these ideas again and again. You will see. Whenever you go through a low mood, you remember these great ideas, you will start living them. Smriti means remembering your true self again and again. I can say, remembering to unclutch again and again is what Patanjali calls smriti. Whatever may be the complication, remember to unclutch. Remember to unclutch. Remember to unclutch. Maybe after 2-3 days, you will forget. You will be caught and you will be suffering. Suddenly remember, no, let me unclutch. Whenever you remember, come back. Come back to the center. Come back to the peace. Unclutch. You will see. The constant remembrance is so powerful, so strong. That is the ultimate technique. All the rituals, spiritual literature, temples, everything is created. Everything is created just for this one idea, smriti, remembrance. All over the world, so much of wealth is put, invested in spiritual books, in spiritual infrastructures, so many spiritual things. Just one reason. You need to be reminded. You need to remember. That's all. You need to remember the truth. That's all. Nothing else. I am building temples all over the world. Just today morning, one journalist asked me, Swamiji, all over the world you are building temples, organizations, ashrams, monasteries. Why? I told one word. Just to remind people about these great truths. That's all. Nothing else. Soon, in few days, in San Jose, you may have a temple. It's just for reminding you the truth. Reminding you the truth. Smriti. When temples don't remind you the spiritual truths, they are not useful. When books don't remind the spiritual truths to you, they are not useful. When your life don't remind the spiritual truths to you, it is not worth living. Remembering the spiritual truths again and again and again is the essence. Please understand, Patanjali says, just by remembering, you can fall into samadhi. He is not giving this as a morality or inspiration. No. He says this is a science of samadhi. Ramakrishna says, the moment I see some villager from Chaitanya's village, I fall into samadhi. Just remembering that person, his village is Chaitanya's place, and the village remains Chaitanya, and Chaitanya remains Krishna, Krishna remains the enlightened consciousness, and he is already in samadhi. The right remembrance can straightaway transport you to samadhi. The wrong remembrance can immediately put you in depression. This word all of you can understand because it's your experience. A wrong word can put you in samadhi immediately. The right remembrance. Wrong words can put you into depression immediately. The right remembrance can put you into samadhi immediately. For right remembrance only, smriti only, the satsangs, temples, rituals, everything is created. See, rituals are nothing but every day reminding your godliness. Before doing any ritual, the first mantra is called Manasa Puja, remembering your soul as God and worshipping that. Only then you worship that same consciousness in the deity. It means what? The puja is nothing but remembering the great truths. Smriti. If you have remembrance, you don't need anything from the outer world. If all these outer world things do not remind you, then they have no use. Then they have no use. Smriti, the mala, bracelet, everything is just for remembrance. Smriti, nothing else. It's not for any other reason. It's just reminding you. Whenever you see them, you remember these great truths. This mala, bracelet and all is to help you not to forget the truth. But sometimes people forget that itself. Reminding the truth, smriti. The next truth, Patanjali says, prajna. Samadhi and prajna. Samadhi means constantly trying to be in the deep silence, the gap between the two thoughts in your inner space. See, the gap between the two thoughts of your being. You again and again experience samadhi every moment in your life. The problem is, you don't have patience for that gap. You are running without even knowing why you are running. I have a story for you. An overweight man went to the doctor who advised him to lose 10 pounds. The doctor recommended that the man should run 5 miles every day for the next 100 days. The patient phoned the doctor exactly 100 days later. Doctor asked, "Have you lost the weight?" Patient said, "I have, but I am not at all happy with the situation." Doctor asked, "Why?" This guy says, "Because I am 500 miles away from home." The fool is running, not turning back. Sometimes you are also just running, not looking in the gap, not coming back. If you are continuously running, you might have achieved 500-mile goal, but you will not be in home. Same way, if you are continuously running behind your mind, you may achieve what you want in the outer world, but you will not be in the home. You will be far away from the home. So come back to the gap. Coming back to the gap is what Patanjali calls samadhi. Make time to come back to the gap. Don't say, "I am not able to." Every moment the gap is happening inside you. Because of the gap only the next thought is able to come. Understand? It's like the fish tank, water bubbles coming up. It may look that all the bubbles are interconnected, but they are not. There is a gap. Same way, You may feel the thoughts are continuously connected. No, there is a gap. Relaxing in that gap is what Patanjali calls samadhi. The fifth idea Patanjali is sharing is prajna, means discrimination. I can say the pure consciousness which awakens discrimination. That's what is prajna. Because discrimination word is too poor word for prajna. It's too poor word for prajna. The big problem is Sanskrit can never be translated as it is. I have to use many words only to give you the concept which is expressed through that sutra. Discrimination, please understand, consciousness which awakens the discrimination. When you are aware, when you are conscious, you can never make a mistake. You can never make a mistake. When you are conscious, constantly you respond to the situation in the present moment. See, if you are not conscious, you act based on your engrams, not based on the truth, your own intimate experience. If the prajna is there, you act based upon your own intimate personal experience. If the prajna is missing, you act based on the samskaras, hearsay, what they will say, what he will say, what the other will say. From the samskaras, the person who is operating from prajna will have a deep discrimination. He will have very deep discrimination. I have a story for you. Two gas company servicemen, one old, one young, were calling on houses in a neighborhood, checking the meters. At the final house on their round, a lady watched through the window as they checked the meter. Their truck was parked at the end of the street. Suddenly these two guys thought of having a small game. They decided between them to prove their fitness. Who will reach the truck first? The older man challenged the youngster to a race. As they ran to the truck, they were surprised to find the women from the last house huffing and puffing right behind them. What is wrong? They asked that lady. She gasped and said, when I saw two gasmen running as hard as you can, I figured I would better run too. Sometime you are also running behind gasmen, not knowing why they are running. When the prajna is not there, you run based on samskaras, fear, not based on the real experience. With prajna, with consciousness, you will be very clear what I mean by the word consciousness. Please understand. Just when I started the discourse, what I said, just being inside your skin. Just be inside your skin. Deal the persons, situations, places, everything directly. Everything straight. Be inside your skin and deal the things directly. Then you will be very clear. You will be very clear what you can, what you can't, what is your life, what is your goal, everything. You will be very clear. You will be very clear what you can and what you can't, what you want and what you don't want. There won't be any confusion. There won't be any confusion. You will be just straight. I have a story for you. A woman went with her husband for his routine medical checkup. But afterwards, the doctor took her to one side and said, I am afraid I have some bad news. Unless you adhere to strict routine, your husband will die. Every morning, you must give him good, healthy breakfast. You must cook him a nutritional meal at night. Furthermore, you must not burden him with household chores. And you must keep the house spotless and germ-free. I know it places a great deal of work on your shoulders, but it really is the only way to keep him alive. On their way home, the husband asked his wife what the doctor had said to her. Oh, she replied, he said, you are going to die. You will be very clear what you can and what you can't, what you want and what you don't. With consciousness, there is no confusion. There is no confusion whether you can do or can't do. The dilemma between can and can't will not be there. The dilemma between want or don't will not be there. The power of consciousness, prajna, will remove agnya. Please, agnya means ignorance. Prajna means beyond ignorance. As long as you have ignorance, be very clear, you do not have prajna. Somebody goes to Buddha and asks, Buddha, I have a huge problem in my country. He's a king. Almost all the kings who were alive in Buddha's period in India were either sannyasis of Buddha or disciples of Buddha. Because he showed in his life, kingdom is nothing. Kingdom is nothing. He showed in his life, the kingdom is nothing. And the great truths of spirituality is the strength. Almost all the kings were his disciples. Either they have taken sannyas and left the kingdom. If they are sitting in the kingdom, they are ruling as Buddha's representative. That's all. Goes and asks, there is so much of confusion in my kingdom. Please give me some advice. How can I sort it out? Buddha says, sit and bring your awareness to your breathing. He says, if I am sitting like this, they will not only take away the kingdom, they will kill me and everything will disappear. Buddha says, just listen to what I am saying. And beautifully, the king expresses, he says, when I listened, I sat with myself consciously. Suddenly I could see the root of the problems. When you see the root of the problems, you have solution. Please understand, when you see the root of the problem, you have solution. The big problem is, sometimes we don't look into the problem and try to find out solution. We don't have patience to look into the problem, but try to find out the solution. That is where the whole problem starts. If you can just look in, you will see not only you have a solution, suddenly problem dissolves. Problem dissolves. The problem itself do not have its root. The root in which it is rooted, the very root disappears.
As the earth turns inward during the divine Chaturmasya, while prayers rise like incense through the heavens, and when even gods observe celestial silence, a divine anticipation stirs in the heart of creation. As the universe prepares to explode with ecstatic joy, For the impossible is about to become possible. The unborn to be born. The teacher of the Gita, the liberator of the worlds. This is no ordinary day. This is Janmashtami.
Love, sacrifice, ferociousness, knowledge, power, all these are separate words in lower middle class level.
Yes, so this is a celebration of the Krishna Janmashtami that is coming up. We have few more days for the Krishna Janmashtami. So it's a great celebration, a great happening. Who is the Krishna, who is the Jagat Guru, Krishna, who is the loving, who is loved by everyone, the liberator of the whole cosmos itself. So
meanwhile, don't forget that tonight we have a live darshan. Swamiji is gracing us in the Bhava Samadhi darshan of Venkateshwara, of Lord Venkateshwara. So yes, don't forget, please make sure that you join us for the darshan tonight, and call everyone as well. Call everyone to join for the darshan so they can have the live darshan experience as well with Swamiji.
yes, and bring everyone whomever you know, because let them get benefited by the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let them have the darshan of the Swamiji so that they can transform their life wherever they are stuck in, wherever they need transformation. So with this, we'll be entering into the internalization exercise for intensity is the key. So understand, Swamiji was revealing that difference is not in the lifestyle of whether it is Krishna, Buddha, or you, or Patanjali. What is the difference is there, whatever they do, they are intense. So decide from today, whatever you do, you'll be intense. It means whatever you do, you'll be inside your body.
So how a child feels connected to the mother, yearns for the mother, a strong yearning for the mother, and how you feel connected to your beloved when you are in love. It's the same way. When you're in love, whatever you may be doing, the undercurrent, you will just feel that constant feeling memory of him or her, just filling your entire body. So when you are in love, the constant undercurrent will be there, feeling you, overflowing in you. That is intensity. That intensity is what we are talking about. So we bring that intensity. It can be directed towards fulfillment, or it can be directed towards enlightenment. Suddenly you will see you are awakened when you are directed towards enlightenment. So intensity is the ultimate truth.
So understand, when you move beyond the senses, you enter into Shiva consciousness. So we are about to enter into a technique called Shamuki mudra. And as it will be difficult to maintain this posture for a long time, you may sit on the ground and support your hands on the chair to maintain the comfort. So basically, you'll be placing your hands in placing your chair in front of you, or placing your elbows on the chair, so that you don't have a discomfort because it's going to be a little longer. So make sure that you're supporting your hands on a chair. So take a moment, have the chair with you to avoid any shoulder ache.
Yes, as with all meditations, please sit comfortably, cross-legged on the floor if possible, or if it's not comfortable for you on the floor, or you're unable to sit on the floor cross-legged for some reason, that you can sit comfortably on a chair. So it's important to be comfortable. But sit with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line to allow for the free-flowing energy up and down your spine, the Kundalini energy. Now, when you are in Shanmukhi Mudra, the energy flow to the outside world through the 7 openings of the face is completely blocked. It is blocked and it is turned inwards. So why is that? Because the fingers, so the hands and the fingers, there are powerful energy channels that can actually stop the flow of energy, and it can direct it back inside. So we will be blocking all of these. So there are 7 openings on your face. You have the 2 ears, the 2 eyes, the 2 nostrils, and 1 mouth. So we will block all of those. Therefore, we will redirect the flow of energy inside. Now, as we said, the hands are very powerful. The energy centers in the hands are so powerful, it can stop the energy flow and it can turn it into a concentrated beam of energy. And we will direct it towards the Anya chakra, or the third eye, between the two eyebrows.
Yes. So let's enter into this instruction how to perform this Shamuki mudra. So a basic requirement is, if you are wearing spectacles, please remove it, because you'll be placing your fingers even on your eyes. So starting with placement, so just bring your hands like this. Thumb, you'll be placing your thumb on the short earlobe. So as you can see, this thing is called as a short earlobe. So with both the thumbs, you'll be pressing these short earlobe till you hear a humming sound. And index finger. Index will be lightly on both of your eyes. Middle finger will be on the bridge of the nostril. Ring finger will be under the nostril, and little finger will be on the lips. So these are the position of fingers in the Shamuki mudra. So for next 21 minutes, and make sure that you're closing the nose partially, just to reduce the prana flow. And when your mind settles down by itself, prana flow will reduce. And be in the Shamuki mudra. Inhale and exhale as slowly, as deeply as possible. Keep your mouth tightly shut. And visualize both your eyeballs have become stones and let them not move. So let's, whenever as you are entering into the Shamuki mudra, intensify your awareness. Do not create the stress. Try to penetrate with the deep awareness and don't create any pressure. Create only awareness. Visualize intensely as if you are penetrating your third eye with a drill bit. So let's enter into this Shamuki mudra. Once again, place your thumb on the earlobes, index finger on the eyes, middle finger on the bridge of the nose, ring finger on the upper lip, and little finger on the lips. You can release the middle finger, inhale, close, hold as possible, then exhale. We'll be continuing this for 21 minutes. So let's come to the space of listening. So let's begin this meditation. You can enter into the Shamuki mudra now, and let's enter into this. Now slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. You can relax from the Maha Mantra, the Shamuki mudra. It is important to make yourself comfortable by supporting yourself in the Shamuki mudra. And you'll see the tremendous energy that is created in your third eye to awaken the intuition. When you are comfortable, you will see that you are entering into the deeper energies or the higher consciousness. With this, we'll be entering into the power manifestation. And today we are doing the power of Mahima, decreasing the weight of the object. So let's get ready to enter into. In this round, we'll be increasing the weight of the object. You can take any metal object from your household.
Yes, so requesting everyone to gather a metal object. So once again, any metal object from your household can be perhaps a spoon, fork, any piece of cutlery, perhaps something else, anything that you have that is made of metal. And we'll start with taking the initial reading, the initial weight reading of the object. So we'll start by weighing the object. If you have a kitchen weighing scale, perhaps, something that can weigh even small differences in objects. So requesting everyone, please gather a metal object and let us get ready by taking an initial weight measurement of the object. So if you have a kitchen weighing scale, or perhaps any scale that you can actually accurately verify the weight of the object, please go ahead and measure it. Otherwise, you can just do it by feel. So you can hold it in your hand and just see how much pressure, how much downward pressure it is putting on your palm. And see how it feels in terms of weight. And then it's important that we use the same method at the end of the power manifestation. So after we have affected the weight of the object. So yes, requesting everyone. Yes, we are joined by Ma Isabel, Nithyananda. Good to have you with us. So we are just about to move into the power manifestation round. We request everyone once again to gather a metal object and take the initial measurement of the initial weight of the object, and we will be reducing the weight of the object. So we'll take two measurements, one now at the start before we start the power manifestation, and a second measurement at the end of the power manifestation, and compare the weight of the object from before and after. So once you have done, keep the object in front of you. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us sit with a full intention to manifest this power of Mahima, of decreasing the weight of the object. So let us sit in the space of oneness with the divine, with Swamiji, connecting to the divine in your inner space, Yohananda Ganda. So let us invoke Swamiji in our inner space. Let us hold our intention in our third eye, our intention to decrease the weight of the object. And let us ask Swamiji to manifest through us to manifest through us to decrease the weight of the object in front of us. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, continue chanting this Mahavakya throughout the power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Somji, let us start manifesting this power of decreasing the weight of the object. Let's begin.
Ananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
All right, you can relax now. And let us now take the second measurement of the metal object. So once again, whatever method used to take the initial measurement of that metal object, then we were affecting the weight of. Take a second measurement and let us know the difference. Let us know how you went. And also let us know what you experienced. So during this power manifestation, requesting also everyone please come on camera and let us get involved and contribute and understand that by sharing, by getting involved and sharing, you enrich not only yourself, but you enrich others. And Swamiji beautifully tells us enriching others is enriching ourselves. So you get double benefit, enriching yourself and others, which in turn is enriching yourself. So requesting everyone to please switch on the cameras and be available in the camera frame, contribute, start getting involved. So Ma Chao Yu Fang, Vishwanathan Aya, Ma Mahasatya, Ma Agora Swarupini, Ma Gui Shu Jing, and Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, requesting everyone please switch on your cameras and be available for yourself for this program. So this power of affecting the weight of an object comes in very handy if you're perhaps looking to increase the value of perhaps some gold jewelry. You can increase the weight. So anything that is based on weight, you can increase the weight. So it can be quite beneficial. But not only that, there are many other applications of this power. But requesting everyone take a moment and share with us, take a second measurement of your object and share with us how you went for this power manifestation. And if you're following us on YouTube, you can let us know in the YouTube chat. So requesting everyone to please take a moment and share. So understand these powers come from the space of oneness with Paramashiva, oneness with the divine, with Swamiji. So it is through this feeling connection. Understand, if you feel any impossibility, if you feel any restriction, any doubts, it is all in your mind. It is all mind's play. Because from the moment that you sit with the intention to manifest this power, the power simply manifests. It is up to you to get out the way. So to get out of the way of the divine manifesting from you. In fact, the biggest reason why we are not seeing the manifestations. So if that is the case, if you are not seeing the manifestations, is because you are not allowing it to come through by having patterns, incompletions, worries, self-doubt, whatever it might be. All of these are like filters. So if you're imagining a light just coming all the way down, you're putting filters in the way of this light. So by the time it gets to the destination, the light is all blanked out because of all these filters that we are applying. And this is also a very powerful way to remove incompletions, remove the patterns, by being aware of the patterns and practicing this power manifestations. When we do have a breakthrough in the power manifestation, the pattern is also removed. So it works on many different levels, many different dimensions. And of course, the more and more we practice, the more and more we practice our connection to the divine, we open up to the divine, for the divine to manifest through us, for the cosmic energy, the cosmic super consciousness to manifest through us, to flow through us. So requesting everyone, please make sure that you do practice power manifestations. Swamiji says beautifully, power manifestations should be your day-to-day practice. It should be your lifestyle. So power manifestation should be your lifestyle. That is how we realize our connection. We realize our divinity, because we are divine beings having a human experience. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Yes, we have Mr. Gunya that shares. I have a garden, small rake, and I think increased weight, but during the meditation I saw Krishna and only his golden eyes, and he shows me the path. I should go like sand path, road, and gold trees, and so beautiful. I was outside in the garden, so nice, but not so sunny and little wind. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma.
Yes. All right. So with this, let's move on to the next revelation by Swamiji, which is going to be on you are the source. Understand? When you realize that you are the source, you take responsibility for everything that happens. So you'll experience the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. When you realize that you are the source, you settle within yourself. So let's come to the space of listening and let's enter into this revelation with Swamiji.
In the Aghori tradition is the path of science of enlightenment. They work with the human fevers. They say there is 64 kind of a fever which is responsible for our physical and mental imbalances. All your physical disease and mental disease is just because of these 64 fevers. Your anger will be a kind of a fever radiating around you. If you are carrying so much of negative thoughts like a vengeance, violence, you will be radiating a kind of a fever around you. For every kind of a thought trend, you will radiate a kind of a fever. If you are carrying too much of violence and anger, even the objects which you touch will become poisonous. Understand? I was surprised when I studied that science. When I studied the Agori tradition, then I understood human beings carry so much of vengeance because mind needs dissatisfaction and vengeance and violence as a root. If you are having mind, be very clear, you carry such big load of vengeance, such big load of dissatisfaction, such big load of the negative fire, fever. That is why wherever you put your feet, you radiate poison. Grass dies. In Zen Buddhist tradition, in front of your cottage, if the grass is dead, if you have created a walkway by your walking, you will not receive sannyas. They won't give you sannyas. This is a method of training. In front of your cottage, there will be a big lawn. You are supposed to use the same route, but if the grass dies, you will not be given sannyas. Means, still unconsciously you have not dropped the violence. It's a very subtle but powerful science. Only when I studied, I understood how the mind lives on dissatisfaction. Paramahamsas, enlightened beings, does not leave footprint. Anybody who does not leave footprint, who is not heavy on the planet Earth, is called Paramahamsa. Even not only his lifestyle, even his very way in which he carries his being will be so light, radiating so much of lightness, innocence, radiating so much of the carefreeness or the joy. Of course, no other word. That is what, that kind of beings are only called Paramahamsas. In our time shaft, there is no gap. Constantly things are getting written. I think overwritten. Overwritten. Our mind, how much it feels dissatisfaction, that much it does not feel satisfaction. You can see when you feel the hunger, at first you will feel in the navel center. After a few minutes, you will feel all over the body. Then it will become irritation, shouting at everybody, and your whole body will be burning, literally. But you don't feel the same satisfaction after you dump the food. You may be filled but not fulfilled. We may be filling but not feeling fulfilled. Same way, thirst. Before drinking water, we feel so much of thirst. But after that, we just take it for granted. After eating or drinking, the satisfaction which we feel, we do not cherish, we do not experience, we do not live it, we take it for granted. Any joy you can see in your life, you take it for granted. You start asking, what next? There is a beautiful stotra by Shankara. Tatakim, tatakim, tatakim. What next, what next, what next? Your mind is alive only by asking what next, what next, what next. It can't relax here and now. When Shiva says, wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize that, be in that moment. If you are finding satisfaction means you are relaxing into that present moment. You are resting into that present moment. You are entering into a space where you don't have boundary, you don't have heaviness, you are not creating footprint. Just be in that space. But our mind is such. Ramana Maharshi says beautifully. There is a beautiful one-liner from Ramana Maharshi. He says in Tamil, I'll give you the translation. Before achieving even mustard seed will look like a mountain. After achieving, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed for the mind. Before you getting it, even a mustard seed, small thing, will look like a mountain. Without that, your life will not move. For example, a cell phone or a shoe, which you see when you go for window shopping. When you go for shopping, it's called window shopping, just seeing and walking. Particular kind of a cloth or some shoe or some cell phone. You just look at it. You have a thought. Why not have that? You say, no, later on. Let me save a little money and buy. You just walk. But the thought is in your mind. Your mind will now give all kinds of justifications why you should have that. If it is a shoe, it will tell, if I have that shoe, early morning 4:30 I can get up and go for a running, I will be more healthy. It will give all kinds of justifications as if you will get that shoe and start running every day morning, as if your whole morning waking up and running is only in that shoes. And without that shoe you can't get up or you can't do any running with your old shoe. No, nothing. Your mind will create all kinds of scene. And with that cell phone you will really start doing lot of business and develop all your relationships. It will give all kinds of ideas. If I have that cell phone, I will be able to call every time. I can keep up with my business, or I can take care of all the relationships. Some idea. Same way with that cloth. I think that cloth will really look nice on me. I'll really feel more confident and courage. And it will give all kinds of ideas. And somehow finally, because your mind says so many times again and again, you may save little money and get that shoe. First few days, you will not even remove that shoe when you go to sleep. It will be there in your leg even when you fall asleep. It will be almost like a part, Karna's Kavacha Kundala. The Karna's Kavacha Kundala can't be removed from his body. It will be just like that, just always with you. After a few days, you will say, okay. Whenever you go for some parties or some time, you will wear. After a month, rarely, maybe some important thing. After 3 months, it will be lying near that small corner room, which is always under that staircase. Nobody will be there even to clean or polish it. It will be lying there. You can see your mind. Just go to your garage and see all over how many things are lying, and before buying, what all words your mind said, and how your mind was showing all these things are really necessary for your life. Especially when you read that Sky Mall magazine, the flight, it gives you such a feeling that without that product you can't take next step in your life. And it gives you such a fantastic feeling with that photograph and everything. Almost your mind says you can't live the next day without that product. Order now. And it's like a hypnotizing, especially these TV ads in US I saw. Call now, call now, call now. And almost that way in which it is presented, your mind will say you can't take the next step. You can't live your life without that product. Or there is something really missing without that product. Go around and see your garage. See your, not only garage, just go around and see the whole house. Go and stand near every object, everything in your house, and just have a small write-up, 2-line write-up. What you felt before that became part of your life. First with your house, with your car, with your wife, with your relationships, with your every product. Just see what was the comment or what was the thought before that became part of your life. And what is the thought now? You will understand your life or your mind records only dissatisfactions. When Buddha says life is suffering, he does not mean that true life is suffering. No. He himself was not suffering, radiating joy and bliss. How can he say life is suffering? What you think or what you record life as is suffering. In your mind, what all you record as life is suffering. That is what he means. There is a beautiful saying in the Upanishad. Once you become enlightened, your future and past both can be changed. I was actually confused when I read. See, future can be changed. That I can agree. Because it is open. How can past be changed? Because past has already happened. Only when I myself had experience, I understood the past as you think is not the original past which happened. What you think as your past is not the whole complete record. What you think as your biography is only selected, edited version. It is not the whole as it happened. So only when you become enlightened, you will experience the true past. You will see everything happened. As on now, what you remember as past now is not your past. Maybe a little confusing. What is this? It is true. In your life, if you had 100 incidents, dissatisfaction or suffering, at least 101 incident with satisfaction and joy has happened. That is why you are still alive. See, the prana flow can happen in you only if more number of joyful incidents are recorded in your unconscious, in your inner space. Still you being alive is the solid proof that your unconscious has not really lost the hope about life. Means at least 1% is more joy is recorded in your inner space. Intellectually, consciously you may not remember, but in the inner space the recording of the joy or satisfaction is 1% more than the dissatisfaction. That is why still you have hope and still you are breathing. Otherwise you would have decided, enough, I breathed. Enough, I lived. Bas, let's pack up. Now really, still you being alive is the solid proof that 1% more joy is there inside recording. You may not remember it. You may not remember your past as it happened. Only when you become enlightened, you will realize the whole past as it happened. That is what the rishis say. When you become enlightened, your future and past both will change. You will realize your true past. So many wonderful things have happened. Many times again and again you come back to that present moment. Satisfaction, joy or restfulness, but you don't feel comfortable with that state. Every day, at least few times you experience the state of Paramahamsa, state of Shiva consciousness, but you feel uneasy with it. You feel uneasy with it. You don't feel homely with it. You don't feel that is your state. Your natural state has become unnatural for you. That is why you say, no, this is, I think this looks too much. It's okay. Before even you consciously relaxing into it, you jump out of it. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, whenever you want something, some outer object, like want to enjoy a sweet or some joy, your mind is running towards that object. The moment you put that object into your mouth, or that object comes in contact with your senses, immediately the running stops, you come back to the present moment. You falling back to the present moment only radiates joy and satisfaction. Then you start thinking that joy is coming from that object. No. If the joy is coming from that sweet, then after 10 sweets, the joy should be more. But it is not. See the logic. As you believe, if the joy is from that sweet, after 10 sweets, the more number of sweets, joy should be more. But it is not. Why? It is not from that sweet. It is because your mind falls back to yourself. He gives a beautiful example. A dog which got a dry bone is biting the dry bone. Somehow the dry bone started poking into its own gums and blood started flowing. The dog is just enjoying that blood and thinking that blood is coming from that bone. How the dog is mistaking the blood from his own mouth is the blood from the bone and enjoying it. Same way, you also, when you experience the sense pleasures, when you live those sense pleasures, the joy which comes out of your own self, you attribute it to that object. If the dog starts thinking that blood is coming from that bone, it will just bite the bone more strongly. Same way, you catch that sense object more strongly. But suddenly you will see the emptiness. After 10 sweets, no more joy. Because your mind is now accustomed to the sweet. Even when you put the sweet in your tongue, it is not ready to rest. It is asking, what next? What next? What next? It is not relaxing, resting into that satisfaction. Now you play the next role. Oh, there is no joy in the sense object. One side of your mind is saying, there is no joy. The same joy is not there in that sweet. But your inner mind is telling, no, you are doing wrong. I think try once more, try little more, we may get little more joy. Because you are not ready to believe that there is no joy in the object, because that's the only thing you have in your hand. If in that also there is no hope, means what will happen? You become hopeless. That is too much. So you try to hold on. So you try to add rasa, juice to the object from your own being and try to enjoy. You are not ready to believe that there is no joy from the sense, from the object. The joy is from your inner space because you are relaxing, resting. Mahadeva says beautifully, wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize this. In Zen, they have something called tea ceremony. It's nothing, just they will prepare tea and drink. But that is given so much of spiritual significance, you will be surprised. All the monks will sit around and that they will be just sitting and listening to the sound of tea boiling, that water sound, glug, 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 and that beautiful smell of the steam, and just with a deep meditative mood. And when they pour the tea, just that sound which is created with a full awareness, and your deep thirst for the tea, or that feeling to sip the tea, just be with that. And beautifully, when you sip the tea, the whole tea traveling inside your system, and that satisfaction it is creating inside your system, and that beautiful restfulness and that relaxation or satisfaction which comes because you got what you want. The whole mood, the whole thing, just a cup of tea can lead you to enlightenment. Understand? Just that satisfaction, if you can live intensely, there is a beautiful truth behind this whole tea ceremony. Let me explain the truth, then you will understand the Mahadeva or Shiva's technique. In your inner space, two things will get recorded, two samskaras will get engraved. Samskara means the engraved memory which is powerful enough to make you go through the same action. If you are addicted to coffee, morning 7 o'clock, once you hear the bell 7, inside coffee, addiction, you see, addiction word can be defined. Understand this definition. Without that object, you will feel deep dissatisfaction. With that, you won't feel much satisfaction. Is addiction. Understand, this is the definition of addiction. With anything, without that object, you will feel deeply dissatisfied. If you can't smoke, at that point, you can't stand, like you will feel so restless. You will walk here, you will walk there, you will go to bathroom, you will walk here, you will walk there, and you will be shouting at everybody. You will be kicking the shoes, you will be kicking this. You will be doing all sorts of things like Tom and Jerry. But once you smoke, the joy will not be too much. You will take it for granted. Okay, next. That is what is called addiction. The powerful engraved memory which can make you go through the same action again and again without giving you the satisfaction is called samskara. Samskara and mantra, both are opposite to each other. The words are the memory which stays in you and makes you more and more dull and addictive is samskara. The words are memories which stays in you and liberates you more and more from your bondages is called mantra. The words which stays in you and liberates you is mantra. The words which stays in you and binds you is samskara. That's all. Understand? When you are caught with these samskaras, when you don't feel the satisfaction of what is happening inside you, you will record more samskara and less experience. Let me repeat once more. Inside your inner space, two things will be recorded. For example, the memory of drinking tea and the joy or intense satisfaction which you felt during drinking tea. These two will be recorded. If that satisfaction, the joy, if it is deeply recorded, you won't need the same act of drinking tea again and again. If this experience or the joy or quality of satisfaction is not deeply recorded in you, you need this act to be done again and again. If there is a quality of experience in you, the quantity of act is not needed. If the quantity of act is needed means the quality of experience is not deeply recorded in you. That is why Mahadeva says, Shiva says in another one technique, anything you do with your conscious full awareness will liberate you. Understand? It means if you smoke intensely, consciously, only once, you will be liberated from smoking. If you smoke consciously, intensely, even once, you will be liberated. You will not be bound. Because anything you do it completely does not create footprint or leave karma or samskara inside your inner space. Karma means unfulfilled action, which is powerful enough to make you go through the same action again and again to make you feel fulfilled. If you do any action, whether it is seeing something, or listening something, or tasting something, or smelling something, or touching something, anything with full conscious awareness even once, without drifting into the past or future during that act. Usually when you are drinking tea, your mind will be doing everything else except enjoying the tea. When you can see in your life, when you put the brush morning to brush your teeth, your mind is already in the office, sitting and calculating and thinking what to do. That is why when you are in the shower, you are talking to your boss. Sometimes even verbally you talk. When you are in the shower, you are talking to somebody. What to do? And when you are sitting in the office, already you are in the evening sea beach or in the temple or thinking about the vacation. When you are in the sea beach, already you are thinking when to go back to the home. When you are in the home, already you are thinking when next day morning you will go to the office. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. That's all. That we are very clear. Anything you do, even once, without drifting into the past or the future, will liberate you. Any karma. Because you are embodiment of fulfillment. You are Purna. There is a beautiful Upanishad sloka. Purnamata Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. From the whole comes the whole, and if the whole is added to the whole or removed from the whole remains as whole. Maths cannot help. Logic cannot help you to understand this. And now, recently, the Western mathematicians are agreeing 2 plus 2 is not 4. No, really, it is 4 plus something. Whenever you add two things, it is not just a logical equal thing which we were believing always. No. 2 plus 2 is not just 4, because the adding action, that brings some result. See, 2 plus 2 is not just 4. Adding is an action. What about that result? Once you add 2 plus, you see, when the 2 is separate, 2, and there is another one 2, separate 2. These two, when they are added, it is not just 4, 4 plus the quality of adding. Now this 4 is ready to get added to anything else. Now the 4 has got a quality or the idea or the mental setup of getting added to anything. That is why 2 plus 2 is not just 4, it is something more. Because the 4 has now learnt how to expand itself. This just 2 do not know how to expand itself. This next 2 also do not know how to expand itself. When these 2 have joined together and became 4, now they have an intellectual property, how to expand them. They are something more than 4. Now they know the technique of how to adding more and more into them and how to assimilating or how to expand. Understand? That is why the regular logic is not a complete logic. The system of the Purnamata, if you understand this one Upanishad mantra, the whole comes out of whole and goes back to whole. If you take the whole out of the whole remains as a whole. It's a very beautiful but very subtle truth. You need your full attention and awareness to digest this truth. But very understanding will transform you. You don't even need to meditate separately. You don't even need to meditate separately. The very understanding can transform you. See, now by your nature, whether you believe it or not, you are a whole being. You are a conscious being. Any action, if you do with that whole being, without drifting into the past or the future, the whole, which is your being, even if the action is done, you will remain as a whole. You will not become half. Purnamata Purnamitam. You will remain as a pure conscious being. But when you do some action, if you drift away in the past or the future, you will become part. You will not remain as a whole. Then samskaras are written on you. Then karma is created. You have to do the same action once more because you have not been in that whole state when you did that action. When you were smoking, if you were completely into that smoking, there was no other past or future, the whole was doing something holy, then you are not engraving or creating a karma or the memory. You are liberated from that action. You will not be inspired or forced to do the same act again. If you are half off when you are doing some act, naturally, because you have done only half, you have not achieved the full satisfaction, you will carry that remain, you will carry that engraved memory, which will inspire you, force you to do the same act, to feel the fulfillment through that act. That's all. That is the meaning of Purnamata and Purnamitam. Purnat Purnamudachyate, Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. If you remain as whole, if all your actions are whole, with a whole integrated being, you will remain as whole. Anybody who remains as whole, whatever he does is holy. Understand? Paramahamsas are not classified or understood by their action. They are understood by their being. Paramahamsas are recognized by their being, not by their doing. That is why when Shankara is defining Paramahamsas, when he writes his Viveka Chudamani, he defines Paramahamsa. They are like Pichasa, Balaka and Bagula. See, they are like a ghost, mad and kids. All these things put together and something more. Means what? You can't define them. You can't define them. And in Paramahamsa Upanishad they say, no scale or rule or restriction binds them. They are completely liberated. They just live. They just live. They breathe the beautiful air of freedom, liberation, Swadantratva. Free is not the right word for Swadantra. Especially in this country, free word is too, it has got too much meaning, different meaning. Only one thing, whatever they do it whole, that's all. Because they are whole, no samskara or karma gets inscribed, engraved in them. They are not bound by anything. They are just full, complete. Their inner space is full, overflowing with joy. Understand? Anything you do half, karma is created. Because that memory will make you go through the same act again and again till you feel completed. Whether it is a seeing or listening or smelling or tasting or touching. If you are whole, you are liberated. That is what Shiva says here. Wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, it may be when you see some of your friend, or when you see some scene, or when you hear some music, or when you smell some smells, or when you taste some food, or when you have some pleasure by touch, anything it may be, or when you are sitting and thinking or remembering something, anything may be, the moment you feel something is giving you satisfaction, just sit with that, go into that feeling of satisfaction. As I was telling you, two things will be recorded in you. The memory of the object, the memory of that satisfaction, that experience. If you are drinking tea, the memory of the tea and joy which you experienced during drinking tea. If you fill your whole being with the joy or satisfaction, there is no space for the memory of the tea to get inscribed. So the quality of your enjoyment or quality of your experiencing, the quality to experience will become sharp in you. So any small object can bring the same ecstasy in you. For Paramahamsas, you don't need big things to make them joyful. Just a small flower is okay. They are so joyful. Nothing is required to make them joyful. That is why they say Shiva is called Asudosha, means easily pleased. The Sanskrit word Asudosha means easily pleased. It's called Bolenath, means innocent. Does not need much. Just one small bay leaf, or little bit of rice, or little bit of Ganges water. Nothing much is necessary. He is happy and he gives you whatever you ask. That's why it's called Bolenath. Patram, Pushpam, Palam, Toyam. Nothing else is required. Just one leaf or one flower or just a little bit of something is enough. Nothing else is required. Asudosha, easily pleased. Simple guys. He doesn't need too many things to get pleased. He's a very simple person. You can see Shiva. All useless things which is not used by society at all is around him. Rudraksha, which has no value. There is no economical value, which is just lying all over. Is that all? Is abharanas, ornaments, and all the snakes which nobody wants. Is his friends, and the place where he lives, burial ground, which nobody wants to go. That is the place where he lives. What is his cosmetics? The ash from the burial ground, which nobody will touch. And who are his friends and companions? Bhutas. And the bhutas, which nobody wants to even relate with. So he is happy with all those things. He does not need. He says, anything you think as useful, please you have it. Whatever the society thinks as useless, whatever is discarded, thrown away, he says, yes, I'll take care. That I'll enjoy. He's like a waste management guy. He doesn't bother about all useful things. That let people enjoy. I don't need. All those discarded, useless things, he is very happy with it. He doesn't need too many things to please him. Asudosha. Simple things are enough. Because his quality to enjoy is so beautiful, so sharp, he does not need quantity. Whenever the quality of enjoyment, the quality to feel is intensified in your system, the quantity or the need will disappear in you. If you need more quantity, whether it is food or sex or music, be very clear, your quality to enjoy is less. Because your quality to enjoy is less, you are asking for more quantity. Here Shiva is saying, increase the quality to enjoy. Means, just for next 3 days, decide. Just next 3 days, nothing else. 3 days, decide, I will not accumulate more stuff into my hell. No, we are accumulated hell, understand. Accumulated hell means all negative things we have accumulated. Even if we don't have enough, we borrow from our spouse. And they are ready to supply, they have a lot. And they are waiting to supply. And they have so much, they are waiting to supply. Just for 3 days, do not accumulate and connect and see all your dissatisfaction and suffering. Just 3 days, decide, morning till night, whenever you find some satisfaction and you do really find at least hundreds of time in your day-to-day life. For example, you felt thirsty, just you put little water in your mouth, just feel that satisfaction. You want to see your son or daughter or the person whom you love, you call them or you talk to them, you see them. The moment you see, you feel the satisfaction. Just imbibe it. You are feeling hungry and you are putting the food into your mouth. Once you put the food and just see how it travels and how it gives you the satisfaction. Just go into it. And there are so many other acts where you find some satisfaction, some joy. Just go into it. Even the small acts. Just go into it. And close your eyes and sit for a few minutes. And just enjoy that satisfaction. Slowly relax, unclutch from the object. Just enjoy that feeling. The quality to enjoy. Next 3 days, decide that you will experience, go into the satisfaction wherever you find it. Whatever act, wherever you find satisfaction, just sit and cherish. Be filled with it. Just let your being overflow. Let your whole mouth be filled with that amrita. Whenever you feel joy and satisfaction, Your mouth will be filled with that saliva. It's called amrit. But you always experience only the poison, means the saliva which comes for asking something. The saliva which comes in your mouth asking something is poison, which comes in your mouth by feeling fulfilled is amrita. Anytime the saliva is filling your mouth by some joy or experiencing something, overflowing, it's called amrita. Just enjoy that amrit, that joy, that satisfaction, and live it. Live intensely. Let your whole inner space be occupied by that joy, by that bliss, by that experience. Let there be no space left for the engrams to be engraved, for the karma to get recorded. Suddenly you will see you became an accumulated joy and bliss. You are no more accumulated hell. And this joy will stay with you by and by without even the object touching your sense. Need for the quantity will disappear. If you are qualitatively happy without quantity adding to your sense, you are in eternal bliss. That's all. You are liberated. You are in Nithyananda. That's all. Just remember for these 3 days and try. It will just click. I always tell people, this bracelet, this mala and all, to remind you all these things only. When you take that bracelet, remember for next 3 days, whenever I see this bracelet, I'll remember to be in Nithyananda. If I'm wearing the mala, I'll remember to be with the satisfaction, with the quality instead of quantity. If you are reminded by all these things, only then they are spiritually useful for you. Otherwise, just one more ornament to brag about. To brag about. No. It should be spiritually useful, directly. That is the reason you are given all these things. Directly, it should remind you about the higher ideals or the lifestyle which you took. Understand, these 3 days, remember and play with this technique. Suddenly it will click and open the new door. Let you all achieve through these teachings and technique the eternal bliss, Shiva's inner space, Nithyananda. Thank you.
As the earth turns inward during the divine Chaturmasya, while prayers rise like incense through the heavens, and when even gods observe celestial silence, a divine anticipation stirs in the heart of creation. As the universe prepares to explode with ecstatic joy, for the impossible is about to become possible. The unborn to be born, the teacher of the Gita, the liberator of the worlds. This is no ordinary day. This is Janmashtami.
Love, sacrifice, ferociousness, knowledge, power, all these are separate words in lower middle class level. In the peak of pure consciousness, all these are Ananta Kalyana Gunas of one being, Krishna. If you want to know the meaning of what is life, what is goal, what is good, what is bad, Gita is the dictionary. If you want to read Gita, Krishna is the dictionary.
Krishna, the most powerful, the greatest embodiment of the cosmos, the ultimate eternal divine, who constantly makes himself available to humanity. His very existence is a cosmic dance of bliss, a never-ending romance with existence itself. It is with open arms and overflowing hearts that we invite you to be part of this cosmic celebration with the SPH and Kailasa.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN Headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
As the earth turns inward during the divine Chaturmasya, while prayers rise like incense through the heavens, and when even gods observe celestial silence, a divine anticipation stirs in the heart of creation. As the universe prepares to explode with ecstatic joy, for the impossible is about to become possible. The unborn to be born, the teacher of the Gita, the liberator of the worlds. This is no ordinary day. This is Janmashtami.
Love, sacrifice, ferociousness, knowledge, power, all these are separate words in lower middle class level. In the peak of pure consciousness, all these are Ananta Kalyana Gunas of one being, Krishna. If you want to know the meaning of what is life, what is goal, what is good, what is bad, Gita is the dictionary. If you want to read Gita, Krishna is the dictionary.
Krishna, the most powerful, the greatest embodiment of the cosmos, the ultimate eternal divine, who constantly makes himself available to humanity. His very existence is a cosmic dance of bliss, a never-ending romance with existence itself. It is with open arms and overflowing hearts that we invite you to be part of this cosmic celebration with the SPH and Kailasa.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN Headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN Headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
So after this beautiful revelation by Swamiji on that you are the soul, for next 3 days, decide morning till night, whatever act, wherever you find satisfaction, just sit and cherish. For example, you felt thirsty, you had water. Just feel the satisfaction. Or moment you see people you love, just imbibe the satisfaction. Just go on, just go on to it, into it. So many other acts, go into it. Close your eyes and just enjoy the satisfaction. Unclutch from the object. Decide. You'll experience into satisfaction wherever you find it and be filled with it. Now, try to pick any 5 acts that bring satisfaction and imbibe and cherish the satisfaction. For example, receiving the darshan, reading a powerful cognition, having a cup of coffee. So let's take a few minutes, write down, pick any 5 acts that bring satisfaction and imbibe and cherish the satisfaction. Take a few minutes and let's enter into this exercise. slowly. You can relax. And with this, now we'll be entering into the next revelation by Swamiji, which is going to be on renunciation. Swamiji will be revealing what is the true renunciation. And only when you have that true renunciation, that is the only right relationship that you can have with the wealth. Yes, you must be thinking, if I renounce, how can I have the right relationship with the wealth? But only when you have this true renunciation. Understand, true renunciation. So not the concept of the renunciation that you carry, but true renunciation that Swamiji is about to reveal to you. Only when you have that, that is going to the right relationship with the wealth. So let's come to the space of listening. Let's enter into this revelation.
In front of your consciousness, the mind brings wrong ideas. Means it's called wrong knowledge. But in front of your consciousness, whether it is right or wrong, anything is experienced is imagination. Except consciousness, anything experienced is imagination. Please understand. In front of your consciousness, if your mind brings wrong ideas, misconceptions, it is called wrong knowledge. Means for a wrong knowledge to happen, your consciousness needs to be present and mind needs to do something. But for imagination to happen, vikalpa to happen, nothing needs to be done. Anything experienced by you other than your pure consciousness is vikalpa. That is why we call samadhi state as nirvikalpa. Please understand. He is taking us to a very subtle plane. Sometimes you may not have wrong knowledge, but you will have imaginations. You may not have wrong knowledge, but you will have imaginations. A small story. One guy walked into the bar, sat next to a man who was sitting with a dog at his feet. This guy asked, "Does your dog bite?" That guy said, "No." This guy bent and patted the dog, and the pet bit him. Just bitten him. This guy shouted, "You said your dog doesn't bite? Just bitten me." That guy said, "Yes, my dog doesn't bite, but this is not my dog." You may not have wrong knowledge, but you have your own imagination. Understand? Your own imagination. Many times, vikalpa brings more suffering. Today I have a lot of stories on imagination. Imagination is my favorite subject. Because so much of suffering can be avoided if you understand imagination. If you just understand imagination. Viparyaya, even viparyaya is not that deep. If your mind can be relaxed from constant movement in the conscious layer, you can come out of viparyaya. But vikalpa, even your sleep is vikalpa. Please understand, viparyaya can happen only in your waking state or dream state. But vikalpa can happen even in the deep sleep state. Even if deep sleep is a vikalpa. Viparyaya can touch only your conscious mind and subconscious mind. Means wrong knowledge can touch you, can disturb you only in the waking state and dream state. But vikalpa, imagination, can disturb you even in the dream, even in the deep sleep state. Sorry, not in the dream, even in the deep sleep state. It can disturb in all three states. You may think, how can Vigalpa, imagination, disturb me in the deep sleep state? Sometime when you are out of deep sleep state, you will say, it was suffocating, as if somebody was pressing me. It is not a dream. If it is dream, you can remember and tell. It will not be like a dream. It will be like a deep suffocation. That's what we call Vigalpa. Means imagination. Many times you imagine things. You imagine things. I have one more story for you about imagination. I'll read it out. It will be very nice. One guy goes to South Africa and sends a letter to his mother saying, "Dear mother, I am sending some pills which doctor gave. And if you take one, it will take years of your life." After a month, that guy comes back home. He sees beautiful young women outside his house sitting with a baby. And this guy comes back and asks, "Where is my mother?" She says, "Don't be silly, I am your mother." And those pills were marvelous. This guy says, "Oh God, I can't imagine. Only one pill. You are able to have a baby." She says, "Are you crazy? That is not a baby, that's your father. He took two." If you take Viparyaya and Vigalpa both, imagination. Many times we imagine too many things. Vigalpa can touch deeper zones than Viparyaya. Means imagination can touch the deeper zones than wrong knowledge. Wrong knowledge is more like a logic. When you have a wrong logic, it's a wrong knowledge. But the Vigalpa, imagination, is deeper than wrong knowledge. Patanjali says, imagination as opposed to reality is the result of mere words that is known as Vigalpa or fantasy. Vastu sunyo Vigalpaha. Every word of Patanjali brings me so much of joy. I can say every word, so much of clarity, so much of depth. He is saying opposed to reality, anything opposed to reality, which is created merely by words. Merely by words. Many times you can see in your life, you are constantly creating many things just by words. Just by words. Simple words. You create your own theories. You spin your own moods, I can say. Your mind and body comes in contact with each other at 7 spots in your body. Both of them touch each other. 7 spots, that is what we call 7 energy centers. In yoga tradition, they call that 7 spots as 7 energy centers, and they call it as Chit Jada Grandhi, where the matter and consciousness meets each other. Matter and consciousness meets each other. Each spot gets corrupted when your imagination is added. Please understand, each spot gets corrupted when your imagination is added. The first root center, if your imagination is added, it just shows the things which is not there. It just shows the things which is not there. It just shows things in the expanded size. That is why constantly you feel the other person is cheating you, other person not giving you your proper share, other person is depriving you. In any relationship, you always feel the other is not fulfilling you. Please understand, it is your fantasy. When imagination is added to your root center, you start expecting the things which can never happen, which can never happen, or which never happened, which will never happen. You start imagining things, you start projecting things, you start creating things, and when you see it is not happening through the other person, you start blaming the other person. You start cursing the other person. Imagination added to your greed is fantasy. Imagination added to your fear is, we can say, the main reason for all the phobias. When imagination is added to your fear, it becomes phobia. Constantly you are feeling frightened. Constantly you are feeling frightened. I've heard one more story. You have one more story. A man walks out of a bar and sees a bum panhandling on the corner. The bum says, "Mister, do you have $1 you could spare me?" The man thinks about the question for a bit and asks the bum, "If I give you $1, are you going to use it to buy liquor?" He says, "No." The man asks, "If I give you $1, are you going to use it for gambling?" The bum says, "No." The man says to the bum, "Do you mind coming home with me so I can show my wife what happens to someone who does not drink or gamble?" He has his own fear with the wife. Now he wants the proof. Please understand, if the fantasy is added to your greed, he has expectation from her. If the fantasy is added to fear, he is completely frightened by her, but she is the same person. The other person is same. If your imagination is added to your greed, you see her as much beyond what she is through fantasy. If your imagination is added to fear, the same way you see her much beyond what she is through fear. Whether it's imagination or fear, you see what is not. You see what is not. You start seeing things. You experience things which is not there. One more story for you. Every day this guy comes back home after fully drunk. Wife wanted to frighten this guy, so she decides to give him a shock. Every day this guy walks through a cemetery, late night. She decides to go and sit there with all the makeup and frighten him. She covers herself with a black shawl and she creates smoke. The whole scene is ready. When he comes fully drunk, she just jumps in front of him and creates a big sound. He very coolly turns and says, don't you know me? I'm married to your sister. When your imagination is added to fear, again you see what is not there. Even small things feels like a torture. Please understand, if your imagination is added to greed, even simple things feel like a heaven. Many people come and tell me their experiences about their vacation and all those things. I am not able to connect at all with the idea of vacation. You may think I am from the other planet. No, when people come and tell me, I am going for vacation, Swamiji, or I went for vacation, can you see the photographs, we went here, we went there, this is our vacation, this is our vacation photograph and all those things. I can't imagine. They have all those vacation photographs on the refrigerator. Wherever I go in the houses, the refrigerator, on the cupboards, they forget even that smile was post smile. Whenever they see that photographs, they think, oh, those days when we went for vacation, it was such a joy, so much of ecstasy. I can't connect with the idea of vacation at all. What is vacation? You are going to carry the same mind, same wife, same thing. If you are sitting and worrying in the house, it is called homework. If you are sitting and worrying in the office, it is called business. If you are sitting and worrying in somewhere where you don't know, that's called vacation. I can't connect with that idea of vacation at all. Many times people try to tell me, why don't you take vacation, Swami? I tell them, what will I do? Even if I go there, I'll gather few people and start talking about something. Then let me sit here itself, at least people will be more comfortable in the hall. Instead of sitting somewhere where people will not have comforts, where I will not have microphone. When your imagination is added to greed, things are looking more greener. Things are looking more joyful. Even small action, even one simple rose, you say, oh, she loves me. I love her. Still, I am not able to understand at all. All these words, all these giving one card, giving one rose. I don't know how the love is conveyed through that, or love is felt through that. I can't relate with that idea. People say, no, you are too insensitive, Swami. But what to do? When imagination is added to your greed, everything looks sweet. Everything looks fantastic. You feel the other person is angel. But when one shift happens in the energy center, that same imagination raises 2 inches above to Swadhisthana, to the fear. The other person looks like a devil. The reality is the other is neither devil nor angel. He's a man. She's a woman. That's all. When we see the other person as an angel or devil, we are suffering with vikalpa, imagination. We are suffering with vikalpa. Anything other than reality, if you see, you are suffering with vikalpa. You are suffering with vikalpa. One more story about vikalpa. I hate this modern art, he says to his wife. What a piece of crap that is. Wife says, no, that is a Picasso. This guy says, what about this one with all crazy lines? She says, that is Kandinsky. This guy says, oh, okay, how about this one? Where this guy's got a pencil neck, his nose is upside down, his eyes are on the same side of his head. She says, that is a mirror. He was continuously criticizing everything. He doesn't know it is a mirror. Please understand, the big problem is when you are caught in the greed or fear, not only you will suffer with the other person, you will suffer with you also. When this guy was criticizing all the modern arts one by one, he did not even have awareness to see it is a mirror. He was criticizing. Same way, when you are caught with greed, if you are fantasizing about everything, you will not have awareness to see your own reality. You will fantasize about you also and suffer. Fantasizing about you and suffering is the worst suffering. You will never face the reality. Please understand. If you are fantasizing about somebody and suffering, that person will teach you the lesson. You will understand. You will wake up. You have to wake up. You have to wake up. You can't continue to dream. You can't continue to fantasize, because fulfilling your fantasy is a big headache, responsibility for the other person. Nobody will be able to do that job. They will take vacation. You will realize your fantasy is your fantasy. But if your fantasy is about you and torture yourself, you will never be able to come out of it. That is what almost all the people who misunderstood yoga starts doing. Please understand, I have seen many yogis, not yogis, who think they are yogis, They go on and on and on, torture themselves. They torture themselves so much, they can't tolerate. Please understand, they can neither stop torturing, nor they can tolerate their own torture. I have seen people fighting with themselves, especially with wrong ideas. Many wrong ideas, they misinterpret yoga and they become masochists. They start torturing themselves. I have seen, especially during my wandering, I have seen people torturing themselves and feeling that they are big yogis. I have seen one guy standing on one leg for 12 years. No, really. I went to him just to pay respect to his tapas. I saluted him and I asked him, why are you standing? Do you have any purpose for this? That fellow is such a fool. He doesn't even have the idea of enlightenment or anything. He is not able to answer. Then I just kept quiet. When all the crowd left, I asked him, can you tell me at least now the reason? He said, Baba, the initial when I started standing, it was like an exercise. When I saw so many people are giving me attention, and I started enjoying the attention, finally it became my lifestyle. Please understand, he's torturing himself. Practically one leg is dead. It is no more part of his body. He's dead. He's crippled. But this guy goes on thinking he is doing some great thing. Many times, the greed, the fantasy is turned towards us, and you will never be able to come out of that torture which is created if the fantasy is turned towards you. I can say that's the worst thing. Many times these yogis cannot enjoy themselves. Not real yogis who think they are yogis. The masochist people. They become sadist also. They become Sadists also, they start torturing others. Actually, one incident happened the other day. From January till March, all of us, I think big group of our devotees and brahmacharis and brahmacharinis, all of us were walking, doing padayatra. During the yatra, we were crossing one city. There was a temple. Some of my brahmacharinis, young girls, took brahmachari diksha. Those girls were just laughing and walking, doing the yatra. There were few guys who think themselves as yogis. There's outside every temple in South India, you will see one bunch of beggars sitting in the yogi dress. And they talk all great Vedanta. They will be torturing themselves and torturing others. One bunch of fools were sitting like that. And my brahmacharinis were walking with the kavi. And they were joyful, happy, because they are living real yoga. And these guys saw them. They are so happy. First thing, these young kids are so happy. They can't tolerate. The second thing, they can't tolerate sannyasis can be so happy. That's another one big problem. So one guy started telling, see these Nithyananda Swamis and Swaminis, wherever you go, they are there, laughing, joking. The other guy said, better, because they know the route we are walking, the other guy said, better let us go away to Salem. There we will not see these guys. We don't have to see these guys. The other fellow commented, no, he is popular there also. There also you will see people with his sannyasis, his devotees. The other guy said, no, let's go away to some other state. Only then we don't have to see these guys. Again, this fellow commented, no, in other states are also, he is very popular. You will see his devotees there also. Suddenly my brahmacharinis, they were keeping quiet. Now they said, it is too much. They turned and said, go to hell, you will not see our Swami's devotees there. That is the right place. You need to be. Many times, these so-called yogis, they torture themselves. Please understand, the vikalpa needs to be understood in a very deep sense. Imagination not only related to others, imagination related to you also will bring torture to you. You will be torturing yourself. When you torture yourself, naturally you will give that to others. You won't give headache to others if you don't have one. Please understand. You can't give it to others if you yourself don't have. If you are giving it to others, you need to be clear, you have one. Many times, the so-called yogis start torturing themselves. If you have fantasy towards others, at least they will teach you that it is a fantasy, come down. But if you have fantasy about yourself, there will be nobody to teach you. You will continue to torture yourself. You will continue to suffer. You will continue to suffer with that vikalpa. And the next level is much worse. If you have fear about others, at least at some place where the other person is not there, you will be free. You will not have that fear. If you start creating fear about yourself, you can never escape from that. You can never escape from that. I have seen many people, they start creating fear about themselves. They start creating fear about themselves. They can never be free. They can never relax. They can never be at ease with themselves. It's I can say, the worst hell. If they start creating fear about themselves, they can't live in joy, live in bliss. This story, beautiful story. One Zen master was walking near a river. One young lady was standing. She asked him, "Please, can you help me to cross the river?" The master was with his disciple, young disciple. Master said, "No problem." He just carried her and left her the other side, came back. Young disciple can't tolerate. An enlightened person, a monk, how can you lift her? How can you touch a young lady first? How can you lift her and help her to cross the river? He is not able to tolerate, but somehow he kept quiet. When they reached the monastery, he asked, "How can you touch her and help her to cross the river? Is it not wrong?" The master looks at him and says, "I left her long before. Why are you still carrying her? I left her there itself. Why are you still carrying her?" He has his own fears about himself. Please understand. He has deep fears about himself. That is why he can't relate with the reality. He can't relate with the other person. He can't relate with the other person. In Ramakrishna's life, there is a beautiful incident. He lived with Sarada Devi till the end. They lived such a wonderful life. Many times he was criticized for living with his wife in the temple. He was in the Dakshineshwar temple. But he lived such an amazing life. The relationship between them was such a wonderful relationship. You can't describe it. You can't describe it. The real yogi relationship. He always used to answer them, respond to them, that they are afraid of themselves. That is why they are afraid of the outside person. Please understand, if you are afraid of the other, at least when the other person is not there, you will not have the fear. If you are afraid of yourself, it's like a fear of ghost. It will continue to be there. It will continue to haunt you. It will continue to shake you. It will continue to frighten you. It's the worst thing somebody can have. I've seen many times. The so-called yogis criticize me. What is this? You are sitting in such a big throne and so many disciples are serving you. I tell them, I don't have fear, I will get attached to it. You have fear. That is why you are afraid of it. I have seen many people. They are afraid of handling wealth. Please understand, renouncing because of fear is not renunciation. Many times, people don't want responsibilities, not because that they don't want the freedom which responsibility gives, just because they don't know how to handle the responsibility, the fear of responsibility. The fear of life, they start acting, I renounced everything. I have seen in Himalayas, the so-called yogis, they leave their house, everything, and come and settle down in a small temple. They will settle down in Himalayas. They will sit outside the temple for their food, taking bhiksha, for begging. They will become attached to that spot. Nobody else can sit in their spot. They will fight for that spot. They left their property. They left their house. They left everything and came here. Now they will be fighting for the 2 feet by 2 feet place. Means what? They did not renounce because they don't want. They renounced because of the fear of responsibility. Many times you start renouncing because of fear of responsibility. No. When you are sitting in this, one side you may have the fear. Two kinds of fear. One, you need to maintain this. Second, you may get attached to this and start suffering. If you are renouncing because of these two fears, no, that is no way going to help. I have seen many people renouncing for various reasons, but it is not renunciation. It is doing the same thing through the other way. I have seen people, they renounce all their gold, wealth, everything and come away to Himalayas. with one kamandalu, water pot. But they will get so attached to that pot, they will wash that pot whole day and keep it shining. I know one Baba is called Kamandalu Baba. All he does is 6 hours per day he will wash that kamandalu. First he will wash with sand, then he will wash with tamarind, then he will wash with the powder, then he will apply ash on that. And he's like, that kamandalu, that water pot became his brand. Many times people do that. It's not renunciation, doing it in the other way. I have one more story for you about that. This guy goes into a bar and orders three separate short glasses of Irish whiskey. He drinks all 3. He does this day after day after day after day. The bartender finally says, you know, I can put all 3 of those shots into one glass for you. The guy says, no, I prefer it in this way. See, I have 2 brothers. They are abroad. I love them. This glass right here feels that I am drinking for each one of them. I feel all 3 of us are together here and drinking. And the guy continues to come in day after day, does the same thing. The bartender also continues to set up 3 glasses. One day, the guy comes with a long face and says, give me 2 shots today. The bartender is shocked. He thinks something wrong has happened. He asks, what happened? Did something happen to one of your brothers? Bartender asks. No. The guy says, they are okay. It is just that I decided to quit drinking. Understand? All our renunciation is more or less like this. You decide to quit drinking, but you go on drinking. We renounce maybe the fear of maintaining or fear of attachment. If you renounce because of fear of maintaining or fear of attachment, please be very clear, you will be surely enjoying in some other way. That's what Krishna calls beautifully Mithyacharaha, hypocrite, who is renouncing physically but enjoying in some other form. I can say one of the worst curse happened to India is this Mithyachara. This Mithyachara. In course of time, people have started renouncing because of their fear of attachment, fear that they may get attached, or that fear they have to maintain. Out of that, when they started renouncing, they never achieved yoga. And people have started thinking, this renunciated, these guys have become yogis. No. Understand? Renunciation which happens because of vikalpa is not yoga.
As the earth turns inward during the divine Chaturmasya, while prayers rise like incense through the heavens, and when even gods observe celestial silence, a divine anticipation stirs in the heart of creation. As the universe prepares to explode with ecstatic joy, for the impossible is about to become possible. The unborn to be born, the teacher of the Gita, the liberator of the worlds. This is no ordinary day. This is Janmashtami.
Love, sacrifice, ferociousness, knowledge, power, all these are separate words in lower middle class level. In the peak of pure consciousness, all these are Ananta Kalyana Gunas of one being, Krishna. If you want to know the meaning of what is life, what is goal, what is good, what is bad, Gita is the dictionary. If you want to read Gita, Krishna is the dictionary.
Krishna, the most powerful, the greatest embodiment of the cosmos, the ultimate eternal divine, who constantly makes himself available to humanity. His very existence is a cosmic dance of bliss, a never-ending romance with existence itself. It is with open arms and overflowing hearts that we invite you to be part of this cosmic celebration with the SPH and Kailasa.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN Headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
So now we welcome back all the participants.
Now we'll be moving ahead with a small internalization exercise based on what we just heard and the knowledge we received from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now this exercise is about having the right relationship with money. So we'll start with this exercise. So just try remembering this idea. Try to analyze this idea. Try to let this idea sink inside you for 11 days. For 11 days, constantly remember, whenever consciously you are imagining, remember imagination will lead to suffering. So just for 11 days, constantly remember that imagination will lead to suffering. I should use this to go to joy or bliss. Just remember this. Whenever you are consciously imagining, just remember and relax from it. And just do this for 11 days. And suddenly you will see in the dream, you will also remember the same idea. So we will start with this exercise.
So if you are constantly, strongly remembering some idea in the waking state continuously, in the dream state also you will remember the same idea very strongly. For example, if you decide whenever you have a fear that somebody is following you or chasing you or ghost is chasing you, if you decide whenever I get a fear of ghost, I will remember my God or Guru. How many of you have experienced this? So now pen down such ideas and experiences. We'll be taking a few minutes for this. Just take notebook and pen and paper and start penning down.
Now, we'll be moving on to the next step. Analyze how your imagination is creating suffering. Pen down 10 such experiences. For example, sometime you start suffering comparing with yourself. For example, yesterday I walked half an hour. Today I don't know what happened. You start comparing with yourself. 30 years before, I used to walk 3 hours. That time you were young. You conveniently forget the fact. Many times you think, I should have treated myself like that. I should have spoken these kinds of words. I should have expressed myself like that. I should have presented myself like this, but I did not do. What to do? And you start repenting. So, analyze how your imagination is creating suffering. Please continue with this step and continue with the exercise.
Slowly, you can relax from this internalization exercise, understanding that how imagination brings you suffering. Only when you consciously remember your imagination brings suffering, you will be able to complete with that. Now we'll be entering into the next revelation, Swami, which is going to be on completion with the comparison and jealousy. Understand all the, whether it is comparison or jealousy, it is related to the Vishuddhi chakra. So you will be entering into this completion along with the meditation, which is guided by Swamiji himself for the Vishuddhi Chakra, because whether it is comparison or jealousy, it is related to the Vishuddhi Chakra. So make sure that you are giving your full attention to this. And let's come to the space of listening and let's begin.
Next pattern we will work on is the pattern of jealousy and comparison. Vishuddhi Chakra, throat center. The thought pattern of jealousy and comparison. I tell you, most common and unaware engram is jealousy, comparison. It starts again from the early childhood. When your mother says, eat well, only then you will become like your elder brother. Study well, only then you will become like your father. Comparison is one of the most common and most unaware engram. You compare wealth, you compare in health, you compare in beauty, you compare in education, you compare in intellect, you compare in practically everything. But you need to understand one thing. God is not an engineer to do mass production. Only in mass production you can compare one product with another. God is an artist. He paints each one of you. He designs each one of you. He carves each one of you. How can you compare between one art piece and another art piece? You are unique. Each one of you are unique. All of you are not equal. No. All human beings are not equal. No. All human beings are unique. It's like each human being is a unique flower. Uniqueness flowers in you. Fulfillment flowers in you when you realize your uniqueness more and more and more. If you dig out the comparison engram, you will understand. Sometimes you waste years of your life just because of comparison. Your neighbor has a big house. Even though you don't need, you waste so much of your time, energy, putting it and investing it in a house. Finally, when you have the big house and are not able to maintain it, when you are not able to maintain, when you realize you don't need that big house, you feel, oh God, 8 years of my life I wasted in this. I really needed a car. I could have put little bit of money into the car. Instead, I put all the money into this house. Now I am not able to maintain. Please understand, if you are struggling with money, you are enjoying the struggle. You are not interested in manifesting. Please at least understand you are enjoying the struggle. You will feel abundance with your struggles. Oh, I want struggles and I have enough, let me enjoy it. At least feel abundance. You want struggles, 2000 struggles around you, and you have 2500 struggles. Enjoy them. Please understand,
There is no such thing as struggling with money. If you want to have struggles, you will have struggles. If you want to have money, you will have money. The people who have struggles, they want to have struggles, so they are having it. People who want to have money, they want to have money, they are having it. So, decide, you want to have struggles or you want to have money, you will have it. That clarity should come to your biomemory and muscle memory. You will have what you want. Next. Please understand, in each of this, you have your vested interests. Many times, you visualize in poverty, you are free from all responsibility. You just want to be free from all responsibilities and commitment. Then you constantly visualize, entertain, cherish the poor life. When it actually lands on you, you say, no, this is not what I wanted. Without knowing what is going to come, you cherish, visualize, entertain a thought current. After you attract that, you think, oh God, I think I missed it. Please understand, universe is intelligent and compassionate. It gives you only what you ask for, never anything else. And if you have manifested poor health, unhappy relationship, poverty, look in why you manifested. Why you manifested. And dig it out from your muscle memory and biomemory, the root patterns. Why you manifested poor health, poverty, unhappy relationships, and complete it. You will understand you always manifested only what you wanted, knowingly or unknowingly. Throat center. A throat center. This throat center is blocked when there is a non-alignment between the imagination, expectation you carry about others and the others' expectation about you. Listen. When there is a non-alignment between your expectation about others and others' expectation about you, that is where the jealousy and comparison starts. Listen. You may have a superficial jealousy, superficial comparison, very superficial, like while you are driving in a Mercedes-Benz, if a BMW passes by, a superficial comparison. But those things does not affect you. The root jealousy, the root comparison which affects you is the non-alignment of your expectation and the other person's expectation. How many of you have in your life the non-alignment between your expectation towards them and their expectation towards you? Both of them are not in alignment. Then you have a problem in throat center. Anyakara is what you believe and project others to be for you as per your understanding. Listen. These are all like a legal definition. Anyakara is what you believe and project others to be for you. In this example, what I expect you for me and how I tell that to you. Clear? For example, now I am expecting Bhagavan to build a temple in Dallas, so I am expressing it to him. This is my Anyakara. He expects me should always honor all the words I utter and fulfill them. That is his Anyakara for about me. Clear? But now there is a non-alignment where I am fulfilling, but he is not ready to fulfill. Clear? So his throat has a problem. Now, is there anybody who are not cognizing? But if he builds the temple and I don't honor this time keeping or what he expects from me, then I have a problem. I have to alter, transform and stretch. Clear? Here is a volunteer. What that volunteer expects from me is Anyakara about me. What I expect from him is Anyakara, my Anyakara for him. Clear? If I fulfill his expectation and he does not fulfill my expectation, his Vishuddhi has a problem. If he fulfills my expectation and I don't fulfill, my Vishuddhi has a problem. Clear? So always be stretching, fulfilling everybody's Anyakara with whom your life is involved. Clear? Still anybody? Not clear? Come on, come to the mic.
If you complete that, you cannot fulfill his expectation. Then
yes, if you complete it, then no problem.
Then no problem.
No problem. Even then, you are not expressing your capacity. You are integrated, but not authentic. Understand? Now you will see. You will flourish in your business. You will flourish in your job. You will flourish in your relationships. In everything you will see, because you have decided not to give up on you. Understand? You have decided not to give up on you. Understand? You saw the live demonstration of somebody opening their Vishuddhi center. When he said he will not, his Vishuddhi was locked. The moment he decided he is going to do, his Vishuddhi opens. So I tell you, not giving upon you and others is the way to open the Vishuddhi. Don't give up on people. I demonstrated, I don't give up on him. I was very authentic with him. Even if he does not want to do, I did not force him. I just left it. But I am not going to give up on him. I am going to wait. I'll wait and see to it he realizes sometime. When I carry that cognition, I am going to wait. Immediately he realizes. He realizes. So in all those moments, understand, my decision not to give up on you is the one which is pulling you up. That is the rope. That is the connection. Clear? Now, I'll repeat. My expectation about the other person is my Anyakara about him. The other person's expectation about me
is that person's anyakara about me. When there is a non-alignment between these two, Vishuddhi as a problem, who fulfills it as flowered Vishuddhi, who does not fulfill as a collapsed throat center. Now listen. Let me come back to emotion retention and emotion fermentation. You get multiple types of emotions, almost all emotions every day. Sometimes lust, sometimes greed, sometimes fear, sometimes the multiple versions of fear